Well, I think we're live. Hey, everybody. I'm Vic here, and I've got our special guest again from Mad River, and we're so happy about it. Joey coming in to fill in for Dom while Dom's up in the UP fishing, doing some adult beverages and all that other kinds of stuff. So just in time for the holiday. And by the way, everybody, if we don't say it, we want to say it now. Please have a happy and very safe 4th of July. Please celebrate well with your families and your friends. But anyway, tonight we've got Rumble at the Reserve. It's our staple Tuesday night, and it's a 5-5-10 game. And what they've decided to do is go to 5-10-20. So typically this is a $500 to $2,000 buy-in. They've upped it to $3,000, and of course it's matched the stack. We've got a couple new faces. One face that has been here before, and then one brand new face. And we will start out 8-handed as usual. OG John comes in just a little bit late. And the face that I was talking about that's been here before in seat 2, Denny, we're going to give him a lot of sympathy tonight.
Why is that?
For having to sit between Buddha and MGM Bob. Because these two will be going at it verbally right out of the gate.
Yes, I remember playing with Buddha on the no-knit game a few months back. He loved to chat it up.
Don't fall into that comp thing. Good. That free comp costs you.
And Joey, we got a lot to talk about tonight because of what's going on in between Mad River and at the end of August, another Millie coming up, which means all kinds of satellites. Mad River's got just tons of things going on. They're doing some work with the guys down in Columbus. So lots to talk about. In the meantime, first hand of the night. Actually, if you look at the right-hand corner, this is the second hand of the night. Our new graphic since you were here. You got a hand count there.
55, 65, 65.
And we've got a flop of Queen 9 Jack. And Dave has decided to have his handle as Fisherman Dave. And it is his first time here in the live stream, and he's going to take down a pot right away. And
get 20 from Buddha. Give me a sleeve too.
Dave's first time here. He was actually first time in the building. He came in last night, and we happened to have a seat open, and he decided to sign up. And tonight for our satellite, on the satellite for the Millie, this is our first milestone satellite, and just a little bit different format. I know you're probably used to those formats. And if you at any point get your stack to 240 or above, you can just say, I'm there, and do a count, pull your stack out. The other great thing about that is that if you do that before the end of late reg, you can buy in again and potentially win
That's cool.
2 seats in the same
That's not
night.
something I've heard of before.
Yeah.
That's a very cool wrinkle.
It really is. Yeah.
But yeah, as an aggressive player myself, I love the milestone tournaments. Get in there, mix it up, try to run up the stack as quickly as possible. And just for, recreational people that are just out to have a good time on a Tuesday, Thursday, whatever night of the week. Everybody's got, jobs, got to be up in the morning. It gives you that opportunity to get in, get done, and get out to bigger and better things and enjoy the rest of your evening.
And here we go, heads up, 9-8 clubs versus 8s.
A little tasty flop. Second pair for Buddha. Denny's got the open ender. Backdoor flush working.
Check.
A little security for Buddha there with that ace on the turn.
Check.
Does Denny go for it? Looks like he's
125.
Yes, out of position, and he
and
makes
Buddha
that
does
bet.
fold.
Yeah.
He snap folds.
Yeah.
Well done. Takes it down.
Shows 9 high.
Oh my God.
Like a boss.
Open it a straight draw.
Yeah, try that again.
Start off, Adam. Let's go.
Oh, trust me, I ain't gonna try that very often.
Yeah, try that
What's
again.
going on?
So actually it's Devin that's in seat 2, MGM Bob, seat 3, and then we've got David, a.k.a. Fisherman Dave, Car Wash
By the way, that
Jeff,
was purely out of respect.
who took some time off for a while, and now he has retired, basically, and we've been seeing a lot more of him since then. Levine, the college student from Ann Arbor, always a very strong player, but he's from California, and he's been out in California visiting his family. and coming back a little early for school, and decided to play. Always a pleasure to have Levine in there. Denny is somebody that plays on a regular basis. Of course, Big John Stud. It's almost like OG. You don't have a game on Tuesday nights without Big John Stud, OG, and Buddha, and MGM Bob.
Yeah, I remember MGM Bob from my time as well. He has very colorful personality. Very nice guy.
He does. So here we go, three-handed.
What's the reason for that?
Everybody whiffs.
Jumpers. And a lot
But-
of properties have to close them off.
As always,
Like my
Bob's
room,
going to take the
window
initiative.
only opened an inch. I said, damn, an inch? I can't even get my...
Says I got a backdoor flush draw. I'll take this down. Thanks for the couple bucks, guys.
Now, speaking of satellites, you were talking about the satellites that Mad River puts on, and it's not, I'll let you explain it, but it's not really a specific satellite.
Oh, yes. You're talking about the flights that are going on during the 11th to the 14th of July. Shark Tank and Mad River teamed up to do a 500K. It's Shark Tank's event, but the first week Mad River's doing flights for that event because there's this huge incentive to play Shark Tank's event with if you bag during the first week,
Raise to 60.
you get your 800 for your bag. But if you bag during that first week, every subsequent bag is $5,000.
Wow.
And so there's 3 weeks of flights, and to give everybody the most opportunity to secure that first bag, they're having flights at Mad River July 11th to the 14th. In addition to those flights in the evening, there are satellites going on.
Yes.
Mad River has these tournament voucher chips that are uniform $100, $200 increments, and you just play the satellite and you win those, and those can be used for any
For
and
anything.
all tournaments in Mad River.
Wow.
Whether it's a nightly, the millie. If you say come in on the 11th and you play and you win, you can use them towards that event. One of the day one flights for the Shark Tank event
Wow.
at Mad River. They just tournament voucher, dollar amount on them. You can't redeem them as cash, but they act as cash. So
Yeah.
if you win some, don't lose them,
Yeah.
because you'll be out the $200 or $100 that you have in your pocket. But yeah, the very cool concept. It gets rid of the paper, the trail of having to use them for specific tournaments
Right.
or having to track all these different things. They're just very, very cool. They're just like any other chip. They're oversized, so they're harder to lose.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've got a friend of mine. He does these. We do cold hands, and they win the tournament chips. He's got like 3K in tournament voucher chips that he can just use whenever he wants.
Now, you use that term cold hand. Explain
Yes.
that to me.
So we like to give everybody the opportunity to win some kind of seat to the different events. And if you don't want to do a Saturday, you just don't have the time or want to get it quick, down and dirty, you do a cold hand. You get 8-10 guys agreed upon dollar amount. So take the millie, for instance.
Okay.
Say you wanted to win a seat to the millie, but you don't want to play a satellite. Just get 10 guys. You all throw in $60.
Okay.
$600 seats. You run out of hand. Whoever has the winning hand wins $600 in tournament vouchers.
Okay. All
And you
right.
can use it towards a millie. Just
All right.
takes 10 seconds.
So we do that. We do something similar to that. We haven't done them in a while, but we do showdowns.
I've lost
And we'll do a showdown sometimes during a tournament, and we'll do the same thing. You get 10 players, $60 a piece. One person's going to get $600 voucher, and
Yeah,
then
same
it's not
concept.
even poker. It's
Yep, you get dealt
just
2
a
cards.
showdown.
Yeah, the way we do it is we actually borrowed kind of like Shark Tank. I've seen them do this as well. Is you just get a whiteboard, you pick your seat, put your name on that seat, and as soon as it's filled, collect the money from everybody and just run it out. You don't have to be present.
Yeah.
You can just be
Oh, really? You don't even have to be there.
I mean, some people like to sweat their hands. Other people are in the tournament. They're
Wow.
playing cash, and they're just like, tell me if I won.
That's a cool idea. I like that.
Yeah. And we just, Saturday I was down there helping floor one of the tournaments, and in between, I got 10 of them off. Like, just 10 people, just one seats. One tournament chips for whatever tournament they want to use.
Tournament chips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and they're a lot of fun.
We'll do that once in a while with our series when we have a week-long or 2-week-long series, and we have a number of different events leading up to the big event. And then we'll have satellites for that. And you may get a $250 voucher or whatever it may be, $300 voucher. And you can break that up as well. You can use that you can use that for just one buy-in into the big event, or you can use it for some of the smaller events that are leading up to that. And if one of the events is $100 and you got a $240 voucher, then you're left with $240. But I like this chip idea.
That's what makes them so cool, is it cuts down on exactly what you're talking about.
Less admin.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what Jim's doing. You know, Jim's doing the same thing.
I lost 110 pounds in 9 months doing keto, which is sort of like a step
Did you
before
keep
that.
it off? You kept it off.
I got most of it off, yeah. I'm about to do carnivore again. Just
Are you? Just meat, eh?
Yeah,
That's
well,
that's a good diet for
most-
me.
Well, that's hilarious that they're bringing up the carnivore diet, because I'm actually in the process of, I'm about 5% off of it, but I did 2 weeks of it about 3 weeks ago. and
Okay.
Dropped 10 pounds immediately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was. I'll tell you the story why I did it real quick while I get into the action. Duncan and I went and saw the new Mad Max movie. Great film.
Yeah.
Chris Hemsworth is absolutely incredible in
Yeah.
his role, but I was very curious as to how big he was in the movie, because he is ripped.
Yeah.
Well, looking it up, it said he was 6'3", 225 pounds. At the time, I was also 6'3", 225 pounds, and we did not look the same. So I was like, I need to make a change.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was exploring the options, and the carnivore seemed like a good one, and it was a very interesting experience. Not as easy as you'd think, but I was very pleased with the results. But I've slowly been working the carbs in, so
Okay.
little segue, a little tangent there.
Yeah.
But to anybody out there, while they're talking about the carnivore diet, if you're thinking about trying to lose some weight, or it's a very, very reasonable and honestly kind of fun option, because I love steak. So it gave me an excuse.
On the list of things that we're trying to get installed, but
I heard it's going to be in the new one.
Ace King for Big John.
it's like cheese and all.
Yeah, we got to get back to the game here and also get caught up in our chat board. A lot of people here on the chat tonight. Thank you very much for joining us. We are the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. I've got my good friend Joey here from Mad River filling in for Dom. It's our Tuesday night, and it is Rumble at the Reserve, which has now become a 5-5-10, and now it's a 5-10-20. We're in hand number 9, and we're going heads up between Levine and Big John Stud. 4s versus Ace King. Not a bad flop for 4s.
Outside of hitting that for us, is about as good as it gets.
About as good as it gets. Continuation bet here from Big John Stud. 45. Levine's going to make the call. 2 spades out there. Doesn't change much here.
Yeah, and if you're Levine, you're happy to see that card. Big John shouldn't have very many 7s.
Yeah, it's not Thursday.
About third pop bet. If you're 11, just got to buckle up.
Oh, boy.
That's a favorable river.
Going to check it. I don't know if he'll get his wish. And another bet here from Big John Stud. Oh,
Well, it
and
looks like he will.
Yeah, go get it. Don't miss a hand, though.
Very smart on Levin's,
All right, bring me a pen.
Very
I'll,
much so.
plastic.
realizing that he's not going to get paid if he bets. So he just got to check and pray. And there comes a check raise.
Go ahead.
And if you're Big John, what do you beat?
Yeah. You tie an ace.
You could make the argument if it was the 4 of hearts, maybe calling, because the spade flush doesn't come in. But does Levine check raise a flush on a paired board?
Nice pot there for Levine. $435. Levine doing a shout out to one of our regular players, Dr. Boring. He says, "Where you been?" And thanks for the mercy. A lot of times these shout outs are coded. So I deliver the message. Don't necessarily know what they mean.
Yeah, that means it makes it easy.
In this case, I do know what they mean, because he was texting just before they got started. He was texting Dr. Boring and said, why aren't you here? And Dr. Boring came back and said, I'm showing you mercy.
So have you ever unwittingly started a poker beef?
A beef?
You put out the message and
I don't think so. We do try to stir the pot once in a while with some of these guys. And speaking of which, there's another thing that is new that to the table since you've been here, and that is the rubber duck, and we'll talk about that in a minute.
they had those when I was playing the no-knit game. And I
Okay.
had no idea what was going on.
Well, I'll give you an update here in a minute. I'm okay with the rubber duck as long as I get to surgically take the squeaker out. Big John Stud now in another hand here, this time against Car Wash Jeff. And Car Wash Jeff is going to hit the best of this with his King 7.
Big John's not out of it yet, though.
No, got a gut shot here.
Ace works. Sometimes you just want that ace on the turn.
He does put a pot-sized bet out there, and he's going to get a call here from Big John Stud. And a brick there really doesn't help anybody or hurt anybody.
I'll take that one. Is that one good luck?
Say goodbye to your little friend.
Let me get it going.
And a check. Oh, free card. And Big John Stud catches up and hits the ace on the river.
Bob thinks it's bad luck.
A lot of conversation we had here a couple weeks ago, and it's been ongoing about the free card.
Okay.
In this case, on the turn, check, check, giving Big John Stud, and you can see you can see Car Wash Jeff not happy with himself there.
Bob, you're a grown man. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, there's
You're afraid of a little
two
rubber
schools
duck.
of thought is, you know, on
See what
one
you did
side,
to it.
his hand from
Rubber
a
duck abuse. You know what bad luck is?
heuristic perspective is he can get 2 streets of value with top pair somewhere in the hand. Some people like to check the turn, and then when a safe card comes on the river, then they'll bet the second time to try to get called by a worse hand. Other people prefer to just bet the turn outright and then check river, especially in position, because they can just get to showdown. It's really just a math problem at that point. It's whatever your play style is. I mix it up between the two. If I've got someone that is more likely to bluff, I'll probably just check the turn and then try to get that second bet
Now you're on tilt. betting
after the
30.
fact. But if I've got somebody that I know just won't fold gut shots, I'll get that bet in on the turn, get that money in the pot, because if they brick, I'm not going to get that second bet called on the river.
Right.
So, at the end of the day, he was going to the river where the guy had 6 cards to win him the hand, and I prefer to take those spots.
Sure.
Sometimes they just get there.
Yeah. And speaking of a free card on the turn, and this is going to make a difference. We've got a jack now for Levine, and he's got the king, so he's got
Buddha's the only one with nothing. Bob's got the nut flush draw.
nut flush
Leffen's
draw.
open-ended to the nuts. Denny's got the pair and the open-ender. He doesn't realize if he hits it, he's no good, though.
And Buddha betting out here with his handful of nothing. 2-3, 150, and Reserve Bob is going to come along on his flush draw. Levine coming along on his gut shot. Actually, he's better than that.
I would like to see Denny raise.
Check.
And now the check mark goes to Denny. Let's see if anybody can bet him off of this. Everybody else missed.
350.
Buddha very astutely realizes 3 high is not going to be good, so he's going to stab at it.
Yeah, about the only way he can get this to win this hand is to bet it out, and he does get Denny to fold the best hand, and he's going to
Well
show
done.
the deuce 3,
Who else had bluffs? You have bluffs?
and that's going to get
You guys don't play poker very well.
Hey, Buddha,
It's gonna
you're,
get some,
red duck trying to one-up.
now back to the board. We've got Daryl on here, Wayne, Kiwi Colleen all the way from New Zealand, John on here,
Played better.
Anastasia, and yes, Anastasia, there's a Saturday tonight. Oh, and you're sick. Sorry to hear that. TK
What got into
asking
your
people to
shirt?
hit the button. Shimmy.
I threw away my rubber ducky.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
So we can give you the bat call if we need you tonight, Shimmy. All right, we'll let
You're
you
a grown
know.
man. You shouldn't
Shimmy's
be afraid of a little rubber duck.
our player in waiting when a seat opens up. Kyle, Anthony Hall,
I ain't afraid.
and Anthony. Joey is in the booth with me from Mad River.
That duck will never see light again.
Conan
And the other ones I get are going
and
up.
Gio
One's coming.
in the production booth donating $5 for our. We've got on the 13th of July. We've got our salute to service.
Gio,
we'll
as
get
a
that
vet
graphic
myself,
up
thank you for the
shortly.
$5, buddy.
And that's coming up right around the corner, and it's a salute to service free roll open to veterans and active duty only. And Saturday, July 13th, noon, it's a zero buy-in for all of these veterans and active duty military members. $100 rebuys, and it's a $10,000 prize pool guarantee. We've been in the process of raising money for that.
Everything is spent. I
On
never
the
had
day of the
$30
event,
for
we will have TAPS here. That's a organization that helps out military families. Last year they were in the house, and we raised, I believe, close to $4,000 for them between raffles and drawings of donations.
These guys are too young to know.
That's
We can go out
awesome.
there and get a hell of a breakfast for 99
Remember
cents.
the shrimp cocktails?
Well, I'll be here. You got me.
All right.
99
All right.
cents, come on down. They just want you to go to the restaurant and throw.
Meanwhile,
the song.
Denny makes it 5?
Back in the 80s,
No,
it was
55.
steak dinners for $5.
Oh, sorry, that looks like a dollar sign. Excuse
Yeah,
me.
it does.
They rob you parking.
You want action? I do. Let's go.
Regardless of what Denny said, Bob was never folding the Jack 8 of diamonds.
No.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I believe the fool's what I heard.
I saw that too.
True, David. That doesn't make any freaking
Well,
sense.
10, 9, 7 fun.
My wife and I had
Oh, and Bob does outflop Denny.
sausage croissant and 2 waters was $62.
He's going to check it.
You get room
Continuation bet wants to see where he's at with his nines. Denny bets 50, and a quick check raise from Bob to 200, and a quick
Denny
call there
does
from
call.
Denny.
All right.
Make money on that too.
Or that people will still.
No help for Denny, and now
That's really what it is.
This should end it.
it should, but it doesn't.
Denny's a non-believer.
Wow.
Will not be pushed around.
I did see someone.
Maybe there's a little history here we're missing, but now the board pairs, 2 pair for both of these guys. Reserve Bob with the better 2 pair. He checks it. Go to showdown,
check
and a
from
nice
Bob.
pot there for Bob.
I'm calling
4 free drinks.
Bob's doing a shout out tonight to Tracy and Beth.
Like alcohol.
So over the last few months, it's been MGM Bob, Reserve Bob, Just Bob, Concrete Bob. He got back from Vegas last week. It was Vegas Bob. And tonight they asked him, what are you going to do? What handle tonight? And he said, Reserve Bob seems to piss the most people off, so let's go with that. Chris Roberg donating $10. Thank you very much. I can't guarantee you that the duck will die.
What is this duck?
So Chris and I share. So somehow, it's Big Slick Rick likes to bring
Okay.
a little duck, and then for luck he'll squeak it. And Chris Roberg and I, and probably a few others, are ready to perform surgery on it to take the squeaker out. Well, that became a thing. And then on, it was either Thursday or Saturday night, I believe it was, a player brought in a duck that looks like the one that, actually that is the one, that Buddha has. It's got sunglasses, and it's got the Reserve logo on the chest.
Oh.
So in a way, we're kind of embracing it because we are home of the Jeep, Toledo.
Okay.
And so when Jeep Fest is here, the big thing for all of the Jeep
Like the
owners
car Jeep?
is, yeah. So they'll have ducks, all these little rubber ducks on their dashboard. So in a way it
Time
fits,
to bluff, Danny.
but we try to keep people from squeaking the duck.
Did anyone come from
Let's see if
75?
Denny can squeak out with these 4s.
Yes.
Anybody?
Get in here with that.
State police?
Unfortunately for him, Buddha gets a flush draw. He's got 2 overs, and there's a jack.
Yeah, they had all, that's what I was telling them.
Hammer lock on this hand now.
How'd you know I hit that turn? Was it your pal?
Then he got married to his 9s last hand, but this time he lets the 4s go, and Buddha takes down a pot.
That's kind of how I live my life, Nick. I would definitely get married to 9s, but probably not 4s.
Yes, I agree. Very good point.
Looking down too, like, man, I'm like,
Yeah, Anastasia, tonight the satellite is the milestone. It's a $65 buy-in. There is a $10 for 10K add-on optional at the beginning, but there is no add-on at the break. Our Thursday satellites do have the add-on at the break, but this particular one doesn't. And if you're playing in the tournament in the satellite and you reach $240,000 in chips, you can opt, and I don't know why you wouldn't, to just drop out at that minute, get your chips out of play, and you get your voucher for the Millie, which is a $600 buy-in. And then, as I was explaining earlier, nice little feature of that is that if you do that before the end of late reg, you can go up and re-enter, and you have the potential to get 2 vouchers in the same night, maybe 3.
You're really starting to entice me, just making the 2-hour drive to come play one of these things.
Yeah. So we'll get that schedule up here in a minute. Gio will talk about the satellite schedule, but we've got those on our Tuesday nights, and then our other satellite, regular satellite, is on Thursday nights.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, we will not be
Meanwhile,
open.
everybody's got a little something working in this hand.
Yeah, look at this. Got a gut shot here for Devin,
Think how loud that is inside a car.
and now Levine.
Yeah. Jeff has the best hand, which most likely in a chop, but Levine's got the pair and the flush draw. Devin's still got the gutter ball.
And you can hear him on the radio. I'm emptying my clips and he's returning fire.
Levine bets a little bit like half pot, and that's going to be enough to take it down.
Takes it down. So yes, here's our 100,000, our 1 million satellite, $65 buy-in, 1 seat for every 10 entries. And take note of the Tuesdays. The next one, first one is tonight for the milestone. The next 2, July 23rd and then August 13th. Those are at 6 p.m. And I believe that graphic might still say 180, but it's not. It's 240. So you reach 240. That was a typo, and that's been corrected on our website. And then the other satellites, we've already had one, and we'll be closed this Thursday for the July 4th holiday. But then 4 more satellites on Thursday to partake in.
And if I may get a shameless plug in here real quick.
Yes, please.
If you're closed on Thursday,
Yes.
you guys should know that
Yes.
Mad River is not closed on Thursday.
Yes.
They are having a flight for their 200K guaranteed tournament this week at 1 o'clock. Food, drinks, fireworks at the table.
Yes.
So if you're not doing anything and you want to make the trip, get down to Mad River and celebrate the 4th of July in style. And maybe, pick up a bag, take a shot at 200,000.
Great point. And if you need any of that information, I like what Mad River does on their Facebook page. They actually put out a calendar that shows all of those.
All the things.
All of the things for the coming month, for the month of July.
Satellites, flights, free buy tournaments, as I like to call them, where Monday through Wednesday you can just come in, $0, 0 daily fee, and just get 20K in chips and try to, win this little $2,500 guaranteed tournament. And that's every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Very cool.
They got add-ons and a little rebuy chips, but you can actually just come in, put in 0 money, and walk out with actual money.
Wow.
3 times a week.
Very cool.
Yeah, summertime is slow, just trying to give the people a little something to do without, having to dig too deep into their wallets.
Yeah. Colleen, I do not know a Pedro Aljusto. Answering your question there.
I agree with Larry. I like Bowling Shirt Bob, too. That's a good one.
And, that's right. It was Bowling Shirt Bob.
I say you think as much as he plays with me, his game would be better.
I don't know, he brought pretty good.
All right, so
That was impressive.
the shots are being fired.
Now we're talking.
And
Yeah.
poor Devin stuck there between Buddha and Reserve Bob.
He's got a soft
Biggest
game
at the
tonight.
table.
Believe me, he knows.
Bigger
Yeah, the
than
memories
Bob.
are coming back. Bob and Buddha were going at it on my visit. Of course, I've got a kind of a dark sense of humor myself, so I was loving every minute of it. I'm just sitting there laughing. But I can see how for some it might get a little over the top.
Car Wash Jeff's going to raise this up to 125 with the ace queen, back around to reserve Bob with a couple of hearts, and a couple of hearts here for Fisherman Dave, Jack 10, and he's going to make the call.
I'll take the Jack 10 in this hand. Vic.
Me too. I agree with you. I just, it's a good looking hand.
I don't know if I'm up lifetime with it, but I'm never going to not play it.
If they made a lure that looked like Jack 10 of hearts, I would probably buy it.
Yeah, just
Thinking that the fish would think that really looked good. It's just a good looking hand.
obviously the Jack's the hook and the 10 just kind of hanging there.
That's right.
That's closer to you, isn't it?
No.
Is he new here?
It's like 2 hours and 40 minutes.
I think it would absolutely be sexy if Fisherman Dave found the raise in this
Yeah, I
spot.
got it.
2 overs, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw.
Oh, man, I'll tell you.
He is just going to peel, see what comes off.
I've been running good for so long, I swear, they say just before you kick
Jeff
the bucket,
now
you run
gets
real good.
a flush draw with his queen of clubs.
Ready to go off, you know?
He's going to check it.
That's not why he's running good. He's running good because he sold his soul to the devil.
Why do you use
Fisherman
my
Dave's
stuff?
first time here on the live stream.
Places you every night,
That's
but-
what I said to Brandon. 10 years ago, I said that. to
Oh, and a
Brandon.
queen there for Jeff.
I told him about it, now he uses it. Every stream he uses it.
That would have been a fun turn card.
It must be good stuff.
I wasn't here 10 years ago. What are you talking about?
No, there's a guy that runs. Unbelievable.
Now Jeff does have a club. Is he contemplating violence? Not this time.
Nope.
Take it down, Dave.
Jeff takes it down with the ace queen. Takes down a nice pot. Jeff with a coded message out to his buddy Billy.
It's the guy that I told.
Something about dress code. Now this one I don't know anything about. So, hello Billy from Jeff. And if you're out there, Billy, let us know if you're watching. We greatly appreciate it. And if you're just joining us, this is the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio, our Tuesday night staple, which has been the 5-5-10 No Limit Hold'em cash game. However, tonight it is a 5-10-20, changing the buy-in amount from $500 to $3,000, optional. And this is a match the stack at any time. I've got our good friend Joey joining us from Mad River, while Dom is up in the UP fishing.
Miss you, Dom.
Speaking of fishing, Fisherman Dave opens things up here in the cutoff with ace-8 offsuit, makes it 60.
I immediately got out.
That bluff would have worked if you didn't have it.
Levine 3-bets
Yeah,
this.
you have the nuts.
No shit. Kinda like my bluffing days.
I like Levine's game. He
Put some real good knowledge out there.
likes to pick his
That
spots.
bluff would have worked if he would have folded.
And when I feel like when he's got a sense that
See, these are called
someone's
shows.
making a raise, but it's just a position raise,
Mm-hmm.
and there's nothing. This is a prime example of how Levine likes to put the pressure on.
Yeah.
I think he would have done this with 3-4 offsuit in this situation, maybe. But young man, very bright, going to University of
Get
Michigan
1,000 winners in you. We're gonna want to put a vacuum over
from the
there.
San Francisco area originally.
It definitely shows that he's a student in the game of some way. Being in the small
It does,
blind, he
doesn't it?
knows his hand does not play well post flop. He's got to act first. He's not suited, but if you want, it's it's a reasonable hand. So
Yeah.
definitely want to 3-bet out of the small blind if you're going to play. For the wizards out there, the computer guys that want definitely King 8, King 9, King 10 off at they like to 3-bet those hands
Yeah.
because and as he saw, he was in the cutoff, so his late position, he could have almost anything. So pick up a few bucks.
Raised to 75.
Now we're gonna do a double board.
5 bigs is 5 bigs.
Yeah, we're gonna gamble.
9 seemed to be a popular hand tonight. Car Wash Jeff in the cutoff, raising it up to 75. Back to Buddha with a couple of spades. He needs 55 to complete.
We'll go lay down.
Not really Buddha's range.
He's a duster. Huh?
And every time I say that,
What? My beeping's higher than yours, Bob.
he
Yeah,
lets
he
it go.
likes to just randomly mix it up.
He does.
What have you raced
I
75
recently
and
was
fold?
told that 9s is called the Gretzky
I'm
hand.
just saying.
I'm not a hockey guy, but I guess he
Oh,
was
yeah,
not-
99.
99.
Yeah, Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want the duster? You can take it over.
Not yet, not yet. I'm gonna give him 5 more.
Played a lot of
games.
sports.
talking about
I
the
never
whole
figure out the
playing
skating
hand.
thing.
I had the worst ankles. growing
You'll be
up.
waiting a while.
Waiting for aces. It's all
Hey.
played aces.
Oh.
While they're figuring out how to do with their hands, I do want to give a shout out to the reserve and your guys' dealers. Every time I watch this stream,
Kicks in, I'll be right in there with
they're
you
just
guys.
incredible.
Thank you. Thank you. We really do have a very good team here.
They run the game, no mistakes,
Yeah.
Dummies, dummies and dummies.
and they do it.
Gummies
With someone in
and
their
gummies,
ear.
that's it.
Right.
You go to so many rooms and
Yeah.
just regular. And,
Yeah.
you know,
I have my phone. I
it's
put
it's
gummies
definitely a skill. It's a profession, and I like to take a shout out to
And with the
exceptional dealing when I
Well,
see it,
thank
and
you.
you guys are top notch.
Appreciate that.
There's a thing with that, that's for sure.
Jeff's gonna come play with us.
It's interesting because you talk to somebody and, oh, I went out to so-and-so or somewhere and I played in the room, and how was the room? Oh, I liked the room, it was good.
You know, if you're hungry,
And the dealers were whatever they say, whether they're poor, whether they're, okay, or whether they're really good.
he likes doing it.
And I think a common thread with somebody saying they were good dealers is a dealer that takes control of the table. That's their table. Until the situation comes that they call the floor, they're in charge, and it's up to them to run it. And that typically is what somebody judges to be a good dealer, right? Not so much the card flip or the counting of the chips or that type of thing, but somebody that keeps control of the table. Very important.
Speaking of card flips, that's like my biggest pet peeve is the dealer that's trying to be like David Blaine in the box, like flashy and showy with how they put the cards out.
Yeah.
Tournaments, the clock's ticking, like every second matters, or like in these games where you're paying time, like
Yeah.
You
just
know OG's gonna do
the
it.
cards
He
out.
does it every
Yeah.
time.
Anybody need a water?
Levine now has pocket eights.
Yes, please.
Raises it up. No, a raise from Fisherman Dave. King Queen offsuit. Under the gun to 160. Levine's going to make the call. Big John stud.
And Levine's kind of in a spot. I mean, you do want to set mine with eights.
Wow. Raise 500.
And now a 3-bet.
Call your
And-
cousin.
Right on cue, Big John points out exactly why Levine's in a spot, because you got the players behind you, and anytime you just call and put that money in, it gives people like John or other aggressive players just like, you know what? Let's put some more money in this pot. And now he's really in a spot because not only does he have to decide for the 500,
Yeah.
but then he's got to decide, do I want to play this hand out of position for 3 more streets?
I never bluffed.
Got three
Did it
dudes.
once last week and look what happened.
Yeah, I ain't done with that shit.
Nice hand, John.
Super nit.
Recognize the situation, gets rewarded for it, picks up a couple
What'd you
$100
have
bucks.
2 cards.
Nice.
They're both red.
Big hand, suited aces.
Yeah, tonight's satellite, I had not been exposed to it until tonight.
There he is.
Talked to other
What's he
people
got?
that
Is
have
that
played in
McDonald's?
it. And I was
Right,
talking to some of our
$500.
regulars as they were coming in
$500.
to play it. And a couple of the players who are not very aggressive early on,
Burger King.
they try to pick their spots.
Hold that
They-
thought.
They were a little worried. Oh,
American
aces
Airlines in the building.
Burger King?
for Jeff.
The other way, huh?
And the OG coming in.
Yeah, 2050.
And he's going to smooth call this.
Smooth call, 20.
He's got some aggressive players behind him.
Danny has my second favorite hand.
9-7 of clubs gets put in the muck because of a raise now from Levine to 110.
I like these guys. They're getting after it.
They are getting after it tonight.
They got these one
It's a 5-hour live stream. We're going till 11:15 tonight. Lots of action so far.
Oh, and Bob wakes up with jacks.
Any action at the casino the other night?
This is going to be music to Car Wash Jeff's ears as soon as Reserve Bob announces his 3-bet, which
510 didn't even go.
Yeah, and this is just
I
one
would
of
bet
those
a
spots
quarter.
for Bob.
I
You
bet a
just-
quarter that's what he's going to do.
A quarter? I'm gonna. Yeah, I can't. I played with Bob for 4 hours, and
They know this.
that was enough for me to know he's never not raising it.
Yep.
Raise 410.
And Car Wash Jeff is just thinking about Vegas and the and Mirage.
John gets here, things get wild.
410 crush, I'm not in. Give me some cards.
Little self-edit there for the YouTube censors.
I saw you walk in and I impulsively had to bet 500.
Did you?
Yeah.
Getting warmed up.
Yeah, exactly. I had to get used to it.
Yeah. The big bluff.
And if you're Jeff, it's, you know, some people like to get cute and just call in these spots.
900.
He's not going to do that.
Yeah.
He's just going to let everybody know he's not messing around. Curious to see if Bob, we know Levine's, he's going to get rid of that hand.
Yeah.
But now if you're in Bob's shoes, I mean, you got,
Raise.
he just said, oh, he didn't even think about it. And he's going to get the bad news.
All in and a call. Obvious call here from Car Wash Jeff.
Now, can they run it twice, or is this a one-time?
They can run it twice.
Okay.
They might be discussing that right now. Nope, they're going to run it once.
Now you make it the same.
And a jack only here.
How much? You got any color? I don't think you
And
do.
the aces hold up.
Good hand.
We have the dealers have a signal so that if for some reason Geo doesn't hear what they're doing, then just before they deal, they'll put fingers out to say whether they're going to run it twice.
Just another reason your guys' dealers are top notch.
Yes, I agree.
All right, 1,800, 1,900, 1,965.
1,008.
I'm a little surprised Bob didn't even think about it. He just put it in.
I am too. I'm very surprised, particularly against a player like Car Wash Jeff.
Yeah, he strikes me as a little bit of a tighter player.
He's
but
yeah.
14, or that's 18.
He's not doing that with Ace King or Ace Queen,
Oh, okay.
and he's really only going to do that the pre-flop betting. He's
Right.
really only doing that with aces or kings.
to Bob's credit, he knows it's either he's folding or he's going on. He's never
Yeah.
just calling,
Yeah.
because the pot would be over 2,000. He had 1,200 behind. You just put it in, and or you fold.
Just warning each other who has been a little feisty.
Be curious to see, as the night goes on, as the stacks get deeper, how these guys play those kind of spots. But yeah, that's still have nightmares about those kind of situations from
Exactly.
years ago. You just
Bob's out of 9.
it's hard to get a good hand and hold them, and then you just run into it sometimes.
Yeah. No, there's not a whole lot of intelligent design that goes on.
Trace.
You're either coming off the cliff with a parachute or a parasail or with a couple of bricks tied to your ankles.
And well, in Bob's case, he had a 18% chance of that parachute working.
Lopez says he likes the dealers at the reserve because they use deodorant. Another good reason.
That's probably the number one not discussed dealer plus. You never think about that one. It's like, oh yeah, because when you run into those dealers that don't wear deodorant,
Yeah.
and you get stuck on the one seat in a tournament, you can't get a seat change.
Yeah.
Talk about running bad.
Three-handed now. 335 in the pot. Denny, ace 4, ace king for Big John Stud again.
And he's going to put a
Denny?
little feeler.
Yeah, Denny was the pre-flop aggressor, I believe, here, so he's going to check it over to Big John Stud's going to take the betting over with 85. Buddha missed that completely. And Big John Stud takes that one down. OG has entered the house in his usual spot at seat 10.
Now, what's his story?
Stick around.
OG has been around. Well, that's why he's the OG. He's the old guy. So been around forever. OG plays all over. I mean, if there's a higher stakes cash game, that's a home game, that's at the casino, whether it's Detroit,
Is he local here?
anybody would know OG.
Okay.
And
Raised to 55.
he has a towing company. Towing, but he tows big rigs. So you see a semi stuck on the side of the road, and they're probably calling, and they can't figure it out. They're calling OG's company to come and pick it up.
MGM you talking about?
No.
They do that.
Denny is going to get some action.
Up from the week before, and you get there and there's
Levine
27
coming
games.
in for 35 with 9-6.
And just flops middle set. No big deal. Fortunately for him, Levine's got nothing.
16 names on the list
And still can't get it going. So that's, the names are close.
And he shows the 10s.
What do you normally play on?
You flop us out there?
What do you normally play on Sundays, if anything?
That's another great debate is when you flop middle set and a heads up pot, do you check or do you bet? On the drive, on like ace 10-3 rainbow, they either have it or they don't.
Right.
Yeah.
Has that game been going, OG?
So is OG local to Toledo? Is he a Detroit guy?
He's Northwest Ohio.
Okay.
It won't go
In
this
between.
Friday because of the holiday,
Right.
but
Jim's gonna get the software to where we can play Cucurruccio.
is he?
Yep.
Do you know that game? Cucurruccio?
No.
It's a form of, it's a bomb pot. It's a form of PLO as far as I understand it. There's
Oh, okay.
some kind of betting that happens that doesn't happen on the river or happens ahead of time. I'd have to Google it. And he's been asking for it and promoting it with the players that are here on Tuesday nights, because we do a bomb pot here at the top of every hour, and he would like to see it become Cucurruccio. And then tonight, Jim told him, yeah, I found that I can order the software. So here's the Milestone satellite, and we're at level 4. This is a $65 buy-in, and late reg is the beginning of level 11. We have 84 entrants, so
That's awesome.
great turnout, and right now 72 remaining, so we're seeing some rebuys, some re-entries without a doubt.
Ohio really has become kind of the best unknown poker hub in the country. If you really think about it, I know there's a lot of great markets, but Texas gets a lot of love. Florida gets a lot of love. Obviously, Vegas.
Yeah.
Raised to 50.
People tolerate California because of the insane rake, but like Ohio, where can you go, put in $65 in a tournament, and possibly turn it into $200K
Yeah.
with consistency?
Yes.
This is the third $1 million tournament
Yeah.
that we're putting on.
Yeah.
And last time it was the first one that Mad River did alone, I believe, was 1.2 million.
Okay.
And then we partnered.
Yeah.
We got just under 1.9.
Right.
And here we are, 7 months removed, and we're doing another one.
Another one
And
right
Shark Tank's
behind.
got the 500K. Mad River's done. You've had the 250K.
yeah.
The bounty that Durrani just won. He just defended his.
Especially with the amount of
Just comes up here and wins, that guy.
Yeah, he does. He does.
But yeah, it's like you hear about Texas and all these other places, but Ohio has just quietly become a spot to go for poker.
Like I could see it.
And it's beautiful.
Bingo, like
Bingo, that's what it is, bingo.
spades.
In or out.
Denny's going to get the check mark here, pulling what we would consider an OG by getting a flush with 5-4 spades. That's more of an OG kind of hand. Typically, he
Actually, I think I'd rather.
Dom and I like to say that if OG has a gut shot, it's just like everybody else has an open ender.
I want to play an OG's game.
It's about the same thing. So, and
I'm with you on that. But I'm saying if I
he
was
is involved in a lot of hands. He likes to be in bigger pots.
Like it.
even that,
He likes. I don't know if he likes it, but he comes from behind quite a bit.
Once an hour, once it is great.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Likes to gamble. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the game that you were talking about.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some.
What's it called? Cuckoo, Cuckoo?
Cucurruccio. Gio, you familiar with that? Cucurucho?
I think I've dealt something similar. Living in Columbus, Ideal at this higher stakes club, where they do a bomb pot every 30 minutes as well. But the dealer or the player on the button gets to choose.
It's a regular horseshoe.
Say that again, Gio.
Then they catch them.
Okay, thanks.
So you could just walk.
So yeah, they get to choose their bomb pot, and it's whatever they can think of. And I've done something similar where it's like it's $100 or nothing on the flop, and then the parent has to go check, but the river can be no limit in a pot limit game. Like, they just decide all this crazy stuff. Generates a lot of action. So it sounds something similar.
Yeah.
But I've never heard of a designed setup game where that's what you play every hand. But it certainly sounds like it induces gambling.
Thank you.
Well, with our second joint venture, to continue on your point about Ohio, but with our second joint venture, Millie, coming up, one of the things that I mentioned was that the first one that we did together, there were a lot of eyes on that around the country. And while we did get players coming from different parts of the country and some pros coming in, I think there was also a certain amount of, well, wait and see, how does this go? How is this going to... And now that it was so successful, I believe we're going to see some pretty big players come in from around the country for this next one.
Well, I've already got my bet into Caesars that it's going to break $2 million.
Okay. All right.
I'm taking the over. And an ace for Denny and reserve Bob. Bottom pair for middle pair for OG. Something tells me he might get a little froggy.
Bet 100. Call. Raised to 300.
Oh, Bob raised, no way.
Call.
300.
Call.
And OG's not going anywhere.
All in.
Checks. All.
Bob wants to shut this down.
Yeah.
He's in the hand with OG. He knows anything can happen, particularly with that board.
Yeah.
He
Bob's
doesn't know what OG has, but with a board like that, you've got to believe OG is somewhere around those cards.
He dealt some stuff out.
nice discipline, Denny.
Yeah.
It's definitely a double-edged sword when you're in Bob's shoes. It's like you pretty much have a handle lock on that hand. Ace, 6, 5, deuce. And I think he jammed 2,400 into a 1K pot. So it's like he takes the pot down, takes $1,000, which is not a small amount of money. But if he gets called, he's not going to be in good shape a majority of the time.
So we've got some new graphics. When we do a bomb pot top of the hour, we've got this nice little at the bottom, and then the fans get to see us up there on the corner while we call the bomb pot action.
Now, is it a PLO bomb pot or a Hold'em bomb pot?
This is a PLO bomb pot, and this with 9 players will be double board.
Perfect.
Yeah, everybody's in for $25. Everybody gets 4 cards.
Let's see some carnage.
And typically we see some carnage in the double board bomb pots. Concrete Dave, Buddha's shout out tonight is to Concrete Dave, and he says, you must have your priorities mixed up because you're not here tonight. You're off doing something with family or work, and Buddha message to you was to get your priorities straight.
Who chooses family over poker? What are we talking about?
I'm 2,000 stuck. And
Just kidding.
I still want to have more fun.
So the bomb pot button is in seat 4. So the action will be, under the gun will be on Car Wash Jeff. And this is just a moment where we're getting the graphics caught up.
That would be fun
Talk-
if the mystery hand, where we didn't have the information, was the bomb pot.
Yeah. So there's the burn, the flop, no burn, and another flop, so 2 boards.
This is perfect. Anybody can have anything on these 2 boards.
It's going to start with Jeff. I don't see much of anything there. Levine with pocket 10s. Now Denny, he's got a set of aces on the top,
And he's got a lot going.
He's got a lot going on here.
Big John's got a lot going on that. Well, not say a lot going on, but he's got potential on that first board. He's wrapped around that 10 with the Jack 9-8. A lot of positive turn cards for him.
OG's going to come along with a flush.
Oh, I just
draw.
realized we got set over set on the first board. Levine's going to get the bad news.
Oh, yeah. Wow. This is going to get messy.
Meanwhile, Devin has the nuclear wrap on the second board.
Oh, yeah, but you can just take your time.
And Levine
Which
just going to
is-
make the call here.
Just want to point out, like with bomb pots, there's a lot of
Yes.
things going on. Devin had the open ender with the pair on the second run out, but he had absolutely nothing on the first, and he gets out of the way. It's a very astute lay down on his part, because you never want to be playing for half the pot where you could potentially get quartered. And
The good news for Levine is that he does have a flush draw now on the bottom, along with his set against set on the top board.
don't be surprised if Levine gets all the chips in. He's got a set on the first board. He's open-ended with the flush draw on the second board. OG's got two pair on the bottom, top two pair on the bottom board. He's not going to go anywhere. He should, but from the way you described him, he's not going to fold.
No, and he's got the flush draw on the top. And now 2,100 in the pot.
Oh, excuse me. He has. I didn't even see that. He has the flush on the top. Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Oh, he does have the flush already. I thought it was a draw.
Excuse me.
Yes, yeah. There's the diamonds for Levine. But, and just three pair for OG on the bottom, but the flush on the top. This is going to be a chop between Levine and OG as long as Levine doesn't go anywhere here. So you've got the board pairs. This is a tough decision for Levine with his flush.
It really is, because he has the second nuts, essentially, or excuse me, the third nuts, essentially. The ace and the king of diamonds are still somewhere in the wild. But they are short enough that Denny can't really bluff, because he's got 325, so he's just... So he's going to get the showdown. And Denny's just going to throw up when he sees how this ran out. He flopped top set, aces, and he's going to get none of this pot. Question for Levine is, can you possibly get some kind of baby flush to fold the top? What am I saying? There's $300 behind. $160 for OG.
And he makes the
He
call,
makes the call.
and now they are going to chop this up.
Down here and king, queen up there. They can't be diamonds. Okay, chop it up. King on the wrong board.
You have to forgive me on that one, guys. I did not see at all that OG had actually bet 1,600.
We got our VPIP for tonight, and OG, even though he gets here late, as suspected, he has the highest VPIP. And this is what we see typically down there is is Car Wash Jeff and Buddha, Big John Stud in that 20 to 28% range. And that's still not, I mean, you look at, we've got 7 or 6 out of the 9 people are playing 1/4 of the time. They're playing a hand 1/4 or 1/5 of the time. So a lot of action. A lot of action.
They're certainly above the norm. Like, it's kind of advocated 19 to 21% in
Yeah.
Hold'em. It's kind of like the quote-unquote amount that you want to be playing in terms of profitability. But
No,
we're on
it-
stream. We're here to have fun.
What's that?
I said, but we're on stream, so we're not throw profitability out the window. Let's see some violence, and these guys are going to do it. I think Buddha's still just warming up too, because thinking back to his 10-7 of spades,
Yeah.
I know he can 3-bet just as often as he folds.
Call.
I know, I'm missing a good game.
Fold.
Reserve Bob's got everybody's favorite hand in this rattle
You mess with, you can't mess with.
with the king jack. You
Right behind you.
It's what
guys
Dom
got a
calls.
sweater for that, don't you?
Yes, we do. We've got a hoodie for that. Dom calls it the
You know
nemesis.
how I was able to make the call though because I had the lucky duck on my side.
Yeah, baby. Not afraid of a
When
rubber
it
duck.
gets in trouble, he likes to point out. That's why you don't play it.
Don't squeak it.
When you win with it, well, that was the exception.
That was the exception.
Like if you're all-
And OG's going to get in a little trouble here.
Let me get something on it.
He does not strike me as someone that will fold a pair. He's actually going to lead out with that pair.
Lead out in under the gun with that.
7.
And Devin, who's been pretty quiet now.
Begrudgingly puts in the 75 with trips.
Yep.
Heads up.
9 on the turn?
Well, what if a 6?
That's no fun.
That's no fun.
Called it.
You called it.
I'm a wizard.
Wow. Another bet here of 75 with 3 pair. Call that the Canadian full house. And then a call from Devin.
Can we get another 9?
Too long or too short?
No.
Just a brick.
First time I've been able to lead more than 5 games.
2 of diamonds.
Oh, he
just
does
a brick.
astutely check.
Only one wizard at the reserve.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that.
Yeah, he's in the booth.
I'm going next.
Yeah, I was hoping to make enough.
135 is the bet. I like this bet sizing from Devin.
He had the instinct to check the river. Now can he find the fold?
Mini.
I think that's today.
Sometimes in these spots, you know, you could fold and then be up all night, or you can call and sleep like a baby.
Yeah.
And then you can call me right.
Something tells me OG is going to sleep better.
Devin shows what we call around here, Toledo, the Moose, the 8-5. Moose is actually in the house tonight playing in the satellite. I've been playing in home games around Toledo for over 25 years, and that's where I first met Moose. And he's a very animated individual, and can be, if he's in the room, you know he's in the room. And he would have to remind me of what the history of the Moose is, but for some reason he started playing that. And it wasn't, you know, but 10 years later I'm going up to MGM or up to Detroit or even into Windsor, and somebody throws over 8-5 and you hear somebody say, oh, that's the Moose. So it's gained popularity. We're all wondering when we're going to watch a WPT or WSOP event on TV, and somebody says, oh, that's the Moose.
I like
I'm
that.
not afraid of that. I'm not ashamed of a diamond.
Mad River's got something similar going on with that, where we're wondering when we're going to hear about Queen 10 being the Mad River Aces.
Mad River Aces.
Yes, 'cause the Queen 10 is the Mad River Aces.
Gray makes you look old, Bob.
And that's Queen 10.
Queen 10.
Doesn't have to be suited.
Nope.
All right.
Just if you're down at Mad River and you're playing and you're trying to figure out what their range might be, just throw Queen 10 in there.
Why not?
Well, just as we see the last hand with the King Jack, Dom is now on the chat board,
Say anything you want.
probably with a beverage in his hand and telling fishing stories.
If you don't have a beverage in your hand, Dom, grab one for your boy here.
Yeah.
You have a dye in your beard. I can tell you've been dyeing it. You got
And Bob
some
just fires out with Jack High. Says, give me that pot.
Kind of makes a lot of sense, but as someone who's not on my LLP, it's kind of hard to like.
It's been 4 fucking days since I played any diamond.
And for the rest of you that are just joining us, we are the Reserve here in Toledo, Ohio. It's our Tuesday night cash game, 5-5-10, but we've switched that to a 5-10-20. So Dom, tonight they allowed players to come in with $3,000, and of course it is a match the stack, and you can see the numbers up above there. Car Wash Jeff at 4,000, Reserve Bob at 3,500.
You know what every other hair on my body looks
I like to do the math once in a while and figure out how much we've got out there. We've typically, by the middle of the evening, in a 5-hour live stream, we get around $32,000, $35,000 on the table.
Nice.
It's really been a big game for us.
I am not dying.
OG has
And I want to talk about big cash games here in a minute.
right now. Denny's got the Ace Queen. And OG has one of my favorite things to see.
Pocket tens.
You could say that.
Reserve Bob gets rid of a 10.
There's a little code in there.
Now the action's back over to Denny. He needs 195 to call.
You know who that was?
He just calls, leaving 75 behind.
Very interesting. The graphic's wrong. He re-upped,
Oh, okay.
so
Excuse us.
just got to get that updated.
Couldn't see behind his hand. He has more chips.
That looks like to be about 700, 800.
Yeah, he's got some black chips back. Yeah, okay, he's got.
Yeah.
Oh, he got about 700 in front of him. Let's it go. Not going to get sticky with the ace queen.
It's crazy how different.
But
Dominic
yes.
says, is that the Joey effect?
2 Saturdays ago.
I'm honestly not sure what you're referring to, but the answer is yes.
I mean, you don't hear about
Yeah,
it.
the
I'm
tournament
sure
starts in there. Doesn't go well. Plays in cash.
A lot of bluegill today, Dominic.
7 o'clock.
Love those. Fry those up in a
So
little bit of flour, and you get the right size fillets, and it's just like eating potato chips.
the people that got pulled over, man, they were all
Oh
sad.
yeah.
So, we get a lot of comments or questions on the chat board. We'll get calls about our cash games. We primarily become a tournament house. We're open 7 days a week. Occasionally we have 2 tournaments in the same day. Mad River is very similar to that. Our cash games in the main room seem to strike up when the opportunity happens. We don't necessarily, other than our live stream, which is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturday nights. We got heads up action. I'll get back to that conversation right after this hand, because I'm going somewhere with that, believe it or not. Ace 9 of clubs. Oh boy, this could get messy. Two pair for Big John Stud. 130 in the pot. He may not get too crazy right away with that. Oh, and he gets less than crazy. 35.
I like it because Bob has already showed a propensity to put in the raise, but he does just call here. Realizing that he's got so much of this board, what could John reasonably have? And now, see if Bob leads out here.
Yesterday I played 1-3.
He does in fact lead out, top pair, nut flush draw. Wouldn't be surprised to see John make it about 500,
Hey,
400.
I thought you said you were weak.
Poker.
The 9 of diamonds just comes off. Maximum carnage.
Check.
We're gonna break them company's
Yeah,
water.
we might lose $3 grand, but we're gonna make back in water.
550.
I was thinking about 650.
75.
He goes small with 275.
Wow, nice hand.
Snap call there from Bob,
Bob would have absolutely snap called 600.
and a nice pot there for Big John Stud. So we've got our free rolls on Friday nights, and typically we get a 1-1 game going around 9:30. We'll wind up with three tables of that, which is suitable for that crowd that comes in for the free roll. But for the most part, if you want to get into a cash game here, you're doing it on the live stream. And Mad River, do they find themselves in the similar situation with cash games that I'm describing?
There's definitely an uptick in cash games when tournaments are going on, but 1-2 is going on all the time.
All the time? Okay.
There's so many great places to play in Ohio, but I can't help myself but to say that it is the best 1-2 game in the
Okay.
state because they do have the match the stack options.
Okay.
Whether you go to like Hollywood, Columbus, where it's a 400 max, or Cincinnati, where it's a 300 max, or other just places.
Yeah.
Like I know Shark Tank, they do 75% match the stack, but
Okay.
something about the player pool that is in Dayton and the match the stack, it brings the 1-2 blinds, but the game ends up having 2-5 and sometimes 5-10 stacks.
Okay.
I have been in that room multiple times, and your only game going is a 1-2 game, and you'll just hear 2,000 in chips.
Oh wow. Wow.
And so if you want to play 1-2 but want to have a shot at making the mortgage payment, get on down there.
Speaking of which, John, if you could have your aces against me, I'm sure your last game tonight.
But definitely, it's you might get 1, maybe 2 games, but then the tournaments get going, you get 3 or 4. There was
A little time to recover.
4 1-2 games last night alone.
Got a minute here to catch up with the graphics. In the meantime, we know that the flop is all spades.
150 to be helping.
And Devin, who first time came in here because his buddy Ben played in the live stream, and he came along with him. And then that night, a seat opened up, and Devin was able to jump in and play. I do like his style of play, and just a really nice guy. But and in the meantime, you have joined another group, another club or membership where there's some bigger action game going on.
Yeah, so I had been driving down or west to Dayton. I live in Columbus. A couple years ago, Mad River was getting in the biggest swing of things, and it was just a great place, and is a great place. So I would go there because it was not only a great place to work, but it was just, kind of a home.
Yeah, right.
Recently, a club opened up in Columbus that just does 510 or higher. So if you love the action that you're seeing here, doesn't get off that often. Columbus has a club that goes 4 nights a week: Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday.
Okay.
And they do Tuesday and Friday is No Limit Hold'em 510, and Thursday, Sunday is 510 PLO.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And the kind of what you're doing here tonight, the Thursday game actually is 510 and a quarter.
Okay.
In the main game. But 10 minutes from my house, great players there. I've known them for years. It just became a question of, miles at that point.
Sure.
So go back and forth. Anytime I can help with Mad River, do some content, just put them on, give them their flowers here, as so courteous to do. But yes, so if you're in Columbus and you're trying to play 510 stakes, Ohio Card Club.
Ohio Card Club.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's the name of the website as well.
The website, okay.
OhioCardClub.com. If you're looking for some bigger stakes action and you're in the Columbus area, look them up, give them a call, tell them I sent you. It is invite only. But yeah, we're been in about 6 months, 9 months.
Okay.
And it is absolutely jumping. Summer's slow for everyone, but
Yeah.
but yeah, I've
On average, on those 4 nights, how many tables will you see?
Thursday is definitely the busiest night. We had before the summer started, we had 4 tables of 510 PLO.
Wow.
Hold'em gets between 1 and 2 tables, but it's more of the atmosphere. Like if you think about the Chesterfield in Rounders, that's the atmosphere. Is, security, safe place to play, and you don't have to deal with the volume of tournaments. Tournaments are beautiful.
Yeah.
But if you're just someone that wants to have that old school environment, and just have that, kind of elegant. I hesitate to use the word elite, but that kind of just upper echelon of a place to play poker, where you don't have to worry about other things. You're just there to play high stakes poker, have a good time. Dinner's provided. Like it's the roll out the red carpet kind of idea.
Well, OG does what OG does here and catches up and gets the flush against Devin's top pair with the king kicker. After a check, Devin wisely, after that 4th club comes out, just checks and goes to showdown. And OG, that's what he does. Well, that sounds great. The Ohio Card Club down in Columbus. And I like the description that you're making, that feel of that speakeasy maybe, without the
that's actually a really good
kind of a speakeasy feel to it.
Like it's not a speakeasy,
But it's not.
licensed. It has
You're
all
not
the
waiting for the
permits.
place to be raided.
Right. That's what makes it so cool.
Yes.
Is it's licensed. Community knows it's there.
Yeah.
They embrace it. They support it. And it's right off 161, North Columbus. Just a great spot. And while we're talking about it as a whole, that's another thing I love about this community is whether it's the Reserve or Shark Tank Mad River, Ohio Card Club.
Yeah.
Everybody's working together
Yeah.
to make poker great for everyone. There's not really this rivalry of, well, I don't want to work with that club because it's taking business out of my pocket. It's like, no, it's like Mad River and Shark Tank running flights, Mad River Toledo running flights for the Millie. It's like there's all this thing, and like not to get too in the weeds, but Mad River Ohio Car Club, like working out, setting up. We've had Dayton versus Columbus PLO game about a month and a half ago, where it was like we set it up so it was like 4-on-4, 4 Columbus players, 4 Dayton players playing in the same game, and there's just camaraderie there that is very refreshing, because poker has a tendency to be a dog-eat-dog world, and just to see people working together is a beautiful thing.
Check.
2 spades, 2 eights, and a queen, and nobody really hits this, so they're going to check it to another 8.
Check.
It's a game of chicken.
Check.
And a game of chicken. Big John Stud really in the lead here by virtue of his ace.
That's 110.
And I like this in position bet from Dave.
Absolutely. They check to you twice. Nobody can really have anything.
Dave's first time here on the live stream, first time ever walking into the reserve was last night. And he's off to a good start, and I really like his style. It can be very intimidating when you first sit down in the live stream. You got the lights are a little different, and you're dealing with a dealer that's got a headset on, and he's talking in the microphone, and you're on, the cameras are on you.
It's definitely different.
It didn't take long. I feel like Dave is comfortable in his space right now, and you'll see first-time players where that'll take a little while sometimes.
Now, for people watching, is that a button straddle?
So that is a button straddle. Yep. Got a button straddle here.
At $40, correct?
Of 40, that is correct.
So 5, 10, 20 wasn't enough. Let's juice it up.
Well, that's what Dom was calling the Joey effect. He thought that maybe we went to 3,000 because you're here.
I'll take the credit, yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
No, I had nothing to do with it, but I like it.
Get a couple thousand ready for me. I don't need them just yet.
Oh, he's going to defend. He's got position, reasonable price, and just flops it. Says, I'll take this pot over. Does he get sneaky? He does not. Devin decides to float. He's got a couple things working. That is not the card that Levine wanted to see.
John, Sasha's out there.
Yeah, I saw her.
You talked to her?
Yeah, I talked to her. I was going to play chips. She come up and
She come in and said, "You recognize me?" I said, "Hell no."
Tasha? Yeah.
That's all, I mean, she was really dark, like, been in the
You're
sun a
way
lot.
Yeah.
And just calls.
I'm flatting so light, and then he's just flopping me the nuts. I had the nuts 2 hands.
Flopped
in a
it. Yeah, he's saying he didn't want to see that 9 come up there.
And it can be called for 27.
Kills his action.
Yes. Got a question here on the live stream or on the chat board. Question for Mad River: is it a lot of college kids or is it older players?
If I had to give a rough estimate, I would say the player pool is less than 5% college kids.
Okay.
If anything, graduate level college kids. With the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday tournament, I've noticed a few more younger people coming in for the free buy. With that $0 buy-in, like anyone and everyone is coming in, because what better way to spend a weekday night when you can just pick up a couple $100 for literally no money?
Yeah.
Should you choose to go that route? But no, it's mostly like any other poker. You got middle age, you got older,
Between the two of us, we might say
you got the guys are like trying to make it as a poker player.
Yep.
Just any and all walks of life.
it's like, I just don't have
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a very similar demographic to what we have here at the Reserve in Toledo.
I go to school. I'm from California.
It's been a couple of years since I've been down to Columbus
You're on the clubs.
for. I just had a brain fart, senior moment. But the guys there in Columbus, and at that time, their demographics seemed to be about the same as ours as well. So.
Yeah, I would posit that the age range is mostly like 28 to 45 is Mad River's main demographic, and then playing the nightly tournaments probably around 50, because you got a lot. But make no mistake, I've played in a lot of different rooms.
That's what I play.
Most places you've got like that joke of like the higher the age, the bigger the kicker. Not the case with Mad River's older gentlemen and ladies. They mix it up.
Yeah.
I see they got
They are not on the sidelines.
Games on WSOP right now are supposed to be so soft.
OG's got the best of this, and he bets it out.
Are you playing on that site?
Well, I mean, I've been in California the last 2 months. We can't play out there.
Raise and take it.
Only open to like 6 states or whatever.
Yeah, they just opened it up to a couple of them, didn't they?
Yeah.
And if you haven't yet, please hit the thumbs up. It helps our
They seem to do well.
helps us a great deal to do that. Also,
I'm lucky on that.
be sure to subscribe. And when you do subscribe, if you hit the bell that's right next to that subscription button, then you will get notifications. Our regular schedule is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays for live stream for cash game. We do then live stream special tournaments and big tournaments, feature tables, final tables for the tournaments. We will be live streaming on July 13th for our Veterans Tournament, Salute to Service. We'll start a feature table sometime around, I think around 3 or 4 o'clock, and then we will be here till the end, till we crown a champion for this year's second annual Salute to Service. Car Wash Jeff.
My biggest issue with ACR outside.
Raise and take it.
Raise and take, yeah, that aggression pays off.
Registration is so long.
Like 7 hours.
4 hours. And it's still going on.
They let you in, for sure. Especially the big ones.
No, they have some. big
Certainly
giant
the, you know, we see the demographics change a little bit
I think their registrations.
with the size of the tournaments and the buy-ins, obviously.
But you're not paying.
I would say the sweet spot, if you will, for our clientele is somewhere around a $65 to $85 buy-in.
Get a little wash next time.
As we start to exceed maybe 135 or 150 for an entry, that may some of the other players may drop out, and then we see some other players that really want to be playing bigger tournaments. But then our Friday night free roll, and I think you guys do free rolls.
Every time I say something, it's like I pulled a string on a dummy.
Boy, that's
You know?
every end of the spectrum, really, on the free roll nights. Age, economic status,
Oh yeah. It's,
you name it. And here's one of my favorite things,
Yeah.
Joey, is when we've got
Through 16, I'm calling, yeah.
when
They
we
all
got
just call.
7 players in the hand.
Entertaining, but it's,
all right. Let's just run down the gamut.
Yeah.
Devin's got the flush draw.
yeah.
Fisherman Dave's got the gutter ball. Denny's open-ended. OG's also got a gutter ball. And, you know, Buddha just flops it.
Oh boy.
And he's going to get action.
Oh, because a lot of these kids can't talk about people.
I know, that's that, yeah. You have to have old people skills.
And there are a lot of clubs going into the muck right now, including that 7 of clubs right there.
And just like that, there were 3.
People be around you.
Oh, you told earlier about OG and his gut shots.
Yes.
Check. Daniel, good to see you. How are you?
He'd have found a chop if he had ambitiously stuck with it.
Any Langton job, Jeff?
So Denny is open-ended here with a pair of 10s
He makes third pair and bombs it.
and bombs it. He's going to go all in. Rather than call, Buddha wants to isolate this just in case there's a flush draw out there, and there is, just to his left.
That's a good one to get in right now.
And
It's going to be a brand new team next year.
Devin would need a flush here to catch up.
They're hiring like.
His 4 clubs really doesn't help him for any other reason, and there's no other way for him to tie this. So he gets out of the way. I think that's a good fold myself.
it is. He seems like a very smart guy, and realized it's just a math problem at that point. And he
Yeah.
was not getting the right price.
What do you think, I'm gonna lose the hand?
Just in case.
Jesus Christ, Danny, it's
I need the pot right.
stinking thinking.
Left is wrong, then I need the pot right.
You talking about?
Dealer
I'm one-
taking control.
Yeah.
One dealer per table.
And I'm one of those guys too. Get the pot right.
Later, man.
Shimmy, if you're out there, looks like we're going to put up the bat signal.
Seat
This
open.
is a 15-minute delay, so I'm going to ask Gio if that seat is still open. The seat is full. All right.
We'll lay that.
Never mind, Shimmy.
Value, nothing. Sorry.
Slow rolling guys on the seat really strong. That's enough.
You know, criticism when I screw up the hand, but you don't think shit when I do a good job.
Marty Ball in the house from Pittsburgh. Are you on the road this weekend, Marty? Marty and her wife like to jump in the RV around the holidays and go find poker games
Nice.
around the country.
I don't hear nothing.
Hey, OG,
Big John's got a couple of jacks.
There's a thing that would have changed.
He's over here telling us how good he played the nuts.
Makes it
Busting
50.
nuts.
Something tells me OG's going to call with this hand.
You know?
You are correct, sir.
That way.
Well, I've only seen him call with it twice already tonight.
What is criticism from this guy? I can't do anything right, and then when I finally win it,
you had a really tough
he just
hand.
sits there.
You're going at it
He
again.
did have a tough hand. There you go.
It was really hard.
He's riding with you. I
Yeah,
know what he's
thanks.
saying.
Thanks, Jack.
Thanks, so cocky.
Listen,
Way to stick up for your friend. I appreciate it.
Buddha, I've defended you in the comments.
Yeah, you got my back.
But that hand was a little.
Yeah, I mean, it was
You
easy.
got my back. Like a true friend.
Was he busting his chops for going all in there?
I think so.
Getting it there.
Here we go, heads up action.
There like a champ. I just flatted him.
OG doing what OG does, gets a flush draw.
But there was two flush. So it was
See you at the river.
It was.
Does he
It was a
raise?
wet board. Very wet board. I took a
Of course he
chance.
does.
Yes, he does.
And I induced a bluff there.
That was a bluff?
Yeah. You're jamming with that hand?
For
Every
$400.
poker player's nightmare. Waking up to two jacks and getting the ace queen flop.
You lost your money too then.
Would have lost $400.
Like how you guys play.
John is not a believer. He is now.
He is now.
All you gotta do is sit here
So
and
Marty
watch
says
the
they're up in Canada for the holiday, for the U.S. holiday up in Canada. But let's talk about the fact that the Reserve Poker Club on Thursday for the holiday is closed. However, Mad River's got a big date.
Yes.
Tell us all about that again.
You know those
So,
commentators were bragging.
200K guaranteed tournament is going on. It's
Starts
the
at
last
1
week.
o'clock?
Yes, there is a flight on Thursday, July 4th, at Mad River at 1 p.m. Food's going to be provided, drinks. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. It's going to be a daily celebration. And come the day of, I've known Duncan for a while now. I'm sure he's got a few surprises up his sleeves. He's
Okay.
going to be surprising you guys with God knows what. But if you're available, you're in the Dayton area, you want to make the trip, get down there. Get into the 200K. It's a $300 buy-in, 200K guaranteed tournament. I can think of a few better ways to spend
Too young to be
a 4th of July, but not many.
Not many, right?
Not many.
I'm only 60.
You're in your full mass?
I do have other things going on. I unfortunately can't be there, but I will be there in spirit. Yeah, set off your own fireworks at the poker table at Mad River on July 4th.
I love it. 305 in the pot. We got five-handed.
100% gray, then I'll let it go.
And Bob's the
I
only
don't
one
want to
that
go
really
half and half.
connects.
It looks shabby.
Sabine's got bottom pair.
Jeff
125.
looks good because it's like 99.
Car wash Jeff some backdoor opportunities. He's probably going to
Mine
let it
looks like crap. I got like 10% gray in my beard.
Levine's got bottom pair.
Have a raspberry like Dan years ago.
Used to be good looking.
And looking to be a raspberry seed in
Why are you
the
drawing at me?
Check
tooth
raise one
of
time.
Bob.
Why the fuck are you drawing at me?
What's that?
Check raise one time.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I just gave you a little extra if you're not trying to steal. All right.
This might slow things down.
300.
Bob's been pretty active. I understand why Levine going to peel one off with a pair. Bob can have anything. We've seen him fire off with jack high on a paired board with absolutely nothing.
He knew.
I thought he was drawing.
No, sir. But I guess not. Top pair, sir.
Dominic says, Joey, ask Vic where the bingo hall is. So from time to time, you know, we see, and we can bring up this hand with Buddha, where he decided to push all in with a player behind him that was on a flush draw rather than just smooth call and see if this player comes in and get more money in the pot. And that's what Bob's giving him a hard time about. Buddha's playing some strategy because the bingo hall's down the street. This is poker, okay? We're here to play poker. That's why he asked me to rant again.
And again, that's what, like, I hate to sound like other
Oh, shit.
people
What?
that talk about poker on YouTube, but that's what makes poker
I thought that
beautiful.
was
Is you have
required.
all the options. You can call, you can raise. Like he doesn't have the nuts.
How's it going,
You know,
Dan?
King 9 was the actual
right?
nuts at that time.
Right.
He's doing good. He's looking
But
good,
at the
too.
same time, you know, math is math. The best case, you have 9 outs to a flush with 1 card to come. Maybe you do just call and hope the club doesn't come, because that flush draw is going to call.
That's 20.
You get some money.
Lock the door.
I myself do mix it up. Like if I'm in a hand with somebody and I think there's a good chance that I might be chopping with somebody, I'll just let the flush draw in there so he can chop up his money.
You guys keep him
But all options are available.
Yes. At all times. And you're right. That is the beauty of this game.
I certainly would have given him more harassment if he had folded than going all in.
Somebody gonna come by?
Rebel.
Yeah, they got someone.
Oh, really?
Rebel Poker's got a question. Where is that? Gotta back up. Sorry about that, Rebel. We got talking about some other things. Rebel, what was your question? Could you ask that again, please? Sorry, I didn't see that. Oh, Dominic answer says never.
Wow, you can get a seat change, David, if you want to sit over there.
That's one thing I don't do because I do that and the other sister.
Must have asked if you could do a rewind.
It keeps me away.
It's 80.
Call.
Big John getting involved again. He's going to be getting his fair share of card distribution.
Yeah, Rebel, I apologize for that. I did not see that when it first came up.
Whole lot of nothing for both players.
Like to make sure that I get all the questions answered here. But we do miss it from time to time, so I apologize.
And now they both pick up the straight draw. Who flinches first?
That's 110. Call.
Blue decides just to call with the open ender. Ace high still in the lead. This is when the bricks come. That's when poker gets real fun.
That's 275.
John's gonna fire out a meaty bet. 275.
Oh. King high?
Buddha snap calls.
Your hand in the cookie jar.
Buddha's gonna show him the ace
Try that
jack.
shit again. See what happens. Oh, what happens, Josh? Just giving her money.
Yes, Rebel Poker was asking
Calling
us
down ace
if
high,
we're ever
ace
going
high.
to modify the programming in our live stream so that while you are watching it as a fan, you can actually rewind to a
King a
hand
little, big John.
while we are going live with the live stream, even though it's a 15-minute delay. We do not have that option.
Actually, I thought it was good.
And Rebel, that is actually a
weren't bluffing
conscious
yet?
decision that we made when we started this, and have never looked back. We would prefer not to have the option to be able to rewind while the stream. Once the stream is over, you watch it 1 minute later, or you watch it 1 month
You've
later.
never seen what he
Then you
had?
have that ability to
You've never seen
go
what he
back
had
and
if I
forth.
raised him.
So, and again, I apologize.
Back at you.
I did not
went all
see your
in.
question when it came up. So, thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, that would have been fun.
Yeah, that'd be like you and Enright.
Call.
OG has the Mad River Aces, makes the call.
You both have nothing.
Action's
Did you hear
on this
that?
guy.
I get definitely one raise for sure.
Action's on this guy.
3
Man
ways.
said raise 3 times.
Well,
What do
being
you
on the
gotta
button
do?
with the
He said
7
raise
5 of
and
spades.
Yeah, what do you gotta do? It's binding.
Wants to see 3.
Man, you get away with
And
murder.
we do get an action flop. Top pair for Devin, open ender for OG. And he's going to take the initiative.
Last stream, I had a guy ask me if he could go to the bathroom. I told him, yeah.
Yeah.
You saw that, didn't you?
Call 75.
Levine gets out of the way, so now we're heads up.
Then Larry goes, hey, Buddha, I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm not gonna ask you permission to go to the bathroom.
Hey, what's
And the board pairs, so that does not help OG unless he wants to fire at this.
I've seen him before, he's usually a tournament player.
And he does not look like he's going to slow down. Throws out a little small bet.
What's this? We gotta find out his screen name.
Probably Mountain Man.
Call.
And Devin's just going to play possum. Here's
One
call.
night you guys aren't allowed to
He
play.
knows he's either way ahead or way behind.
There's a brick.
And now let's see if OG fires that third barrel.
I would.
And Devin gets rewarded
I'll tell
for
you what,
playing this hand
I put some
passively.
strategy out there, a little bit more strategies.
You focus on the game instead of talking
I'm talking-
about
I'm
what they
talking-
call hoagies in Philadelphia.
Well, you know, you can do it on the stream. You can talk about the strategy on the stream. You can't talk about it here.
That's 275.
You know, this is what he's gonna do.
About half pot.
Sometimes them guys are a little off, if you know what I mean. Where I'd be.
Yeah.
Get off topic a lot.
Doesn't get paid off, but I think a very important bet on the river there.
Yeah, I like the way he played the hand. Only way he's going to make any more money is if OG fired that third barrel. I think a lot of players might have raised the turn. OG with the 60% VPIP.
40 on the button.
He is in there,
Yes.
in the streets.
We're stuck in that. My little
Hey, you guys
got
got playing.
busted coming up
You
here.
got my chips falling asleep over there. That 1900 I shipped to you is falling asleep.
Bob needling him for not playing enough
Jeff,
hands.
I'm gonna shake you up. I'm gonna shake you up a little
You
bit.
need a duster?
40 on the button. You
No,
got it?
not yet, but he's borderline.
Oh, right here, right here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
He always does that shit. Can we get
Bob
a-
doing what Bob does,
or something?
acting. He gets so busy chatting that
There should be a
he loses track and acts out of
Right
turn.
thing, just ignore him, Dan.
Slap him on the hand.
Something.
First one we played.
Going back to the rewind option, now,
Yes.
is that to ensure that people aren't getting up from the table during the stream and going to check the hands
Yeah.
off camera?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
It's really, and you know, we could make the case that the 15-minute delay is enough. The fact that we have the phones now, they're no longer on the
Have you been
shelf.
studying the
We
stream?
created a box by the security
You know, we
guard that
change
has
our play every time the director comes.
compartments for each
Yeah, I've
seat
noticed that, I've noticed that.
and a little lock, and so you put your phone in there because we really,
How much is that?
50.
150.
all things being fair and equal, we do not want the impression that there's anything happening
Sure.
untoward.
Hold. Hold. Call.
And I think Rebel is asking if we're ever going to change that, and I don't believe we will. We're very comfortable with the option that we've chosen. Ace 10 versus 6-4. OG doing what OG does and gets a piece of this, and it's a free card.
200.
That's 200.
Bob finally bets.
Hold.
That's right.
Looks like there was a 3-bet pre-flop, and there was 300 in that pot going to the turn. Look at that shot. Look at all those players trying to get a seat for Millie.
Tonight, that's our satellite for tonight, and it's the first milestone satellite we've run. This is a $65 buy, and there's a $10 add-on option at the beginning, but no add-on at the break. And if a player gets to 240,000 in their chip stack, they can immediately then get their voucher, and the chips come out of play.
And with the add-on, you start with how many chips?
So you start with 40,000.
So you just have to 6x your stack.
You got a 6x your stack, and late regs all the way to the beginning of the 11th level.
55 to go.
So there's plenty of
20-minute
time.
levels, correct?
What's that?
20-minute levels, correct?
One banana, two bananas.
Actually,
Yeah, but when you're back there, all count your money and stuff, you're back.
15-minute levels.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, 15-minute levels.
Still.
So between your add-on, it's a $40,000 starting stack.
It's almost 3 hours of reg.
He'll let you,
You go like that, you can't.
he'll let you know when he.
Sharing the 10.
It shuts the game down, Bob. You're always trying to slow the game down. I don't know why.
Yeah, I have my back to the table when it's on me, all the time.
Check.
You should first.
Everything I do is in an effort to speed the game up.
John's joined us. See?
Yeah, John sits down in the empty seat, and his very first hand takes down the pot. Not a very big one, but a win is a win. We've seen John before, mostly playing tournaments, and we mostly see him during the bigger tournaments.
I have had my fair share of battles with John.
Have you?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm not sure which is stronger, his poker game or his beard game.
Right now, He takes the cake here at the table for the beard game, without a doubt.
Hope to have a beard like that when I grow up.
Anastasia asking, has anyone made it to the 200K yet? You haven't had.
I actually have not been down there for a flight while it was going on. But what I do know is that one person has the actual aces, and there's that queen 10 again. And Buddha is going to play it. So the guy with the highest VPIP wakes up with aces.
And Buddha comes along with queen 10 of clubs.
And this is how YouTube clips are made. He gets a piece. Ace is still in the lead. Buddha's not going anywhere.
Not for $75.
No.
If you go like,
Jack of clubs?
if you go like
Oh,
4,
brick.
like 6,
Yeah, well, I went late too. This was late. This was,
that's 208.
this was like
I haven't
midnight
been-
on a Saturday. Midnight on a Saturday.
OG betting just enough, I think, to keep Buddha in this hand.
I believe you, John.
Buddha's a little on the tighter side. Second
Yep.
pair, no real draws. He's going to show some discipline.
Yeah, you know Levine or MGM Bob are going to make that call.
Oh, yeah, Bob's not
hand.
going anywhere.
Yep.
King saved me money.
And he shows the aces.
Shows the
I
aces.
can, buddy.
He plays her a lot with them. Yeah, he plays.
Actually, I misspoke. I was down there for one flight, but I don't recall
There's
seeing
guys
any
that don't give action
of
to
the
him.
Toledo
He's like
players.
number 11. It's like-
So Anastasia, we don't
You
know.
know, I mean,
There's 10 guys that don't give
we're
a
all right and everything, but just so you
I'm
know.
not sure if Jim
Yeah, that was
would
lucky.
know, but I can see if there's a way for us to find out.
Queen of 10.
You can run it twice there now, right?
OG, 20 to call. Will he raise here with the ace-7 of spades?
I don't see why not.
Raising to 45.
Makes
Some
it
might throw it in the
45.
muck, but not OG. He's got a reputation to maintain.
That's right.
And Devin puts in the 3-bet. Very nice.
I like this position bet from Devin.
I'll tell you.
A weak, unsuited ace.
I'm not being facetious. I'm a little surprised. Bob folded on the button with a suited jack.
Yeah.
He has that why not personality.
Absolutely.
Oh, and Levine just waking up with 2 10s.
Called 135. Or 145.
Who doesn't like waking up to 2 10s?
Oh.
And he just makes the call here. Three-handed, 450 in the pot. Danielson in the box, and here comes the flop.
Check.
Tens are still in the lead.
And can he get to showdown?
I always start off one buy-in stock.
I've noticed.
Oh, and a check.
Do that when I was.
Oh, and the ace just comes on the turn.
Check.
OG takes the lead for now, but
For now.
most likely will be a chop.
Tough spot for Levine with those tens.
Let the world know.
Early to act against the other two players.
Yeah,
Great.
you're already hating the king and the queen, but now the ace is on board. You're just done with this
John
hand.
that's
Yeah.
his beard too. A little bit.
It's a 3-bet pot with 3 players.
I'm letting the gray come in.
Oh, yeah.
Gray's
No,
coming in.
well, John's looks natural. Yours looks like.
Look,
OG
10%
does
gray
just make
looks
the
like.
call,
Okay, whatever.
Okay. Once I get 90%
and the
gray,
chop comes in.
then I'll let it go.
Do your fingernails for next week.
Yeah.
Private's fun.
Yeah, Dave, the phones are locked up till
You gotta go with the
11:15.
salt and pepper
It's
look.
accepted now.
Now it's going to be a chop pot, as
50-50 maybe, but I got 10%
Joey pointed out.
gray and then it's on one spot. It's like studs. I'm dying my
Chop,
beard.
chop. Whoa. Button move, boss.
Dyeing my beard.
Whoa.
I'm gonna get a T-shirt that says "I dyed my
Bob, you
beard."
woke him up.
Position raise, that's
What's
what I'm
that
talking
115,
about.
that
The book where it
position
says
bet,
late
huh?
position 3-bet, pre-flop, that's
Gee.
what I'm talking about. That chapter.
No 150, 145.
Ace 4.
The bad kickers.
They're now talking about
That guy plays the
a
big
mythical
drop.
book.
He must have read your book.
Who read the book?
One or the other wrote.
3-bet?
Square in the chart.
3X?
40 on the gun.
Ace five's a green square.
40,
Ace
40.
four's a red square.
I
Coming
threw
around
away
40.
his queen suited there. Jeez, I gotta catch up with the game.
We are the reserve in Toledo, Ohio. This is our Tuesday night, which has become a 5, 10, 20 game.
Like 5 aces.
$500 to $3,000 buy-in now with a match the stack.
No, it's not actually. Bring them back.
We are 9-handed.
What happened? Do we have?
Yeah,
the
it was just in the order.
And I've got Joey here from Mad River joining me while Dominic is up in the UP
Never moved the button. That was
fishing and other things.
These are big shoes to fill, Dom. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, but you're not supposed to.
You got
Hand it over.
In the meantime, in the main room, we've got a satellite,
$20, yeah.
and there's probably
Which tournament coming up?
what's that?
For which tournament coming up?
That is for the Millie.
Should I have had ace?
The
200K guaranteed to first.
What's that?
200K.
200K, and if you remember,
If your mouth's
we
closed,
shattered
it's
that
better.
together. We made that was 270 before they got into some of the chop that went on. The final 3 or 4 players. Turned out the first place took 234,000 home
To 80.
That was.
back to Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh, he'll be back.
Yes,
Much like Buddha, back in the action. 2
Buddha now.
queens.
Yeah, pocket queens, and a queen goes in the muck.
For the game, Jeff. You ain't been in the hand the whole. You played aces. That's
You're
the
not so
only
much
hand
worried about the queen. You just don't want to see that pesky ace.
you-
And unfortunately for Buddha, he's not going to get any action. Wakes up to 2 ladies and just has to get rid of them just as quickly.
Yep. Pull it out.
There it is. Check out
Risk my whole stack for $50.
satellites, main event flights.
I mean, Johnson and I won a little bit last time.
You can go to the reserve,
That way we can win.
the reservepoker.com, and get this information. You can also go to Mad River's site on
Just put the 25 in and walk away.
Facebook and find out when their satellites are. They have on their Facebook page a calendar, and you can see everything that happens each day.
Double board.
Yeah, so for those that aren't on Facebook
Yes.
currently, starting July 20th, Saturdays and Sundays in July are going to be satellites for the Millie.
No,
at
he
Mad River.
cannot
They
be
start at
Bell
6.
Gilbert.
They're $40 buy-ins, and there's 4 seats guaranteed.
I'll look to see if I'm getting
So
quads.
starting July 20th, get down there Saturday or Sunday, 6 p.m.
Yeah.
$40 buy-in.
There's a bonus.
You might
for
be
that.
able to turn that
$1,000
into
bonus. Somebody pays me
$200,000 by
$100.
winning your seat.
All right, I'd be down for that.
Life-changing money.
You want to do that, guys?
Or you just win a seat or
Quads,
two
everybody pays
to, get a
$100.
double bag, because the double bag is
Boy,
going to be.
sticking the bud down there. I don't need his mouth shut.
What's a double bag for the Millie? I
Tell me
forget.
if you want me to
It's
sign.
Is it 3,000? I believe it's 3,000.
3,000. That's correct.
Yes.
Top of the hour, and now it's bomb pot time.
My favorite.
He paid you.
Hey, he should sign the board. Doesn't he get to sign the
Yeah.
board for that?
John was bluffing?
No.
I call him with ace high, too. Oh my God.
Bomb pot button is in seat 3.
Turn 3 shades of red. He's so embarrassed.
I'm just fat.
King high flop on one, 10 high flop on another.
All right, what are we looking for here?
Ooh.
It'd be hard to get quads on that one.
Good read, good read.
Possible quads.
Can't talk about it.
No, I don't know who's doing that. They're just talking about anything and everything at this point.
I was probably Bob.
Car Wash Jeff now, he has,
Check.
Well, John flopped the nuts on the second board, but nothing on the first.
who's got a jack? Nobody. Look at that.
Not a single jack in the wild. John Studd does have a 3.
Levine's got a nice starting hand. Aces
How much?
with a 9-4, 2 hearts and 2 diamonds. The only flush draw is in spades on that bottom board right now, and Bob's going to bet out.
225, but you threw in 200.
I said
He's,
that.
Oh, okay.
225.
225?
Flopped the straight there on the bottom.
You ain't putting a.
And Car Wash Jeff just lets go a 3 pair with the open ender.
I
He's
asked him
only
how
on
much
one
it was,
board.
he says 225, I said bet.
Yeah, you bet 200.
What do you think, I betting 50?
You didn't say pot.
Oh, you're so-
John not quite in no man's land,
Get away
but
with a lot of
He
bullshit.
does have,
You ain't putting a nickel in
he
it,
has.
so why are you
This
even
is one of
thinking
those spots. Yeah, they just lays down the nuts.
wow.
That's how PLO is.
Yes.
You have the nuts, but when you don't have anything working with it, no flush draws, no boat draws, you're
Jack
just.
flush and jack.
It's hard to just hang on in PLO.
No action.
Yeah, Bob did have
Give us a turn,
the jack.
one turn.
Bob
And
just-
then some.
Yeah, slow down.
Bob
the
just
game
gets the
some
pot.
more.
Yeah.
Real quick, takes 3 seconds.
Slow down the game some more.
3 seconds. Go ahead, you can. You can, we're playing. Just so these guys see if they made a good laydown.
Straight sludge.
I know, I knew I should have
They're
checked.
getting after it in the Sadie.
I knew I should
You
have checked.
wasted that, Bob.
Looks like a few people have either
Wasted that. You could have won.
played their last hand or gotten their 240K and locked up their seat. Hope it's the latter. Love that format. Just come in, get your starting stack, and then as soon as you hit that threshold, just say, seat open.
Yeah. We saw a number of new players, new members to the reserve here tonight as a result of the satellite. There were 8 brand new players before they even got started tonight. We obviously had a really good turnout because we've got Jim dealing right there at table 8.
I know where would he bet there?
Almost didn't see him without
His
them.
value.
Oh, yeah. You know what, if I check, both boards
Just kidding,
pair.
Jim. Love you, buddy.
Well, he wore a really nice shirt tonight. I'm not sure
I
what
said
that's
that
about.
before the stream. I was like, I love that
It wasn't
shirt.
both
I don't
boards
know.
pairing either.
Must have had a parole meeting.
Thanks to you asking to go rabbit hunting.
It's
You got to see how bad you played.
Okay. It's just one strap.
I'll tell you what, Buddha, I'm gonna play every hand
Jim,
you
if you need a break, I can
Everyone you
dust
play,
off the
I'm
rust
in.
and let Vic go solo for a little bit if you need someone in the box for a couple
We
minutes.
We told him that. We said we'd step in and do some pushing if he needed it.
We'd have a shot. He's gonna play
Can I
one
take
hand.
the under on that bet?
I don't see much
No.
walking.
Jamie,
A lot of talking.
you set those guys straight.
I'll take the under.
I appreciate that very much. Jamie's coming to the defense of her husband, Big John. And Big John just took down a big tournament recently.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we'll hold that thought because
Yes.
Dave is going to put in the 3-bet, and then Car Wash Jeff is just has aces and hasn't even put any other chips in the pot yet, and he's got the button.
And he's got the lowest VPIP.
Obviously, I can see the cards, but in a lot of the games I play, if I have ace king of spades, someone raises and I 3-bet in front of him, and the guy with Jeff's description, I'm probably just folding.
Yeah.
750.
For ace to 750.
To Jeff's credit, he gives him a very nice price.
Yes.
A lot of players just might put it all in.
Yeah.
I'll make it or make it 1,000. No, he gives Dave just a good enough price to stick around, and it looks like he's going to.
So 1,300 in the pot. We're going to go heads up here.
One thing about this game, Buddha, we can't talk so much during the game, you know, because the fucking money's so high. That's why we don't have as much fun.
But that doesn't stop.
Pretty favorable flop for Jeff.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
not
talking
worried
about
about
we-
pocket queens at this point.
We play on Thursday.
Everybody's all serious because the stakes are so high.
I'd love to see him just bet like
Yeah.
250 or
Playing quite
300.
as fun.
Everybody's playing chess.
Really small.
Chess, but
800.
Too much concentration, too much seriousness. Not a lot of loosey-goosey.
that's why they don't,
It's like this.
well, I'm just glad to play. We ain't playing Thursday.
This is what I got a problem with right here, Bob.
Him and Holland from Dave.
$2 tips, $1,000 pot. Holy crap.
Just trying to convince himself of what he already knows.
I'm stuck. I'm stuck 1,500. I'm out of chips over here.
About 1,800 back facing an 800 chip bet. It's all in or fold.
I think me and you tip more than the whole table put together.
Where do you think Thursday?
And you hate it, but you gotta do it.
Yeah.
Ace king suited, such a beautiful hand.
Hey, Buddha.
Back
Hand
in the
number
day,
2,
Leanna
Banky just
Kornikova,
played.
as they call it.
Oh, wow.
Aces twice?
Let me
Looks
guess
pretty,
what it
but never
was.
wins.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Did you miss the other hand, or John, or did you see the other hand against me?
Yeah, I know.
Were you here?
That's hand number 2. At least he tipped more than
Yeah.
$1. Aces, yeah, both hands.
Both hands had aces.
How much did you have? 1,000.
Did you see all the dust fly off them chips when you threw them in?
I saw 'em.
Huh?
I saw it.
All right, just making sure you were looking.
Played 2 hands, both of them were aces. What a maniac this guy is. He really loosened up his game.
Yeah, he probably loosened up his, nice hand, Banky.
Wide open.
Fucking
guy a couple weeks ago woke me up, quit playing those shit covers.
We liked it better when you played them connectors and shit for 3
It
bets.
paid off a lot better when you didn't play so good.
Peach giving some background here says that Bearded John and Big John Stud are good friends. Both play at the Jack. Bearded John used to deal at the Jack
You're fucking useless.
and now plays for a living.
What'd you have there?
No.
Appreciate that background,
You ain't got
Peach.
aces working, you got
Oh,
aces
look
and
at this. The very next hand.
aces. You ain't got aces.
Oh, no, that
was
was
sticky.
To 100.
sticky graphics.
Sticky graphics.
I was about to say.
Yeah.
If you don't have aces, one of them has one of your cards.
Or maybe he just wanted to take the hand off.
I'm not, I like it.
He wore himself out on that last one.
Everyone does that.
And we've got a mystery hand here from OG.
I'm just going to guess it's 6-9. He's had it every other time.
That's a very good guess. Levine with ace-9 of diamonds raises it up to 100. He's going to get 2 callers, so they're 315 in the pot.
Might not be as good of a guess with 2 6s and a 9 accounted for.
Three games and the players.
What's your name, sir?
Eric,
Eric.
can you
A
all
little
put
help,
your,
Eric. Just a little help.
can you all put your cards back in the box?
Oh, and a 6.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Chuck.
Chuck.
175.
This is
And you
gonna-
hear that little check from Bob.
Yeah. A little
That's
break in
alarm.
his
That's
voice.
alarm bells.
Call.
So, try to figure out what OG has.
Need a
He
little help
just
there.
call. He could just have a 5. That would be unfortunate if he did.
Chuck.
Give me $10 more.
Interesting spot for Levine. He does have top pair, top kicker.
400.
Little does he know. Bowling shirt Bob. He's got 6s for a hammerlock on this hand.
Call.
How does Bob want to play this?
Looks like he's reaching for raising chips.
Raise. 1,000.
Raise to 1,000.
Milky. Just 2.5x.
$2,600 in the pot.
You didn't see it, but Levine threw up in his mouth a little bit.
I think so.
I used to play there every day of the week back when they was upstairs.
Okay.
I like that room up there so much brighter. I don't like that room downstairs.
I don't either.
It's not, I don't go there, it's just too far to drive.
More city.
Oh, it's a dungeon down there.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what he
Upstairs,
beats.
They had the sushi bar right next to the.
Obviously, he blocks top full house.
Oh, they make those 2 little sliders.
He made it 100
anything you want.
pre-flop, and he does. He's sticking around.
Wow.
You go sit down, you eat.
3,200 in the
You go
pot.
over there, you go over there, and for a while, I really liked it when it was up there.
And he
He
needs
wouldn't know
He needs a 9.
he needs a 9.
Squirt
He
back
can still
then.
win the pot.
In diapers this year.
He probably was about, that was 20 years ago, I think. 24.
Yeah.
Queen on the river.
And now it's just a matter of,
When
do you think he's bluffing?
And all in here from,
Yeah, you see, he's like, what does he have?
yeah.
I need a little help on the flop.
4,300.
Oh, this one he's checking his min checking
Exactly.
turn.
4,320.
He's got 4320.
That's right. 2,035. 4,320.
Going back to the pre-flop action, he had 20 invested, and then Bob called 100.
Mm-hmm.
So, what hands does he have that take the line where he check called the flop, check raised the river, or check raised the turn, and now there's what hands? 4-3. Like that's really like.
That might be a hand you put.
Does he call 10-8 for 100 pre-flop?
Might be a hand you put OG on 4-3.
7-4. Like there's.
Yeah.
These aren't even reasonable hands to call 100 pre-flop. Like the bluffs are just. did he peel with some kind of Broadway heart type hand where he check raised with a heart flush? There's just, I've played a lot of poker.
Are you really
I'm by no
close to
means the
calling?
best, but
I'm leaving
there's
that
just
way.
really no bluffs that make any sense to me.
But like all the talk is kind of like making me lean the other way, so we'll see.
There you go.
Bob doing whatever he can to just talk him into a call. And the question you got to ask yourself if you're Levine is, what hands does he do this with that he can beat that have value? The answer is 0.
Right.
He's not. Bob isn't doing this with 10-9 or 8-9.
No.
He would just check, try to get the showdown.
5-6, I guess, but you're just raising the flop.
No.
I just don't think you're bad enough to call flop.
Maybe he does this with 6-7. If Bob had 6-7, that's a
No. No, no, no. You can't.
Jeez.
You can't put me on this hand for sure.
All right, I agree with you, but
Good hand.
Now they're playing I Spy.
Don't show him, Bob. Make him sit. Nice hand for Bob there, though.
And he shows the sixes.
He
Shows
does,
the full
he does
house.
let him off the hook.
Only in a set. God, what's wrong with you?
Bob is a nicer
I can't
guy.
put him on the hand. That was like the first hand I put him on.
I know, I heard you.
Do you show your cards on spots like that where you clearly have the guy in the blender? Do you let him off the hook or do you make him stew?
I am typically a no-show. Early on playing this game 15, 20 years ago, most of them were home games. There were friendly games, and I wasn't really working at improving my game. I was playing as socially as I could, and so I was showing. And about that time, I was doing some more reading about the information that's gained from good players, whether that be tells, whether that be whatever the case may be. And I came to realize that when I was showing in those situations, just to maybe be a cordial guy, I was giving up a lot of information, and I was correlating showing my cards with losing. The more I showed, the less success I had.
Let them live, Frank.
And so I just came to a point in my game where I just don't show. And we'll get to that, back to that in a minute, because there's a second half of that. But here we go, four-handed to the flop.
A little bit of something for OG.
35.
Real.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
The area where I have not taken my game to the next level is the strategy of showing. Showing either a bluff or showing, I'm already utilizing my table image as a tight player, without a doubt. I like to think of myself as a tight but aggressive in situations player, because I'm not limping in, I'm not calling. If I'm coming in the hand, I'm coming in with a raise.
No one pulls your string, okay?
And I'll try to do that in position, take advantage of positions. But I cannot say that my game is strong enough that
I could have folded.
that I have figured out when I can make showing to my advantage. So I just don't show. It's kind of like I always want the room dark, so I just keep the shades pulled.
There you go.
So I don't want information leaking out, so I don't let any information
The
come out.
queen didn't.
But that would be something in this game. You're always learning things in this game, Joey. It's just continuing. It's just, and as Doyle says, you want to learn. You want to be better at this game. You just have to play hands with the intent of learning every time you play.
Yes.
So that's a long answer, I think, but I like my answer where it is right now, and where I'm playing my game. I just don't want to show.
You would have got 400.
And OG just wins with ace queen. But yeah, that's
Someday
a
you're
very
gonna do the whole
reasonable
thing.
take on the situation.
It just depends.
because the community is large here in Ohio, but also small when I play with a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
I will leave it concise at I do have a strategy when it comes to showing.
Okay. Yeah.
And there are basically 3 factors that I will not discuss
Okay.
on air.
Car wash calls
But
for season, like
if those 3 factors align, I will show my hand accordingly. But there's a little bit of a game tree involved in
Okay,
whether or
I
not
like that.
I like the show.
Yeah.
But it is, what I will put out there is that it all comes down to whether or not I feel it gives me an edge at the current table I'm at.
Yeah.
Because just like anything, if you can find an edge, you got to take it. And there are certain table dynamics where it will give you an edge, and there's other dynamics where it will get you eaten alive.
Yeah.
So if there's a little criteria in there, but short version is if it can give me an edge, I'll show my cards.
Yes. And that's the level that I have not gotten to. So I felt until I get to something like that, I'm not gonna keep from giving any information at all times.
Guys, big hat, no cap.
Kind of a flip on what you're saying. The one that I'm working on kind of a week is I enjoy being in the booth with you. I love being just talking poker.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to rewind that at the table.
Yes.
So kind of like you don't show your cards. Mine is just shut up at the table. To not give away that I might know more than you might think.
Right.
For when I do come across strangers.
And a pizza.
But yeah, if you let me, I'll talk about poker 24/7. Gift and a curse.
Well, I read Annie Duke's book some years ago, and in there she talks a great deal about a redirect. And so she would just as soon keep the conversation on the table about the Super Bowl, the weather, the playoffs, the personal stuff, all that. She believes that there's something going on psychologically in somebody's brain that when they're talking about the last hand, a hand yesterday, a hand last week, that their brain is actually focused on poker. And so her belief is that she's going to, whenever she can, redirect the conversation away from the conversation of poker, because she wants the opponent's brain to be somewhere else. Pretty heady stuff. But I had the opportunity some years ago when I went out to play the seniors event in the World Series of Poker.
Is there action yet or no?
I did not make it to the second day, so the next morning I'm walking around, and there she is, like just from the rail, in a $10,000 buy-in horse tournament. And so I just stood there and watched, and sure enough, I watched her do what she said. There were guys there that she was familiar, and she changed the conversation to, so which one of you just got engaged? And they all laughed and laughed because it was like an inside joke, and now they're talking about each other's personal life, and she spun them into that conversation without them even knowing about it. And she just sat back, and once the conversation would lull a bit, she would just like a top. She would just start spinning it again. And I just read her book.
That's cool.
So it was really cool. And then within about half an hour of being a railbird and watching, they go on a break. And she stands up, and she's just like from me to that light. And I just said, I just want to let you know that my wife and I, because we listened to a book on tape, and I said, we just finished your book and we just really enjoyed it. I don't want to bother you. She just lit up. Oh, thank you so much. But what I didn't get a chance to tell her, nor would I do that in front of those guys, is like, I just watched you spin these guys.
Right.
And they didn't even know it. They didn't even know it was happening.
That's real quick. Just want to highlight that Jeff finds top pair and Bob finds a gutter ball. He's going to let it go, and Jeff's going to win this pot. But yeah, those dynamics are it's interesting to hear different people talk about it. I've had a certain approach when I play that I actually just recently heard Negranu talk about, and
I want a good cold one.
might be one of the few similarities that he and I have, is he talked about the difference between he and Ivy, where Ivy wants to intimidate everybody. He wants them to be on edge and to fear, like we call it the Michael Jordan
Be on,
effect.
walking on eggshells. Yeah.
But something similar that Daniel does, and I try to do when not talking strategy, is just keep people talking, laughing, and not focused on poker.
Yes.
Keep them like. So you're talking about like the way Buddha and Bob conduct. I'm very much the same with just like laughing, joking. What they don't usually realize is I'm watching them while they're just stuck up on their sports bet, their parlay, their barbecue that they got.
Yes.
I'm all very similar, just
Yeah.
trying to keep people lighthearted, having a good time.
Yeah.
As you
And
get
then they look
older,
up and are like, "Where'd my chips go?"
Yeah.
like clothing.
Exactly.
But they still got a smile.
Yeah.
Out all the time, not anymore.
And it was funny to like. That's kind of how I've always approached poker. And then probably a couple weeks ago, I saw Daniel Tom. I was like, "Hey." But yeah, that might be the only thing he and I have in common at this point.
3-4 or 3-5 off.
Ace Queen of Spades for John. Ace Queen of Spades for John. Fisherman Dave looks like he's going to come along with the Jack 10. Jeff gets out of the way, and I don't think OG's going to fold.
I have a good friend of mine, I'm gonna give him your number.
Here we go, three-handed to the flop.
IRS agent. And I mean, I'll just tell him. I pay taxes every year.
Top pair for Dave.
Rainbow board.
Bottom pair for OG.
As long as you don't care.
John got a decision to make. He's got overs in the backdoor flush draw.
267. 89, 4370.
So they're all coming along. 490 in the pot now, going to the turn.
And John just makes top pair. Knew it was coming.
Check it around to a free card, and the board pairs. But Ace Queen has the check mark. See if he can get some more money in this pot.
See if he fires like 225.
180.
Looks like he chose the perfect amount. I like how he just announced his hand, tabled it. He knew where it was at the whole time.
Yeah. Profit there
Well
of
played, John.
$5.15 for John. So we've got Concrete Dave on the comment board here, and his son, Lucas, on there as well. Lucas is saying you guys should do a stream where you bring the All-Stars, and the Facebook page posts a poll with everyone that's played and the top 9 players play. I think me and my dad would bankrupt the place. Shots fired from the next room.
I mean, I hope maybe bankrupt the players, but not the place. This is a great place. Why are we trying to put them out of business?
Well, and an argument could be made right now. We've got kind of an all-star table right here. Anytime you've got the players with these bankrolls and with the wide range, the diversity that we see, the type of play.
Yeah, if I wasn't so far away, I'd play with these guys as often as I could. It's a great mix of just gamble, fun, and skill.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like secretariat.
And just like that, we're at 50 likes, and we appreciate that very much. We'd typically like to get to 100 if we can. I know we'll eclipse that with your help. Kara now coming into the box.
So it wasn't a tough decision.
She was actually down at Mad River yesterday.
Oh, she was?
Yeah. Met her for the first time.
And was she playing?
She was in the free roll.
Okay.
Didn't quite get to the cash.
Okay. 8, 4, ace, 2 diamonds out there.
A little something.
Gut shot here for OG, and as we say in the past,
Gut shot for both of them.
a gut shot for OG is like an open-ender for most everybody else. So Levine comes along. This is going to come down to aggression. If we see a continuation bet here from OG, and we do, and that aggression takes the pot down.
Deuce would have been a fun card. Would have given a double gutter.
Good hand, OG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make the wheel and give your opponent a double gutter.
As we mentioned here on Tuesday night, this has become now a 5, 10, 20 game, 500 to 3,000 buy-in,
You give us 21.
and a match to stack at any time.
Master Stack really does just create a whole different dynamic for the game. You know, it gives people incentive to play, because if you do take that cooler, you have the opportunity to get even or get into the black. Whereas a lot of games you have the cap, you just feel like you're hopeless and then you just quit. So yeah, the match to stack element is
Get out of here,
definitely
Bob.
great.
Yeah.
I just got a phone call.
Looks like we got a seat opening up.
And we're just at around 30,000 on this table tonight. You bring up a good point, but here we go. Let's come back to that in a second.
Little pair.
They each got a piece of this. Levine with the nemesis.
Snap call.
Snap call, as snap as they get. Now they both have 2 pair. Levine betting his king jack is going to make it 230.
I like this, gonna take the lead. Not sure if it was intentional, but that snap call was so fast, some people would say that that's indicative of a draw rather than a made hand, like a flush draw or a straight draw.
Right.
And then leading out here puts Buddha in the spot. Is my 10 good? For all those interested in timing tells, look like Buddha's not going to be fooled though.
Why would you donk bet when I got the lead?
See?
Pick up a flush draw?
This is the flush draw I get.
I call.
He talked himself into it. Oh boy.
That's a terrible card for Buddha. He does go big.
500.
So that's 500. I like this because Buddha already gave the idea that he didn't want to fold.
Mhm.
You saw him call down with ace high earlier.
Call.
There it is.
There it is.
Got it.
Shows him the bad news.
Young Levine.
Believe you.
Perfect river card for Levine.
Okay.
Gets the max.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
4,600.
Suit 4 is adding on for 700.
And if you're just joining us, we are the Reserve. We're in Toledo, Ohio. We are open 7 days a week. If you want more information about the tournaments that we run, plus the big events that are coming up, go to reservepoker.com. The live stream tonight, 5 hour, going till 11:15. We will be closed on Thursday, July 4th, so no live stream on Thursday, but back again on Saturday night with our regular Joe Poker Show. That is a 4-hour live stream. That's a 1-3 $500 buy-in.
Cool.
Sounds like a good time.
No.
It is a good time.
I was talking to the player.
Call on up. Get your name on the list.
That's exactly how it's done. All you have to do is call if you want to be on the Cash Game live stream.
Raise to 75.
This Tuesday night is pretty much the most popular in, you mentioned earlier, summers are slow. But in a non-summer season of poker, this game is usually filled up a few weeks in advance. But the other 2 nights, Thursdays and Saturdays, not always filled up, and you can call or even get on the list if somebody decides to cancel at the last minute. And with the way things go on Highway 75, either going south or going north, that happens.
Yeah, I almost found that out myself on the way up here.
You know that during the eclipse, they completely shut 75 going north and south between here and almost Detroit. Because of people were coming to certain areas around Toledo where the eclipse was at its max.
Because you guys had 100% blackout, right?
We had 100%, and so there were people coming from all directions. Well, one of the concerns, I guess, from the highway department was that if people felt like they weren't going to make it to their destination in time, they were just going to pull over on the side of the road so they can watch the...
Wow.
So they preempted it, more or less, and just shut 75 down. I was down in Florida at the time, so I didn't have to worry about it.
Oh, shucks. Florida.
We were in St. Pete. We
Oh,
still had a
that's-
pretty good show down there.
That's my old stomping grounds.
What's that?
That's my old stomping
Is it?
grounds. I was raised in Sarasota.
Oh, all right. Great.
So St. Pete went to the very first Tampa Bay Devil Rays game.
Oh, really?
Back then, opening day. I was like, what, 9 years old, 8 years old?
More money keeps getting added.
Oh, yeah.
I do like St. Pete. It's a nice area. That's where my wife's sister and her husband live. They've been down there 7 or 8 years, I think.
Yeah,
So we get free lodging when we go down.
$3.99 is the best.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Gulf Coast is absolutely gorgeous.
yeah.
Just got to go a little bit further south to Siesta Key. Oh, Ace Queen versus Ace Queen now.
Snap call there from Levine.
Maybe this is our time.
I think he had the 75 already in his hand
Yeah.
as Jeff
Thanks
was
for
making that
obliging.
bet. Big John stud, and as John's wife pointed out, no H, just Jon.
And OG's got a suited king. He's not going anywhere.
He does make this game special.
And just the deuce in the window. Outflops the ace queens.
He's in the lead.
But Jeff does have the nut flush draw. He does a little heart check. Notice how he immediately looked down at the stack. That's for the very observant players, that's a very reliable tell.
Yes, it is.
When they look at the flop and immediately look at their stack, they've got something they like.
OG still in the lead.
Check.
A lot of outs here for Car Wash Jeff. They're going to go check, check. And OG gets the check mark. OG does what OG does.
I think I got it now. 'Cause I've really been
Interesting that he's going to bet here.
jacks.
Part of this
Not that good.
is history. These two have a long history together.
Oh, I won't let you take it.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, you're really obviously if you are betting for value, you're only trying to get called by a hand like exactly
You
what
said my
Jeff
hand-
has.
called my hand one of the first things you said was pocket sixes. I said, yeah, you got me.
What happened?
Connecticut in the house, Chris DePino. Thanks again for joining us, Chris. As always, we know we've got Kiwi Colleen out there.
Well, yeah, I mean,
We were just talking about Florida. Where's everybody else watching from? Let us know. We've got Connecticut. We've got New Zealand.
just like eliminates so many hands that you could have that beat.
I know Peach is probably watching from Cleveland.
I could definitely fold things.
Geo. Toledo.
Surprise, surprise.
Where's your dad, Geo?
Left-handers.
You know what weed smells like.
I can't help he's left-handed, Bob.
It's left-handed for sure. I want a left-handed wash next hand, all right? Left-handed wash, requested.
Do you want the reverse left hand or just regular left
Just
hand?
regular left hand. She knows how to do it.
It's a pretty solid tan line.
Drop that
Stop
floor.
hating on the left-handed dealers, guys. We have feelings too.
Bob won't let me slow it down.
That's all.
You're left-handed,
I'm
right?
also a southpaw.
Okay.
yes.
We have one of them, Jonathan.
That's all I got. That's where we're going.
We're the best.
You're the 17 percenters.
She's blushing all the time.
17% of the population.
What's her favorite
Not sure if you
part?
knew
She
this,
likes
but
doing
I
floor.
think it was probably about 5 years ago now, but WSOP actually would not let left-handed dealers
Yeah,
deal
me
their
too. I did
televised
on
tables.
I sure did.
You like coming
That's
here?
the way we put out the board.
Oh.
It's your work, right?
Look how many places I drive by to come here.
Apparently now they have some graphic ability to
Invert it.
invert
Okay.
Yeah, you come say it.
for the lefties.
You're right on something.
See if somebody finally bets at this. OG.
Somebody get after it.
Really?
Oh, geez, got top pair. Buddha's open-ended.
Thinking about them guys I saw on the side of the road, you know?
See if he puts it. Buddha just wants to see if he gets there.
No one, so you can tell.
And if he did get there on the 9 side, that would be
Someone snitched.
That'd be a good payday. Unfortunately, he gets there with the ace, and I don't know if that's going to
OG
slow
is
down.
not going to slow down because I don't care about that ace.
No.
And he's about to get the bad news. Buddha's going to make it probably about 600 here.
Slow down and the word OG don't often appear in the same sentence.
Well, if you're-
However, Buddha's going to bump this up big time.
if you're dyslexic, OG is go.
Go. That's right.
Got there. We were pretty sure what it
Better
was.
than using the right hand, the left.
Oh,
hand.
more than
There you go.
Was it the $500?
No, it was actually, it wasn't the 500, it was the way you put the 500 out
I
there.
was,
Such confidence.
but I missed the exit. So I meant to get off the so I went down to 20.
Just like the way I put the 500 out there against you. It's the exact same way.
Went back,
wish I believed
and
you.
I got back on myself.
I can beat ace high, you know.
Called you very light.
I know.
There's our roll call. Dallas City, Illinois.
Just couldn't believe we both hit the flop like we did.
Oregon?
Oh, well, it happens. Nice hand.
Get a 10
all
or
right.
something.
Thanks, Brian.
That's
Brewster,
one
Ohio.
somebody else.
Yeah.
Dayton, Ohio. Marcus.
Why do you hate on me? Why do you hate on me?
Because you got lucky.
Yeah.
When did I get lucky? I've seen nothing but
Hold
good
on,
stuff.
Oh,
Just
straddle,
down
I
the
didn't know
Jeez,
straddle.
you guys got luck and good play mixed up.
Buddha's just calling here with his ace. Queen.
Is that what that kick was for?
Yeah.
And now Fisherman Dave's going to make it 210 with his ace-king offsuit. Big John stud.
She does a good massage.
I think he would have come in for the 45, which was the button straddle.
Would anyone else like a massage?
Buddha's going to make the call here.
Take one later.
OG's call probably influenced that. Now we've got 660 in the pot. We're three-handed going to the flop. And an ace right on the board. Fisherman Dave in the lead with his ace-king.
400.
And he's going to bet out 400. And Buddha makes the call. This could be troublesome for Buddha.
All in.
And all in and a quick call. This is going to be a chop pot. And indeed it is. They're each going to profit $120.
Yeah, I got lucky, man.
He made it 400. I folded 2-3. 30 dice.
It was only two.
That's what you had.
Quads. Yeah, he made it 400. I didn't even call it.
Jamie here, rooting on her husband from Rittman, Ohio. Peach predicting that Reserve Bob's chips are out of play for the rest of the night. So Bob played on Thursday night with a couple hours of sleep. He was in Vegas and playing in a tournament. Got knocked out Wednesday night at around 9 o'clock Vegas time. Jumped in the cab and went to the airport and got on the red eye at midnight. Got home and he hadn't. His dog hadn't seen him for 9 days.
Trying to get the dirty.
And his dog wouldn't let him sleep.
Because it was,
So, and he was scheduled to be on the live stream. Came in here, and then he wound up having a heck of a night. Just a great night.
What's the
So,
story? I never knew the story about how did it get started.
It was just the.
Hold that thought.
I'm not all for sleep deprivation, but there is something to be said where
He just played it a lot.
sometimes you're just using some of your gut instincts instead of overthinking things because you're too tired to do so.
Exactly. And meanwhile, Levine is not asleep at the wheel. He's 3-betting with the King 7 of hearts. And Dave says, I've got 6 for your spades in a dream.
Wow, look at this.
400, you know.
8-5 deuce. This is a rainbow board. Dave
I mean,
gets
Ace High is in the lead, but Dave's got the gutter. backdoor flush draw working.
The advantage is to the pre-flop raiser, and he does a continuation bet. He gets a call though from Dave. Not a whole lot there for Jeff to hang his hat on.
Jeff is begrudgingly going to have to let this one go. Would have been sexy on Dave's part if he put in the raise 6 high, got shot. He would have taken it down. Let's see if he just gets there.
The board pairs. Levine in the lead
There
by
we
virtue
go.
of his king.
Represent it, Dave.
600.
Nice bet here.
Just under half pot.
First time ever in the live stream.
Second pair.
Why do you, every time I open my
And this is where, yeah, he's just got to let it go. He has a 7. It's even worse. He shows him the 6 high.
Gamble a little bit here, boys. Get your seatbelts on.
Did he
And
just
we're
say,
on
did he
the,
just say kiddie games are down the street? Did he just?
Is that what he said?
I think that's what he said.
Dave said that?
I think that's what he said.
Wow. Wow. The newcomer. So 12 vouchers are going to be awarded here tonight by virtue of the 120 entrants. There's 55 players remaining. So I'm going to find out how many of those have already been claimed
Okay.
with the 240. Because if there's 55 remaining, there's have to be some of them. I don't know, but
I mean, oh, hold that thought. We're going to have some fireworks here. Getting the 4th of July started.
no kidding. OG, jacks, Buddha, 10s.
6-3, I had 2.
$80 in this game is almost like a min raise.
And Fisherman Dave's got the 9-8. I don't know why I wanted to say spades.
And
Hearts.
he's feeling froggy right now.
Just going to call. Oh, what if we just got the Jack 10-7 flop? Is that mean to wish that on these guys?
Yeah, I'll take one.
I wouldn't have.
OG in the lead.
gonna
They're going to check it all to a free card.
Get up and get it himself. Young guy.
Are we going to showdown here?
Look at this. All black. All above the pairs.
Yes.
And OG's just going to win this pot.
24 years old. What the hell? You want water?
Got the quote-unquote perfect run out for the hands he was up against. They didn't want to bluff him off his jacks.
Need to call 10 jack. 7-10 jack.
23 years old, Jeff. He's playing fucking poker. You know what we doing when we're 23? Working our ass off trying to get ahead. He's playing poker.
Yeah, that is an incredible turnout for the satellite tonight. 12 vouchers. Those are $600 seats a piece.
These young kids, they don't know how
$65 buy-in. Over $7,200 in the prize pool. Just absolutely incredible Tuesday night.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
Thanks for having me here in the
I've
booth.
seen the show. I don't play.
Call the action for this 5-10-20 game while Dom is taking a well-deserved vacation. We miss you, buddy.
Need to bring a big pair.
OG raising it up with the 7 deuce. And Car Wash Chef is just going to wake up with kings as he had some big hands tonight.
Yeah, she's got multiple tan lines, I guess. That's what the boys
Just
say.
what you need.
Kara, will you tell him to put that away?
Yeah, look at him smiling. He's like, yeah, I got kings.
They're gonna go up on the roof with the duck if they come near me.
375.
Raise to 375.
Now, how frisky is OG feeling with the 7 deuce? Yeah, he's just going to let it go.
That's a run of cards right there.
Aces twice, now kings. Takes down the pot. We appreciate OG trying to create some content with the 7 deuce. Wisely lets it go.
He used to mix it up a little, remember, a couple of years ago? Yeah, he mixed it up a little bit.
Yeah, Jeff, you changed.
Peach, I'm not so sure that Bob's chips are out of play. Played with him a couple times, once on the stream, and he got up pretty early, and he's still getting after it. The last time we
Good to see you.
had the opportunity to tangle,
One of us did.
but it's 50-50, so I wouldn't bet against him.
Caught him bluffing. He's been in the shell ever since.
You're right. You're right. He hasn't played aces. You're right.
See what I
Learned a
have.
lesson.
You did. is true.
Right on cue. He's not letting go of the pin 3. He's going to get in there
You
for
just had
20.
one, 3-6.
I know, but I had to manufacture it.
John does not
I think he's a...
get frisky with the 7 deuce. He'll just take his options, see a flop.
Oh, that's shit. Not as much fun as Kara is, but... 75.
Second pair for OG. Nobody's got the king.
Maybe not this hand, but she's gonna hook
Gonna bet
somebody up
75, and that should take it down.
there. She always does it.
I volunteer.
Would you have a flush draw?
No, so it's on the receiving end. Receiving end of somebody
I
giving
just want to win a 2K pot against Bob.
Show for 45.
Only a 2K.
We can do something. Blind. I mean, either way, but I mean, I'll do it blind too.
Yeah? You want to
Yeah.
flip for 1,000?
I like 2 better.
Well, yeah, but like 1,000.
If you haven't already, guys, go ahead. Click that like
I'll
button.
enjoy
Hit the
watching.
subscribe. Get us working in that YouTube algorithm so more eyes can get on this fantastic stream. Up with the reserve.
I call.
5, 10, 20 action for the next couple hours.
45.
150.
Raised to 150.
Car Wash Jeff continues his good run of cards.
Oh,
Ace King. OG's got the Mad River Aces. Comes along.
I call.
Bob's got a nice price. He's gonna see a flop as well. 3 ways.
Need a lot of help here.
A lot of diamonds accounted for. Let's see what the flop gives us. Couple of gutters and a pair for OG.
275.
275.
Little does he know he does not want to make top pair.
That's it.
Got position. Second pair. Let's see if Jeff continues.
I just played a hand there to
You did, all right.
turn there,
He
okay?
does check, and OG is going to take the initiative.
I'm gonna lay off you.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. Is there trash cans in this one?
Oh, you
It's
get
You
straight
yeah,
gotta go
right
out
out.
the door.
OG did bet small, gave Jeff a nice price to draw to his gutter with 2 overs.
400.
Yeah, of course, man.
I'll tell you a funny story. Can they hear us on the phone?
Can I get ace high to call?
Not this, not when you're like this.
Can't call it, can I?
Jeff trying to figure out what he can beat. Knows he can't beat anything. Gets away. Ace King once again proving why it's everybody's favorite hand.
Did you just sign up? Oh, good, good. I know she was looking for something.
I just,
I was just glad because I know her. Play Thursday.
yeah, I'm not gonna give them. Well, the other thing that surprised me, I'm glad, I like this, is, they said, I thought it was a 5-5 game. And then it was 5-10. But it's not. They told me, well, yesterday,
No, that's, it is, when you make it 20.
It's been that way for a month now, though.
Raised to 80.
Remember last time I played on Tuesday, I said, man, 4 blinds is too many. 5, 5, 10, 20. That's too many.
yeah, way too much.
So, of course, he says, oh, you're trying to change the game, dum-dum. And the next week, they take the 5 off.
Dumb.
Yeah. It's four blinds out of 9 players. It's kind of, you know, not the money thing, it's just to keep track. Shit.
But it creates so much action, Bob. You get the 4 blinds in there, everybody's got a little skin in the game. 4 ways to a flop. Open ender for Dave, gut shot for Levine. Bob. Buddha with the pair.
What's that?
Big John failed with his set mining attempt. And just let go of the king 10. Didn't want to draw the gutter. Oh, Big John would have drilled his set on the turn. As it stands, Buddha's still in the lead with second pair.
Some of the chips are in action more than others, if you know what I mean.
Dave's not going anywhere. He's going to try to drill the nuts on Buddha real quick. Dave already showed he is not afraid to bluff. Looks like he's going to go after it again.
Call.
Fires out 800. Gets snapped off by Buddha.
Wow. Nice call there from Buddha, and he takes down a $1,700 profit.
Just a nice little quick $1,700. No big deal.
Dead air.
Devin asked a question about seeing the profit. We found that graphic that we have with our new graphics isn't necessarily that accurate anymore. So unfortunately, we don't have that for you. We do have the VPIP that we put up there from time to time. Right now, I can tell you that while Fisherman Dave is at 4K, I believe he has added to his stack a couple of times. Buddha has done nothing with his stack, so he's up about 1,400. Reserve Bob having a really good night at 5,100, and our chip leader right now. But an update on the main room in the satellite is that there's 12 vouchers being awarded. One of those has already been awarded to, we call him Mr. Coffee, Neil Brinkman. Neil Brinkman did that in time to rebuy, so he has the opportunity tonight to get two of those 12 vouchers. They just started after the break, so registration is now over with. And as they like to say, the real poker will begin.
I've got a little gray in my beard.
I've always pushed back on that. When registration's open, that's the real jungle.
That is the jungle.
You're bobbing and weaving. Are they willing to rebuy? Are they only on one bullet?
Yeah.
They think it's funny. Almost folded.
Maybe I'm just crazy, but I think it kind of gets easier once registration's closed.
Yeah, Jamie, you're interacting with the Concrete Dave. That is correct.
I'd have taken the over, though, on number of vouchers already achieved. I'd have figured it'd been 3.
I would have thought so, too. That's kind of what I expected, particularly with this turnout that we saw. My goodness. And this is really, there are some players that have gone up to play at Firekeepers, so they have played this type of format before, but for the most part, with our regulars, this is really the first introduction that they've had to this type of format. And so far, the number of different players that I've spoken to, they really like it.
Yeah, once you told me about the being able to achieve it and then get in before registration closes, oh man.
Yeah.
I'm a little effeminate, I'll admit it.
I'd have been blasted if I'd been playing in that thing.
Yeah, as Dominic likes to say, max value there.
Your feet? Feet are good.
I've never done
A suited ace now for John, but he lets it go after the raise to 100. Big John stud here. His wife Jamie watching, cheering him on. He's going to make the call. No, he's going to raise this up.
He puts in the 3-bet with the 8s on the button, and it's a straddle, defending the straddle. Devin has no choice but to come along with the ace stack. Ace right in the window takes the lead.
Grab him and everything in his white one. She had, and the guy next to me said she had over 700.
Still has second pair. Bet small, get a little feeler, see where he's at.
I said, as soon as she walked up, I said, look at that rock. And he was already
A little
scoping.
grimace like, oh, I only have top pair.
What you could see.
A lot of money in this.
I call.
Well, this guy was from Kentucky.
Thoroughbreds or harness?
Thoroughbreds. Yeah. I had harness horse. I had a few good harness horses.
Bad card for Devin.
My buddy, you know Mark Williams?
Of course.
In a way, a good card for John. This should slow him down, keep him from.
Any guy? Driver? You're talking about the
Give him a
driver?
free option to drill that 2-outer.
The guy owns a buddy of mine that owns horses.
He has other plans.
He does have other plans. Interesting.
I 3-bet pre-flop.
I got out in 2019. Just before COVID.
Every so often.
This is what we would call a range bet. This is definitely a better board for John as the 3-better.
Yeah, I enjoy it.
And you can't be all that comfortable if you're Devin in this spot. You do have top pair. But again, he was 3-bet.
Wow, 2,000 in the pot and a brick right on the river.
Will John continue his story?
I think it's going to have to be a pretty big story at this point.
Check.
If he checks
If
this,
he jams,
Yeah,
yeah.
you're good, Eddie.
I honestly am not sure what Devin will do.
And he
He does put it in.
He does put it in. Big play here from Big John Stud. Devin
He'll
asking
definitely
for a
earn
count.
the stud in his name if he gets this through. Hell, I think he gets it already just for doing it. This is not a path that a lot of players would take.
You fell in with a few good ones, eh, Buddha?
A lot of players will just assume he has an ace and assume he's not folding and shut it down.
2-3, you made a good call.
John said, nope, I'm going to put you to the test on stream.
The way the hand was played, I would call.
Make a big call or make a bad laydown for everyone to see.
I'm surprised he had a pair. Like just showing ace high. For real.
I made that bet.
You gotta try though.
And if you're Devin, you got to think about what are his bluffs. Again, you have top pair, but 3-bet pot. What are John's bluffs?
Call.
Oh, and a big
Finds the
call
call.
here. And a big pot here for Devin that's going to take him up close to 5,000.
I don't think me and you've ever
Had a
played
huge
pot.
sigh of relief. I don't think he was breathing here the last 48 seconds.
John may have lost the pot, but that was
Isn't this enough fun?
showed the heart of a lion. Definitely made
All right, good luck, everyone.
the correct play.
Thank you guys. Thank you.
Joe G, I have to say that I really appreciate your feedback very much. I will pass that along. I agree. Personally, I agree it would be better if we could get that figured out, that win-loss, and get that graphic back. But we appreciate all the feedback that we get from our viewers, and in particular, the case that you're making for us is very strong. So thank you very much for that, and I will pass that along without a doubt. Thanks, Joe.
You need me to order more? So I need to order 1,500.
So
Yeah, John went for it, and as the saying goes, scared money don't make money.
15, so you hear me?
He had a good idea of where his opponent was at.
I need 1,500 orders.
Just getting called on those streets. 2 pair sets would have raised before the river, and decided to put his opponent to the test. And Devin rose to the challenge, made a great call. Just a great hand play by both players.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, but I don't think my wife's ever asked like how much.
It should be 25 there in front of you. Go ahead and
And you
check.
don't want to watch him either. If it's something, you know.
No, she doesn't care.
No.
And it is the top of the hour.
Is this bomb pot
Dealer
time?
change. It is bomb pot time. Just taking a minute here to get
Where's it? What? Right
Big
here?
John Studs.
Okay.
It's a bomb pot
Now you got
life
your win.
for us.
Perfect.
All right.
Yeah,
I like
so
it.
order.
I wish we could use that.
Yeah, we're
Another some other feedback that we get from time to time is it would be good if you guys had music to kind of open things up. You know, when people are, there's 14 minutes before the thing starts, and could there be some music? The issue with that is
Spotify has an actual
Johns in a row.
playlist of free songs.
oh really?
Yes.
Who does?
Spotify.
All right, I have Spotify.
So there is like an actual playlist of free use, non-license required songs.
Did not
that you
realize
can-
that.
Yes.
I'm going to follow up on that.
I believe it was curated specifically for like Twitch streamers,
No problem.
for that kind of people who do vlogs and the like. Anyway, 865, that's a fun PLO board. And 10 deuce 5 with spades. Should generate a little bit of action. Currently a mystery though.
I checked.
What do they have?
Yeah, everybody check the big John.
Someone has a flush draw.
Check.
Check. OG bets 100.
we take a minute here, get caught up with the graphics.
I love this OG guy.
Okay. We know that the graphics are going to be a little off this hand, so bear with us.
Not stopping us every 3 hands.
All right. So we had an 8-6-5 rainbow for the first board,
Okay.
and then we have the 10-5 deuce, as you can see on the graphics. And then I'm going to try to deduce what's going on here, because Buddha called 100, OG bet 100, Dave's in there as well. We're 3 ways. And not only do we have mystery hands for the players, but we have mystery hands for the turn cards.
Oops. My bad.
No, no, no.
Gio is giving an update to Eddie there on the headset. Pause the action a little bit. You get a good shot of the reserve duck with the shades in front of Buddha. It's amazing.
So
what
this
these-
is a $25 bomb pot, guys. OG bet 100 and got called by Buddha and Dave. There we go. We see the turns now. King of spades, 10 of diamonds. King of spades was on the first run out, which gives Fisherman Dave a hell of a hand. Got middle 2 pair on the bottom. Would have made a flush on the top. Buddha's got the still has the nuts with the 10 of diamonds being on the second board with 9-7. Ace is just hating life.
Yeah, no kidding.
The worst aces, 3 of them and no flush draw.
That is the worst.
Just makes you want to light the cards on fire. So it looks like Buddha bet the pot, and OG is just going to let it go.
It's the game you hate, too. The game you hate. The nuts on both boards.
No, I didn't have the bottom board. That was a scare card.
You hate that
I was
game.
bluffing on the bottom.
So you hate that game.
This one is horrible.
The needling continues.
Never sweet.
I'm here for it.
Absolutely. The needling on the Bob's getting the needling back here on the chat board.
You're gonna deal 3 of them to me.
Whenever I'm at the table playing,
Dave, what can I say? MGM Bob just looks really well after coming back from Vegas.
well, I mean, you know, it's fun in the sun. Beautiful weather out there right now from what I've been hearing.
Oh, is that right?
Every time he
Yes.
It's not 101.
Well, 101 there is different than 101 here.
I understand.
That dry heat is beautiful.
Yeah.
You never see me do anything but win.
Having grown up in Florida,
I was just going to mention that, how you and I grew up in totally different scenarios. I grew up outside of Chicago, windy and cold, and
so I was born in Kenosha.
oh, all right, yeah.
So
okay, all
I'm
right.
familiar.
Familiar,
And
yeah.
boot camp was in Great Lakes
Okay,
in December, January. So I've gotten all of them.
All of it.
I will say that dry heat in Vegas is preferred to the 3.
yes.
If I had to choose between, these 3 hands, I'll take Devon's.
Levine's going to come in with his pocket 2s.
And who just folded the Queen Jack? That was astute.
That was Bob.
Okay, was it Peach who earlier said that Bob's chips are on ice? You might be right.
You might be right.
Bad look. It's a bad look on you, Bob.
All right in the
Oh,
window.
Wow.
And it's deuce 3-3 no less. So Devon is definitely going to lose some in this pot. Levine gets sneaky. That might kill his action a little bit. 3 spades.
When he pays his blind,
But Jax is still a monster for this board.
$5. He recounts to make sure.
People want to know what I'm playing. I already know. I don't have to slow down the game. Everything I do is targeting
Let's put in the raise.
a fast game. If you know what's in front of you, if somebody asks you what you got, you can tell them.
If you're Devon, you don't have the Jack of spades. So there's a small universe where your opponent might just be bluffing with a single naked spade.
Who does
Makes the
that?
call.
It's like he intentionally, every stack is a different size. There's no telling what he's got.
And
If
that's
you
a
don't know what
relative
he's
brick.
got, nobody else does either. slowing down the game.
Well, it's
Somebody
nice-
asked for a
It's nice
count.
when you're winning, you know? When you're winning, you can just flap and flap and flap. Don't matter what you say. You know, because the money's all locked up. The money's already in the bank. I mean, it's already been transferred. Yeah, he wired it to he wired it. The money's done.
Well, you can make one bet, that money ain't going back in the game.
That's what I
Makes a
said.
nice
He already
size
wired
bet,
it to
about
his bank.
60%.
Are you kidding? And the wife's watching too?
If you're in Devin's spot, what are you putting Levine on at this
More than
point?
this.
A higher pair?
There's gonna be trouble when he gets home.
It's
She's got him on a clean.
an ace queen or an ace king with a single spade type hand for the bluffs. But Devin raised. He was the 3-better pre-flop when Levine called, so
Super glued down to the same.
it's very reasonable to exclude queens, kings, and aces out of Levine's range. So you're just looking at ace-3 of diamonds, ace-3 of clubs.
Someone's waiting to play. You can rack
Like
up.
those are the only
You know,
reasonable
you got
threes.
No chance over here. Set over set. Period.
And if you're thinking that he's doing this with all the ace of spades, it's still only 4 flush draws that brick. He does make the call.
Makes the call, a well-disguised full house there for Levine. He's going to take down a big pot, a profit of 1,500.
Throw me one red.
Oh, pat me on the back, I had Jack Queen of spades.
You definitely don't think he has pocket 8s or pocket 7s because he check raised the flop.
That's a tough one.
Or excuse me, bet raised the flop.
You made it enough early.
Nice
Bet
hand, Jack.
180 pre-flop, and you lay down Jack Queen of spades.
Playing 4KD.
And as good as these players are, the one thing that,
Ace kings or ace kings.
love it or hate
If he
it,
calls it, he's
people aren't really
Hey, Zach.
balanced with their river bluffs.
Well, I saw the window card, I was like, oh my.
So when they bet big on the river, they have it more often than they don't.
Yeah.
So even when you're trying to find it,
Give me a little
it's-
credit here.
Man, always talking about.
sometimes you gotta make big laydowns.
Yeah.
I certainly don't begrudge Devin for making that call.
He's in. Serious.
Jacks is a very strong hand on that board,
Got a rainbow hat?
and it's very unlikely. Maybe he has queens every once in a while, but kings and aces would have raised pre-flop.
He's got a unicorn somewhere.
So unless you're thinking that he is making that play with his 8 combinations of ace king and ace queen with just the ace of spades, there's not really any bluffs that he has.
She gave that left-handed
Maybe
walk.
5-6.
Maybe thousand.
Bob only plays when he's got 6s.
Devin in the small blind is going to raise it up with Queen Jack offsuit. He's going to make it 90. The fisherman is going to call with a couple of hearts, and here comes
Okay,
OG
Dave.
with an OG hand, 9-8 offsuit.
Didn't think Dave would call, but knew OG would call.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Oh, this is a tasty flop.
OG got the best of it right now.
Top pair not backing down.
So Bob, you going to MGM after this?
No. If I can get there.
Devin decides not to float out of position with his overs. Dave's got a gutter and some backdoor hope.
You got enough comps?
No, I just paid for it, 20 bucks.
And we've seen Dave do this before, but he checks it. Thought maybe he might lead out after that king just to see if he could.
Yeah, my dish is pretty good.
I like the bet from OG. The king really shouldn't have helped Dave.
And if it's only $20, it's not bad.
So he gets more value, and he can.
Rice.
Last, I got
Fried rice with.
That goes back to what we were talking about earlier about free cards.
Really good. Good dish.
Is it's your opponent has a lot more draws, so you
Yep.
bet the turn, get that value that you're not going to get on the river when they brick.
Hey, Buddha?
Yeah, but
You just don't
I
drive
gotta
with me?
buy some chip chips. I drive, I hate to car up here.
Oh,
I have a car.
Oh, that's right.
So what you're seeing there is a $600 voucher for 12 people, and 13th place.
It's like a 30-hour.
Going to collect some cash there, $420, and we know that there's already one of those vouchers being claimed
Thanks, Eddie. Thank you.
by Neil Brinkman, aka Mr. Coffee. Joey and I were both speculating with this turnout tonight that there'd be probably more than just one of those players, with the potential to collect 2 vouchers tonight, the way the format's set up.
Commission.
But it was a great turnout, and they're still going at it.
I mean, I think it's absolutely incredible that for a $65 satellite, you guys got over 7,500.
Pass them around to everybody.
And the pool
Everybody started
took
tipping with
12 vouchers?
Yeah.
On a Tuesday?
Yeah.
In the summer?
The one
Just
dealer
before the
sat
4th of
down,
July?
as soon as he got
Jeez.
one,
Yeah.
he picked it up and he threw it at the guy, hit him in the chest. Oh my
Those are big
God.
numbers.
Well, and we
I felt
saw, as I
horrible.
mentioned, we saw a number of
Really?
new faces come in the door tonight. I know there's at least possibly 10 brand new members.
It was a joke.
Yeah, those dealers thought it was a joke.
They didn't think it was funny, buddy. Woo.
Meanwhile,
Boy, the
a bunch of
players
speculative hands
everybody
look like they're going to go to a
said
flop.
20%.
They all got a little bit of hope.
Got a mystery hand here in front of Levine.
Let's see if we can deduce what Levine has.
I would get the pink chips, the jack, the $2.
Oh, boy. Look at that. Car Wash Jeff.
Because the dealers aren't
Just
pissed
flops a
off.
flush. No big deal.
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep.
Not for nothing, Reserve Bob has a gut shot straight flush draw.
I don't think this is an Oscar moment for Levine. I believe he missed.
Yeah, Jeff just fires out 500 into a $300 pot. Very indicative of a baby flush.
Oh, okay. I fold.
Bob just says, okay, I'm out.
Flush draw.
Oh, I love these guys,
I
man.
bet they're
Hey,
going
Levine,
crazy.
look, Levine, I was thinking
I had
about
better.
you.
I had better than
I know,
that.
but I was thinking about you.
No.
And
I
Bob
had
is
8-10 with ace of
Not
clubs.
only indicating his fold, but bragging about his gut shot straight flush fold.
You knew you were drawing. And there's a lot of cards that make you a loser for us.
Hey, Lucas, you bring up a good point.
Crazy.
That was Buddha approved.
So, Gio, if you get a chance, if we could see the updated VPIP, we greatly appreciate it.
Well, he was in the big blind.
Oh, if this was a no-nit 5, 10, 20 game, that would be incredible. I agree.
Zach, that fold was Buddha approved.
Thank you, Buddha.
The one time I was able to come up here and play on stream, it was a no-nit game, and it was an absolute blast.
Yeah.
Let's clarify something.
Well, who's the biggest winner of 2024 in the live stream?
Speaking of big winners, I was the big winner in that game.
Yes.
Bob doesn't track his, so we don't know.
Bob was the second,
I'll go
actually.
back and add them all up.
Was he?
Yeah. I think I had him by like $60. It was close.
2022, 2023 was this guy for sure.
Bob's variance is bigger than mine. 2023 was probably Caleb.
Oh, look at this. A very friendly $100 in the pot. And quite the range of cards, five-handed. Fast Eddie in the box giving us this flop.
When was the last time you seen me lose?
And we get the ace for OG. We got
6
the
months ago, maybe?
Jack 4 for Dave with a little gut shot opportunity.
It's been a while since I went off for anything, more than 1,000.
You were overvaluing ace king there for a while. You
I
raised
still
with
do.
it,
I
and then no
don't
matter what the
care.
flop
I
was, you're
still do.
jamming on
It's
it.
an interesting dynamic. OG has the highest VPIP by far, yet nobody's really playing back at him. I mean, he has the hands. Like, he's flopping top pair. He's making hands, but he's not getting the action that you would typically think someone in his position would get. Because, I mean, we're what are we, three hours into this stream, and usually somebody by this point is like, all right, enough of this guy. Let's see, put him to the test.
Took a couple bad ones.
But he's just, they're just, waiting to get him in a different spot.
OG won a huge
Shows the
hand
discipline
right
of
after
these
the
guys.
quad
Yes.
the other night. Remember that, OG?
I didn't see that one. Oh, the hand after you said? The last hand?
Quick,
It was like 15
folder
minutes after
call
the live stream.
And you were here?
from OG.
Like a $15,000 pot. He won
You
with
played
quads.
late? Wow.
No,
You don't want
I've
to
heard
say
about
call?
it. It's legendary. No.
No way you're playing.
How big was that pot?
9-6?
15?
Yes. Not 9-4.
9-4 is right outside.
Right just
He
outside.
had a big stack. Had a big stack there of the string.
Bob keeps getting these sixes. Like they're stuck to him.
I was defending him earlier in the chat, saying he wasn't on the porch, that he was going to put the chips in play, but had nothing but calling and limping.
Right?
Come on, Bob. We know you're more aggressive than this.
Oh, it's too bad he's not going to get paid. Other than Levine. betting out.
Can he be patient and just make the call?
I don't think he can. I'm going to predict that he's going to raise this. And it's going to be a raise and a snap fold from Levine.
Let's go.
No, I'm
He
wrong.
does make the call.
Does make the call.
And not for nothing, the last time these two played a hand together, Bob had the sixes
Yes.
and had the set then too. Levine catches a pair. And he's going to keep telling his story.
240.
Six and a half.
650.
You got 850 there.
Yeah, let's go away.
It's pretty confident though, isn't
Again? Again.
Wow, look at it, the read off is so good.
it? Didn't we do this before? Just a little help out.
And we just got some interesting news. Vic, you want to go ahead and tell them?
Yeah, so Mr. Coffee, Neil Brinkman, did get
Never know what I had if I didn't show.
the double bag tonight. He
literally
did
say you
get
have sixes
two
in?
vouchers,
Hey, Bob.
And the tournament's still going.
and it's still going.
So he hit the milestone
Yes,
twice.
twice.
Yeah, but I pushed him to do that.
Well done, Mr. Coffee.
Yeah, which means he'll probably head for home and get on the live chat,
That was drawing very
particularly if he knows if Concrete Dave is on the
I don't
chat,
have spades, sir.
because those two like to go at it.
I had a deuce in my
That's why they have backs on them. Yeah, I'd like, that'd be a real good, let you smooth in there, another spade come. Then what do I do when you push?
You're gonna call because you
Well, I'm
just.
gonna call for sure, because I played it bad, but
45 to play.
I was going 1,000 on the river.
Yes, it is a straddle.
And you hear
I think
Levine talking right now. Had
yeah.
Bob not raised, he was betting 1,000 on the river.
I don't
So
wanna have to fade that, although I would call no matter what.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for letting me know that.
Especially if a 6 came on the river.
Exactly. That's your favorite hand,
125 then.
oh, here we go.
for sure.
That's the Bob I know.
It's check,
Stepping
right?
off the porch with them threes.
That's what you check.
I know somebody personally that absolutely
Are you sure?
lives and dies by pocket threes.
Good hand, Bob. You earned it. You earned it.
I hit the top. Yeah.
I'm serious.
You did.
Well, did you hear that comment there about, good hand, Bob, you earned it.
I missed that.
And
John's
very-
not getting run off with the ace eight of
very
spades.
patronizing way of saying, all right, we've heard enough.
I like it.
Four-handed.
Everybody whiffs.
Whiff, whiff.
300. 300 to bet.
Nobody's even got a club. And he's in the lead, so he bets. Pocket threes. 300 on his threes.
Does one of these guys have the heart to make a raise? Bob just taking it down. Pocket threes for the win.
Thought he was gonna show another set.
We are the Reserve, Toledo, Ohio. This is our Tuesday night
Last comment.
No Limit Hold'em cash game, and it is a 5, 10, 20 game tonight.
We played two
Our
hands
good
like that.
friend Dominic up in the UP doing some fishing and other friendly things. In the meantime, got Joey here
It's just pocket sixes.
in
That's all you
Dom's
get.
seat joining us from Mad River Poker, and Sarge said, hey, Gio, he meant to say Joey. I heard you say you went to boot camp. So are you playing in the Veterans Tournament next week?
I plan not only to play in it, but also win it.
There you go. The Babe Ruth has been declared. He's pointing to left field, right
And,
field, center field.
Just for the record, I am 1-for-1. Mad River had a 9/11 Memorial Veterans Tournament.
Oh, they did.
And I won that one
Oh,
last year.
excellent.
Check the
So
beat
I got-
back there, kid. Now
You've got a title to defend.
mine's way higher.
All right. Then
Way
mine?
higher.
Then mine?
Hell yeah.
All right, let's find out the VPIP.
That was
Fisherman
actually when I
Dave
first
coming in
got
here.
into poker.
Way
Seriously,
higher.
was on deployment.
Higher,
I'm at
In the
least
back
at like
room,
35.
just playing over.
higher than yours.
I can't remember what it was, but machine shop, drills and turbines all around us, and we just had this little
What do you call
roll
that?
cloth draped over a piece of equipment, just playing cards. It's exactly what you think it would be.
We
What was the game of choice back then?
Oh, it was holding.
It was Hold'em.
It was
Okay,
Hold'em.
not dealer's choice.
I mean, we occasionally would do like 5-card draw, but
Okay.
it was. I mean, I went into the Navy in 2008. That deployment was 2011, so the deployment had happened, and it was right before Black Friday. So Hold'em was the most popular game in the world at
Sure.
that time.
Yeah.
He's 28. 28. 32.
Shit, I want to read.
Taking a moment here, just they're talking about VPIP.
Single digits.
I've been in that one.
61.
Mine's way higher
Which
than
is higher,
yours.
OG's age or VPIP?
His age.
Okay. It looks, pretty young.
Four of us
Yeah.
had the same VPIP.
I don't want to say anything, but I don't think he's.
Still, if he could golf his age, it would still be pretty damn good.
Golf is age. I think we'd be talking about him and not Scotty Scheffler.
Anytime you put money in, you're not the boss.
If you're below me, you can't.
Has anybody ever shot a 60? Okay, yeah, somebody shot in the
So
50s
he's been
before.
calling
One
out.
above me.
61 is.
Oh, no? He's
Annika Swordsdam, I think, has
you owe me
59, 59 or
That's-
58. She did
Red
that
and black on this.
in the height of her game.
I think if I could shoot 61 on the
Why
back
don't you
nine,
just
that'd
pay
be
me
a
the 40
plus.
you owe?
Just on the back
I've
nine.
never vouched for a bet in my life.
Voluntary.
Back to back here, Dave's got big hands, and he's going to raise it up to 50 now. In early position with the ace-jack of spades. Looks like he's going to wind up.
I mean, anything in the 20.
Nah, Buddha's gonna defend for $30.
You're acting like I'm not putting no chips in there.
You wanna
Whoa,
play
Buddha.
Handed me.
Do you want to play prop card? Prop card.
Oh, no.
Nah, that's a good fold. 8-6 is bad.
Why? Someone's gonna win something.
Prop card, someone's going to win something.
What do you call it?
I feel like I've played every
And there we are in the main room, and if you look at table 8 right there in seat 8,
I can't try to remember a card.
that's
do a triple.
You can't try to
the double
remember a
voucher
card.
winner tonight,
Prop
Neil
card.
Brinkman,
Yeah, the young guy.
with the glasses on his forehead.
I'll bet you $100 one of them.
This probably on a delay, so that's. I would assume that as soon as he got his second voucher, he's just heading off to get more coffee somewhere.
7 handicap.
Ace, king, queen. I didn't look. That's what I said. This hand right here.
Now, we square after the game. We can't be throwing money back.
We're doing it every game?
And
Are
again,
you allowed to
Gio,
call clock pre-flop?
what's that? If it's going to happen, it's going to happen here between these two guys.
Dave with the ace-5 of diamonds.
And we got a little glitch in our graphics right now. Hopefully this is nothing serious.
I'm thinking he was going to raise.
Dave, yes.
Jeff will fold. This is where that Spotify playlist would come in handy.
Yes.
And we got 119 people watching right now, so I won't start singing to drive them all away. We'll spare you guys. But bear with us. Hopefully these technical difficulties resolve themselves quickly, and we'll get back to the action. And for now, you got to look at us.
For now, you got to look at us. We'll see if we can get an update in the headset here from Gio. Oftentimes when these things happen, we do a reboot, and we're talking about just about a 15-minute delay. See if Gio can let us know in the headset. Fixing it right now. And Gio, will it be a 15-minute delay? Okay. All right. In the meantime, as I announced earlier, we've got Dominic. He's up in the UP taking some vacation time with family. He's fishing, having a good time. We've got our good friend from Mad River, Joey, in here in the house tonight. Great job.
Always a pleasure.
And so we've had a lot to talk about because of, first of all, the second Millie coming up as a joint venture between our two clubs.
Super excited.
Very excited. And there's satellites. There's one tonight in a different format than usual. There are satellites down in Mad River. And let's just talk about some of the logistics here. For the Millie, which starts on August 16th, I believe.
Yes.
Have that date correct. And if you bag in Toledo, then you for day 2. Then you play your day 2 in Toledo. If you bag
Yes.
for day 2 in Dayton, then that's where you play your day 2. Then those 2 day 2s will go on simultaneously. And then the day 3, like we did with the last Millie, will be here in Toledo. Basically because we've got the live stream, and we'll live stream those final. Last year it was got down to 3 tables for day 3.
Yep.
And we had all 3 tables in the live stream room.
Which way?
And all 3 of us in the booth.
What's that?
And all 3 of us
And we
in
had
the booth.
we had triple threat. Yeah, we had the 3 of us in the booth, taking turns between Dom and Joey and I. So, but those are important logistics to people ask that question, particularly if they haven't played in the previous Millie. And the last Millie going to a first place prize pool of $273,000 when $200,000 was guaranteed. It was a great turnout for both clubs. And what I
$1.8 million in the prize pool.
1.8 million. And what I pointed out before is that, and there's, it's a redo of the VPIP, because there were so many eyes on this. It was the first one of a joint venture in Ohio, became the biggest tournament ever in Ohio.
Period.
There were a lot of eyes on it from around the country. And I think now that people have seen, well, this went well, not only that, they're getting word of mouth that things were run really well between both clubs, and it was a great joint venture. What's the potential? I mean,
I've got my over-under at $2 million.
$2 million?
It's. I mean, even the last one made its way into Card Player Magazine. It was Player of the Year eligible.
Mm-hmm.
So the sky's the limit. I mean,
Yeah.
it's only capped at the publicity that it gets, the marketing. And I know that Jimmy and Marissa and Duncan and Melissa down in Mad River, they just do a great job of putting it out there and making it known and doing what needs to be done to really get people to come from all over the place.
Yeah.
Miami, people were coming out from California, all over the country, came out for the
Texas,
last one.
Vegas, yeah.
And it's only going to get bigger.
Yeah.
And the one thing, going back to what you were talking about, the bags, that I'd also highlight is you can multi-bag and get a 3K bonus. It just where your biggest bag is secured, whether you play at Mad River or Toledo, that's where you play your day 2.
Yeah.
So if you come down to Mad River, bag $1 million,
Very good point.
and you bag $950 in Toledo, got to go down to Mad River.
Yeah.
Where you get your biggest bag, that's where you're going to play your day 2. But day 3 will be here at the reserve. We'll be streaming it. Dom and Vic will hopefully be allowing me to jump in a little bit.
Absolutely.
To have some fun.
And our little interruption is concluded. We're back in business, and there is another thing you didn't see before. It's the feather duster dusting taking the dust off the chips.
Yeah, we'll get the dust off Bob's chips just in time.
Just in time.
Every man's dream, waking up to 2 ladies.
They're dusty. You need to get the dust
Is that okay to say?
It's going to raise to 175.
Big John's going to get out of the way. I don't think OG is going to tag along despite being in the straddle.
Say you get 8 deuces, and I'm 8 deuces.
No action.
Just make sure when you
Take it down.
put them in a box first before you look at them.
And in the spirit of camaraderie and joint ventures, while they're getting the cars out, and the dealer change, just highlight the Shark Tanks tournament that they got coming up too, because it's a really cool format. It's a 500K flight start next week, July 11th, and not only are they guaranteeing 100K to first, but if you bag during the first week of flights, you'll get 800 for bagging. But then every single bag that you get after that fact will be worth $5,000. It's just unheard of.
And if you want all that information, it's very simple. I just now went on to Facebook and put in Mad River Poker Club, and sure enough, there's a calendar for all of July right there, just about a couple of swipes on the way down on their page, and exactly what we're talking about here. The $500,000 prize pool at Shark Tank, and they are having 4 of those flights at Mad River.
You heard that right. You can play day 1 flights for the Shark Tanks tournament in Columbus at Mad River
At
in
Mad
Dayton
River.
the first week, because again, that camaraderie, that working together to make poker great for the community. That 5K double bag bonus for that first week, such a draw, giving you the maximum opportunity to catch it. You got flights at Mad River July 11th through the 14th. So just working together as everyone can, and who knows what's on the horizon. Maybe one day Toledo, Columbus, and Dayton all come together for one giant event. Who knows what that would look like.
Oh, my goodness.
But I hope to see it.
Yeah.
And I just love that everyone in these clubs take the time and the effort to put these together for the community. Meanwhile, we got a hand going on here. Pair and a flush draw for Big John, Ace King for reserve Bob. See what the river's got in store. A lot of outs for John going to the river.
A lot of outs. That's not one of them, though.
Not one of them at all. Shaq at the free throw line, just a brick.
I love it.
Six.
600. 600.
There's just so much here that beats Big John.
There's so much here that beats Bob, too, though. John might get frisky with that Jack of Hearts. We've seen him do it once. Can he put it all in again? It'd be an insane shove, but it would work.
Ace King.
Who does just make the call with
Just
the jack?
make the call, and it's been a tough night here for Big John Stud.
You gotta admire his heart, though.
Yeah.
Not backing down.
No. And his demeanor never really changes. You know, you don't see him get upset. He really kind of goes with the flow.
Didn't really have that in you. Check
It's
the ball
not
there.
like him on any given night here on Tuesday night to have a tough night like this.
And you heard him just say he didn't think he had Bob headed in him to check back a king on the turn there.
I checked the ace.
I thought he was bluffing. And that's one of those spots on Hold'em where if you think you're bluffing, sometimes you can call, but just in case, sometimes you turn your hand into a bluff.
Might take a shot there. Raise 60. No big deal.
Levine getting after it here with 7-3 of hearts. He's going to raise it up to 60.
And he is 40% of the way to a straight flush.
Yeah, I didn't like it. I like it. Straight concern, flush concern, I'm checking.
Buddha not at his seat. Would have had Queen 10 of spades, and knowing that it's Levine, I think he might have really made that call. So Levine takes down a profit of $35. And we do have...
Tank of gas.
What's that?
Tank of gas.
Tank of gas right there.
$35.
Yep.
Put the 40 on that.
Our next live stream will be Saturday night. That'll be the regular Joe Poker Show. That'll be a 4-hour live stream. We're going till 11:15 tonight. Thursday we will be closed, but take special note of what's going on down there in Dayton at Mad River.
Padding this up on the
I wouldn't be surprised if you see Jim and Marissa down there on Thursday.
I hated the
Jim did mention something about, I think he said they might go to play the Shark Tank one.
Oh, okay.
Because again, it's like 5K double bag potential. Man, I've got some bullets set aside.
I think we got a 3-bet coming our way. No, he just makes the call with the ace-10 of diamonds.
Interesting out of the small blind. Ace-10 is as much of a nemesis for a lot of people as King-Jack off.
And ace-queen.
We're going to go 5 ways. Let's see some fireworks ahead of the 4th of July.
Check. Check.
There's a little something something.
Yeah, Big John Stud getting the best of it. Top pair with the king kicker. Fisherman Dave, and they check it around to a free card.
Levine pairs his 8 with his straight draw. Bob does pick up a gut shot with a 9. But Dave, he's got a lot of hope left in this hand. Middle pair. Nut flush draw. Big John blocking that with the queen of diamonds. Got the top pair. Holding on for now. Bob looked like he was contemplating violence there. Dave just going to take his equity, try to get there. King of diamonds. It is a 5. If you're in John's shoes, trying to figure out what you can get called by. He might go small. No, he goes large. He knows his man. Gets maximum value.
He sure did.
Good hand, John.
Said if he's got any kind of pair, he's not going to fold no matter what the size.
John don't mess around. When he loses a hand,
John needed that one.
when he loses a
He's been on the wrong side of a couple hands. That's a good little confidence boost for him.
Well, and Bob is saying what I've been saying, or we've been talking about here in Big John's game. You know, he just doesn't get ruffled. I mean, he doesn't allow his emotions to take over his game and his game plan. So I can't stress enough the importance of that to particularly poker players that are new to this game. You really have to keep your emotions in check, whether it's the highs or the lows. I mean, you can't get ahead of yours. You can't get out in front of your
Winner's tilt
skis.
is definitely a thing.
You know, and think everything's going your way when there's still hours to go.
Yeah, you win a couple pots and then you think you're like 15 and invincible again.
Yeah.
And you get the bad news more times than not.
175.
In my poker journey myself, I've struggled with that, the emotional balance. I speak from experience. A lot of people get this basically an entitlement mindset. You spend a lot of time studying, you work at it, you care about it, it's a passion of yours, and you put in this effort to get better at it.
Mm-hmm.
The deck doesn't care.
No. No.
So
You're not owed anything when you sit down to this game.
I fell victim to it many times myself. You sit down, you do all the right things, and then they just get there.
And look at this flop. Levine now gets an open-ender, and Big John Stud's got top pair with the ace kicker. Car Wash Jeff waiting in the wings with just pocket threes.
150.
A little small bet from John. People haven't been really raising too much on the flop, so a nice little small bet really will tell him where he's at. If you get raised, it sucks, but a lot of times the way these guys have been playing, they're just going to call, get some value.
I need to win a hand, though. I'm not even asking for a free double.
Levine is going to stick around with the very bad end of a straight draw, but he is open-ended to a 5.
Play bad and get lucky. They can't beat you.
That might slow down the action.
I had my chance.
King Queen's definitely in Levine's range here. But so are a lot of other hands that John has a lot of equity against. He can get value from. The 10-9s, the Jack-10s. Those hands all play. Take this line. Does put in about a half pot size bet. And Levine wisely lets it go. It's always a precarious proposition to have the hand like Levine's on that board, where even if you make your straight with the 5, you still don't have anywhere near the nuts.
Mm-hmm.
The Queen 10.
Right.
And sometimes you cool yourself.
Oh, yeah. His son did.
But yeah, going back to what we were talking about with the winner's tilt, the getting on tilt emotional balances, the sooner you can realize that this game doesn't owe you a thing, and realize it's just one giant math problem working itself out, the more profitable you'll be.
Well said. Got a straddle going on here to 40 from the OG. And we were warned about a hand that we might not be able to see very well. This might be the one.
Great, it's 125.
And just bear with us, folks.
So we got heads up action to a paint 9 paint board. Check, check. Turn is an 8. They both look to be spades. I believe an ace hit the river. Levine takes it down at any rate. Looks like he had top pair or second pair, best kicker. Not much action there. Vic stepped away for just a second, so it's just me for now. See if we can clear up these echo here in just a second. $40 straddles on. Action will start on Bob. We are up to 62 likes with just about an hour to go, so if you're watching and haven't clicked that like button, go ahead and do so now. Show that support, hit subscribe, drop a comment. We appreciate you. I appreciate you. I don't get to pop in as much as I'd like, but when I do, it's always a privilege. We'll go 3 ways to this flop. Buddha with the ace and pairs it. OG fires. Had a backdoor flush draw, hope. Picks up no equity, lets it check. Should resolve this echo here in just a problem. Got the update. We'll be fixed here in just a couple hands. Bear with us, we appreciate you. Joe, my name is Joey. I'm a Columbus guy that deals in Columbus, does content, helps out at Mad River and Dayton as well. Just kind of a kid who loves poker, loves being around poker, and loves helping in any way I can grow the Ohio poker community. And the guys here at the Reserve know I love talking about poker, and were kind enough to invite me to join them in the booth today while Dom is on vacation. Well deserved. Doing my best to fill his shoes. We miss him. John gets froggy with the 7-6 of spades. Might get action in a couple spots. Bob's in there with the king jack, Buddha with the ace 8. OG's not going anywhere with the flop on the straight possibility. And even Levine's in there with the 3 deuce. The diaper, as they call it. Top pair for Bob, not much else for anyone. OG finds a gutter. John picks up a pair. Bob's gonna fire now. Chunky $300 bet. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. He is gonna let his pair go. Buddha should let this go as well. Begrudgingly giving Bob another pot. These guys got a friendly rivalry back and forth. The real announcer's back, boys and girls.
So something very fascinating about this milestone. You know, I was just out there a little bit ago, and there were 4 or 5 tables, and I go out there now, and there's 2 tables. Well, here's the thing: as soon as they get a milestone, that person goes up and gets their coupon, and then that money comes off. Those chips come off the table. So right now, there's only one more milestone to be had, and there's 16 players left. So as soon as another player hits that milestone, there's 15 players that just, okay, we're all done. You hit the 240,
Right.
and then you step out of the game, and your chips come out of play.
Oh, so there's 12 vouchers and 11 milestones have been hit, is what you're saying.
11 milestones have been hit
Wow.
for 12 vouchers.
Okay.
So there's only one more voucher to be hit via the milestone. So it doesn't get played out all the way down like a normal
that's
tournament.
That's
Yeah.
what makes it fun. It's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
you're in a way you're in a race. You're not just in a race against the blind clock. You're in a race against the chip stacks.
So I just happened to go out there and bumped into 5 very happy people that said, "I love this."
It really is just an awesome format. There's no losers at all. Well, I guess the people that don't get the voucher. but
Yeah.
I'm saying in terms of format, in terms of playability, in terms of time, because as we continue to grow and evolve, we're realizing more and more just how valuable time is compared to money, and it's just like $65 is great value, but if it takes 6, 7, 8 hours to play that's a lot of time investment. That other things going on. There's so much to do. That these milestone tournaments create that environment where you can just come in and, like in Mr. Coffee's case, in about an hour, just you lock yourself up a $600 seat for $65.
Right.
And you break it, that's $550 an hour, or say you took 2 hours, $275. It's good money.
Yeah.
Because these vouchers are transferable, correct?
They're transferable.
So-
Absolutely.
So if you win it for $600, you could sell it for $599 to
Yeah.
somebody that really wants, just a little bit of savings.
Right.
Or what I like to do is win them and sell them for like 50% and then 20%. Or buy them that way.
Yeah.
Like if you want to be like, hey, I'll give you 300, you got 20% of the bullet. No sweat.
Yeah. The negotiations begin.
But a lot of people are just like, give me 550, we can be done. Bob pulls a 10-3. I don't think anybody was surprised by that. Buddha takes down another one.
I'm going to go check on this audio. Never mind. We got an update. This audio is going to be corrected shortly, ladies and gentlemen, so just stick with us. Yeah, Peach, I mean, it's an incredible format. As you mentioned, 15 losers, but you're done by 10:15 at night. I mean, you're eliminated without losing.
I've been on the other side of that and felt like a loser where I win a seat and then I see it's 2:30 in the morning and I'm just like,
Yeah.
ugh. So it's like, yay, but because something like the 15, even with 15-minute levels, you get those good starting stacks. You got the good structure. They can drag on.
Oh, just as I mentioned, Mr. Coffee headed home, and now he's on the chat board, getting congratulations.
OG got second pair with the ace. Levine's got overs and hope.
Oh, and OG hits another 7 here. See if he can get something out of this. May not be able to.
Yeah, just puts a vice grip on this hand, and that's pretty much going to do it. But going back to the milestone with the 240, if you're just like sitting at 115,000, you're just incentivized to just put it in. Just with 16 players and only one of you has a seat, just put it in. Speaking of putting it in, Big John's going to put in a few chips this hand. Got the ace king off. Everybody's new favorite hand for OG, the jack 4. He's not going to get frisky. Up, and Dave getting pipped with the ace queen.
Big hand alert here. Levine doesn't want to be left out with his 6-3 of spades, so we're three-handed going to the flop. All red. Dave's got the best draw here. The ace of hearts. And he gets a free card. And the board pairs.
And not for nothing, Levine can hit a 4 of diamonds.
Yeah.
And a 4 spades. Just take this away from him. Well, I guess actually he could just hit a 6. And he is going to take the initiative. He's going to bet the 150. Dave just going to put in the call. His hand's too good to be a bluff, to turn it into a bluff. Ace high is still good a lot of the time, as you see. He's got the nut flush draw. And drills a pair just to feel better about life.
Yeah, tough card there for Levine because he's going to try to take a stab at this, unfortunately, I think.
Let's see, it's snapped off.
Yeah. And a nice profit there for Fisherman Dave, 560.
I think Dave would have called if it was a jack on the river.
Yes, Kiwi Colleen, there is an audio issue right now with the player's audio. I don't think, I think we should be coming in loud and clear, but we were told by Gio that that's going to be taken care of very shortly, so just stay with us. It'd be worse if they were still jawing at it like they were about a half an hour ago. All right, so friendly $100 pot here with 5 players, quite a range. And here comes the flop.
And OG really just flops the best of it.
With a gut shot. He bets it. I don't think he's going to get any takers here, and he doesn't.
Again, he's just 60% VPIP, stabbing at pots, and they're just giving it to him. Do your thing. Show him how it's done. As an OG should. You got any good poker stories, Vic? I got a private message that said tell a good poker story, but I'm struggling to think of one.
Tell a good poker story. I usually tell stories that make fun of myself, and
I do have one of those.
I was in Vegas, and I think it was when I was one of the 2 times I played in the seniors event, and then wound up going to the Bellagio to play cash. And up at the cage, leaning on one crutch, is Doyle, and he's having a conversation with somebody. Seemed like a pretty casual, not a very intense conversation. And I was, you know, I'm not an autograph guy. I don't need my picture taken with you, but I do like to say hello to somebody and just let them know, like the story I told about Annie Duke. Here we go, heads up here. Queen 10 of hearts versus ace 6 of diamonds, and it's all clubs.
Undeterred. I like this Levine kid. He's not afraid to just put chips in the middle, make his opponent think.
He doesn't play his age. That's the way I like to look at it. I think he's only 21, 22 years old, and he plays like a more experienced player than that. OG now hits the ace, 2 pair.
It's certainly not blind aggression.
It is not blind aggression, exactly.
Case in point, he's not going to chase the gut shot.
So I'm going past Doyle, and I decide I'm just going to say it. So I said, hey, Doyle, big fan, don't want to interrupt you. And then I said, you look great. And it was the stupidest thing to say. And as the words left my mouth, I'm like, you couldn't come up with something better to say than you look great? Because the inference is that you shouldn't look great, but you do look great.
Right.
And he gave me the strangest look, and I couldn't sleep that night. That's just all that kept going through my head as I put my head on the pillow, like,
It's like
hey,
the male version of going up to a woman and being like, how far along are
how
you?
far, what do you do? Yes, it was that bad. It was that awkward. And the one time I'm going to meet the guy, or you know, maybe even have the opportunity to shake his hand, and I just ruined it. Here we go, heads up, Buddha, Queen, King 10 of clubs.
Couple of suited 10s. Let's see who blinks first in this game of chicken as they both whiff the flop.
Now it's
Strike 2 for each of them.
yeah, comes down to aggression potentially.
Or, you know, you could just hit the jack. Just come from behind. Bottom of the 9th.
And take down $115 profit there.
Gets the RBI single to seal the game. So, the one story that comes to mind now that you said that specifically reminded me of... it's not really a poker story other than the fact that I happened to be at the casino playing poker. That's about the only thing that has to do with poker, but it's still a great story. This was about 10 years ago now. For those that don't know, Columbus every year has the bodybuilding event, the Arnold Classic.
Oh.
It's in Columbus every year. So during that time, I'm just at the casino playing poker. Probably 1-2 at the time. But I go in to use the restroom. And as I'm handling my business, this figure walks up to my left. And who is it? Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm standing there now with the Terminator.
Yes.
And I just like, I was just like, holy shit.
As vulnerable as you could be.
Yeah. And he's like, how are you? Nice to see you. And I said, well, it's definitely a more interesting night now. And I swear to God, Vic, he looks me dead in the eye at a urinal and says, remember, 2 shakes or you're playing with it.
Classic. Hey, it's bomb pot time. Everybody's in for 25. It's going to be a double board bomb pot.
All spades on the first one.
No, 2 spades in a club.
That's what I said. Just saying if you were paying attention.
2 spades on one board, 2 clubs on the other, 2 paint cards on the top.
Devin's got the nut flush draw on the first board. Little gut shot on the second. Spades working for Fisherman Dave. I like Reserve Bob's hand. He's got a gut shot to the nuts on one board, and then he's got the open ender with top pair on the other. Set for Levine. Everybody's got something going on here.
Yeah, OG may not be
Nut
going way
flush
too fast here.
Buddha's got middle set. I will be surprised if there's not multiple all-ins. They just call. Nobody raises. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
They want to see what happens on the turn. These guys have played PLO before. They want to see safeguards. What does the turn have in store for us? And the nuts come in for OG on the second, and the nuts come in for Devin on the second board. OG's like, no, we're not checking through.
Now it's possible for Buddha to improve here. He does have top set. on the top board. He would need the board to pair.
But he's good enough to know he has nothing on the second. He's
Yep.
playing for one board. Makes a disciplined fold.
And Devin actually with the straight on the bottom and the flush on the top.
Don't be surprised to see him pot it. These are spots where you have the nuts on one board at the moment. Anything can happen on the river, and you might be able to get strong-ish hands to fold on the other board where you have a vulnerable hand.
Levine gets out of the way. Now it comes back over to OG.
And again, Levine making a very disciplined fold.
And right now it's a chop. Let's see what happens here on the river. Good fold
Yeah, so
there by Buddha.
So now if you're Devin, you just know you have half the pot locked up. He's going to bomb it. And OG, he might fold, but he's probably going to call. He's got the nut flush, and yeah, he's just like, if you got a boat, show it to me.
Yep, chop it up. They're each going to take down $237, $238.
Nice hand for both. Pick up a couple $100.
Yep. My good friend Joey is in the booth with me tonight from Mad River, and speaking of that, we've got the next Millie coming up soon, starting on August 15th, between joint venture between Mad River and Reserve Poker Club. $1 million prize pool guarantee, $200,000 first place guarantee. We hit 1.8 million last time. We hit 270,000 for first place last time. We're going to exceed that easily, but here are all of the reserve flights. There are also flights at Mad River, so please go to the Facebook page for Mad River and you can see what those are. If you bag at the reserve for day 2, then you will play the day 2 in Toledo. If you bag at Mad River for day 2, you'll play there, but then day 3 will be here at the reserve. That'll be on Monday. That'll be a restart at the reserve, Monday, September 2nd. And we just had our first satellite that was the milestone, the first ever here at the reserve. I think it went really, really well. They had 12 vouchers handed out, and there was one player, our good friend Mr. Coffee, taking down 2 of those. Our next, let's see, let's do the calendar thing here. Our next satellite will be not this Thursday, but next Thursday, a regular satellite, July 11th, 6 p.m. Talking about spending $65 to win life-changing money.
Yep.
I mean, it's and in the case of the young man that took it down from Fort Wayne, he came for the last flight, which was anyway, he came for the last flight on Saturday. He had just gotten off of work, and then he made it to day 2 and wound up just playing very solid, steady poker, never really got roller coastered, and yeah, $227,000 took back with him.
He played the final table spots well too. There was a couple, Friedman was there. He was, picking his spots. Obviously, great player, multiple bracelet winner, and he I'm sorry, I can't remember your name, but the guy from Fort Wayne just kind of just let the people, implode on themselves, or just let poker play out the way it did, and he was able to find ladders, and he picked his spots really well, and got the W. Hell of a run for him.
It was.
Meanwhile, OG it seems like every time I look up, OG's just picking up chips.
Picking up chips.
He has definitely earned the name.
Oh, and I missed something here. What we do at 10:15, we are in the power hour. So what we have here in front of us, Joey, is the last hour of the live stream. Typically is the power hour, because what happens is you got people that are stuck, and suddenly their range opens up, and suddenly the bet sizing increases. It's hard sometimes, some nights, to differentiate power hour hands from the hands that took place the 4 hours prior to that. And I would say tonight would be one of those nights. We have just seen some great action, some wide ranges, some aggression, a number of very strong bluffs that paid off.
Most notably, John's pocket eights.
Yes.
He went for it, but Devin made a hell of a call and got rewarded.
Yeah. So some great action. We'll be going till 10:15 tonight. We want to thank everybody for joining us here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. We will be closed Thursday for the 4th of July, but please take note of all the action that's taking place down in Dayton.
Even Car Wash Jeff here getting a little frisky, out of line for him with the king-queen off. When we've seen these big 3-bets from him, he's had aces or kings or really strong hands. So seeing him put it in with the king-queen off shows he's not done playing for the night. Dave stuck a little bit, as you mentioned.
Yes.
He says 10-8's good enough to try to get back to even. And they both flop a pair. Dave's got some things working for him. He's probably going to see a turn. 325 is pretty hefty bet in a pile of 500 though, so he might just let Jeff have this. But again, it's the power hour. Are we thinking, I got a pair. I can turn a heart. 9 of hearts. Get real interesting. Not the card Dave wanted to see.
No.
He will be done with this hand.
Oh, check. Free card. That wasn't the out that Dave needed, but maybe with that ace.
Maybe Dave goes for it.
Maybe he goes for it here.
A little 850? No? Okay. Jeff's going to get the good news. $600, little chunk of change.
So, Neil, I did show Joey the picture that we put on Facebook. In the meantime, Neil sent me a picture so that you know who he is. This is
Scotty.
when Scotty was here in town. And a big hug there between Mr. Coffee and Scotty.
I did get to play with Scotty once. He's a very nice guy.
Yeah, he really is. And he was really very, very special. We hope to have him back at some point. It was a great series that we had. He was here for 2 weeks. Quite the ambassador for the game. And now we've got a button straddle here from the OG. Buddha, Queen 10 of Hearts. He's not really stuck, but...
Don't fold Buddha.
I was thinking the exact same thing. And
show him why you play Queen 10.
Yeah. But Reserve Bob here.
Oh, you know he's going to make it like 125.
Almost exactly. Oh, 140.
Price is right. Let's close this without going over.
Snap call here from Fisherman Dave, who's trying to make up some lost ground. 9-8 of spades, certainly.
Hey, when you're stuck and you look down at 9-8 suited, you're just thinking it's aces sometimes.
You got to do something here when it's the power hour.
Levine, little surprised Levine didn't 3-bet ace-jack.
I am too.
If John plays queen-jack, he's definitely going to 3-bet. He's not going to go multi-way with his hand. He's dealt enough and played enough to know that his hand is a razor fold. And there it is.
Yeah.
You want to see 3 cards? 525.
And so far, he's really had the table image. He hasn't been playing too many hands or involved in too many big pots.
You had just stepped back in. You didn't get to see it. His VPIP is 7%. So.
Okay, yes. So my perception was pretty close to reality.
In fact, that wouldn't be very... Well, Bob's got ace-king of spades, but if it wasn't for the ace-king of spades, everybody else would just fold. But Bob's got 7K in front of him. He might feel like just putting it in. There it is. He says 2,700 to go. And if you're in John's seat, you're just like, I've played 3 hands all night, and you're 4-betting me.
Yeah. AKA, oops. Or as Homer would say, don't.
Yeah, you might. Need to call paramedic for this hand that just got caught in the cookie jar.
In the meantime, without even seeing a flop, Reserve Bob takes down a profit of $895. Not bad work when you can get it.
That's some people's rent payment. Just one hand. Also some people's car payment.
Before you go see the fireworks on Thursday, come in here Wednesday night and play the $65 Monster Stack. That starts at 6 p.m. Very popular tournament. Levine's going to raise up to 100 with the King 10 offsuit. The OG, we were talking about the OG in 9-6 earlier, and sure enough, he's got 9-6. He's going to make the call. Buddha, ace queen, does he raise here? He just makes the call. Would have liked to seen a raise here, get rid of some of the scruffy hands. Speaking of which, ace 3 of hearts for Dave and queen 4 of spades here for Car Wash Jeff. So we're going to go 5-handed to a pot that has 515 in it already. And here comes the flop. Levine's going to get the best of this. Top pair with a 10 kicker and Buddha. Middle pair with the ace kicker. Checks around to him, so he makes it 300. Car Wash Jeff got a piece of this. Does he want to float one more? He's thinking about it. This would be a power hour call for Car Wash Jeff. And he does make the call. Levine now. Will he check raise? He's got top pair. He was the pre-flop aggressor. And he does just make the call. And OG's coming along with bottom pair. Oh, no, OG folded. Excuse me. 3-handed going to the turn. There's a 7 of diamonds. Levine still in the lead. 7 of diamonds really doesn't make much difference to Buddha, but they check it around to a free card. And the OG would have hit 2 pair.
Oh, my goodness. They snap check through.
Yep.
Levine's going to show the king.
With a profit of $1,000.
That'll perk you up a little bit.
Absolutely. See the guy. Not only that, he's got a little smile on his face. Absolutely.
Be interesting to see if John gets after it a little bit with that 7% VPIP and it being the final hour. Does he do what most players struggle with, where they look at it as a marathon rather than a sprint and just like, this is just one session and a long string of sessions and take the L? Or does he try to battle back to profit land before the end of the night?
Well, and most of the players on this table are about an hour away from home, so there's a good chance that this game will be done at 11. Sometimes the game, after the live stream ends, they continue to play for hours. It just kind of depends on the mood and where everybody's coming in from. Buddha, Queen, Jack, making the call.
Dave's not going anywhere. He's got $10 in and an ace. In fact, he's going to say, put more money in, guys. 185. What's it to you? I like it.
Yeah.
Out of position, really bad ace.
Yeah.
If you're going to play, put in the 3-bet. Don't be passive.
OG not backing down.
Case in point, he gets the ace-10 to fold. So now if he hits his ace, he'll actually be good.
They put the 3 hands together, you got a straight.
Oh, look at that. John would have flopped top 2. But as it is now, you've got the open ender for Buddha. Second pair for OG. Fisherman Dave flops his top pair. Wants to charge his customers. OG not going anywhere. And he's got the king of diamonds. Just in case, you know, little 4 diamonds comes off on the turn.
Yeah, Buddha coming along with the open ender, so
He's not going anywhere.
$1,600 in the pot. Here's the turn. Oh, and what a card for Buddha.
Ding. Fries are done.
Yes.
OG slows down. Buddha overbets slightly.
Boom.
Brings down the hammer. 2 diamonds, 2 clubs. Wants to charge any draws that can get out there. He's going to take down $1,100. Happily shows the nuts. In your
And
face.
I know for certain right now that Bob is telling him how he doesn't agree with that bet.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's, you know, you could go argument for both ways. You got 2 flush draws out there. You got the nuts. Depending on, you know, what you think your opponents have, get the maximum value. Get the money in. You got OG, who's got 4,400 in front of him, and you had Fisherman Dave who had 2K. They're going to come along. They're going to come along. Might as well get the max.
Yeah, Joe G. Good point. Min value right there.
It's definitely a player-dependent play. You know, if you think they have a really wide range, you might want to go smaller to keep them in. That way they just call off with their bad pairs.
Here's the Nemesis suited in the big blind for Car Wash Jeff, and he's going to raise this up. Make it an even 100. OG, 10-8 of spades, not going anywhere. He makes the call.
The last thing I'll say about Buddha's situation was he was in position against 2 opponents, so when they both check to you, you're definitely incentivized to go smaller than when you are out of position, and then if that scare card comes, you just don't know where you're at, theoretically, but when you're in position, you can see what they do on the river. So betting smaller is definitely a play when you're in position, and betting bigger when you're out. But back to this hand. Reserve Bob's got the 7. Wants to make them prove it if they have an ace. He'll happily scoop up another pot. And he's, I hesitate to use the word quietly, but he's quietly just amassed an $8,500 stack.
Yeah, it depends on your definition of quietly. But I think, I believe what you're meaning by that is that it really hasn't been like a couple of really big pots.
I mean, he's flopped that set of 6s twice against Levine, but only one of those pots was substantial. Everything else has been 400 here, 500 there.
Right.
Which is kind of what you want as a player. And just, oh, more chips.
Yeah.
Oh, more chips. Rather than having, you know, I always joke with people, it's like, why do you go to Cedar Point if you play poker? It's enough of a roller coaster. Who needs Cedar Point with no limit Texas Hold'em? People just limping around for 20, 7-5, ace-6. Levine's not going anywhere for half price with king 10. Seems like the only way to
Here's a polite pot now, $85.
Seems like the only way to get John in a pot is just let him check his option. Down he goes.
OG bottom pair coming along. Now we're heads up.
He hits the 7 again. That's the second time he's found a
Yes.
a 7 on the turn. Goes almost full pot. He's going to get a call from Levine with second pair, good kicker. One of those, either he has it or he doesn't spots. That's actually a good card in terms of calling for Levine, but in this case bad because OG actually has it. But if OG was bluffing, less likely he has a jack.
I like the bet
It's
size
bad.
there from OG. I mean, that was a welcome mat of a bet right there. And
to his credit, not a bet a lot of people would make. You know, so many players, they have that 7 and then the top pair hits and like, oh, they are only calling me with a jack. And they shut down. So kudos to him. Finding the bet, knowing he can get called by worse. I'm starting to think he should come out with a master's class. He's just getting the chips. Quietly getting 5K.
So I think what they're doing now, what I understand is that they're playing down for that $420. I think all of it saw, there were 12 vouchers and 13th place was $420, and we wound up with, 14 players that didn't make it one of those vouchers, but there's still a pot to be had. $420. Interesting. It's all new to me. I mean, I've never been exposed to this milestone before, and I'm just finding it fascinating.
Yeah. How many players are left?
When I came here and there was just one spot left, one voucher to be had, with the milestone of if you get 240,000, I counted 16 players between the two tables. So in theory, if somebody did hit that, then there would still be 15 or 14 players, but they're going to play it down. I think they're going to play it down now to this, unless I don't know. I'm going to have to get verification on that. How do you get that 13th place when it's not a voucher? Do you play it down, or
in the way it is right now, somebody has to win that 420, or they
somebody
could
has
chop
to
the
win
420.
it. Yeah,
like they could do that too.
They are playing it down. All right.
Or if you're a quasi degenerate like me, I would wait till we get down to 12 people and be like, look guys, there's 420 here, 180 gets another seat. Why don't we, the 12, just put in $15 each, get it up to 600, and then the first person $240K, and we can be done.
Yeah.
Because $420 is not a small amount of money, but the idea of playing it down till like 1 o'clock in the morning for $400, I might just punt, honestly. If I'm playing the milestone and the milestones are gone, I might just be like, all right, I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm just done.
Yeah.
Take my $65.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Right.
But some people enjoy that grind, man.
They do.
Especially not for nothing.
So Anthony Holt lets us know there are 7 players left. And those 7 players are playing it down for that money. But I think you're right. I am surprised that they didn't decide to each kick in a little bit extra to make it a voucher. But that could be what's going on, because that has happened before.
Yeah, you have to play it out for the money. And 420 is a good number.
Yeah, it is a good number for a $65 buy-in.
And other things.
John does take a pot down, but it's pretty small. And I think you're seeing just a little frustration on his part. I've not seen John play cash before, so I'm not sure if this is normal for him to have such a low VPIP, or he's just not seeing the cards.
From my experience with John, he is what I would consider a disciple of discipline.
Okay.
He knows the game very well. He knows that it is just one giant, long math problem, and he's not going to force the issue. Not to say he's not aggressive in spots, but he lets the game come to him, and he's more than willing to take the daily L in the long run to book the monthly win. if that makes sense. If he's got to, lose 50, 60 big blinds in a day to win 600 at the end of the month, he'll do that rather than chasing those 60 big blinds and losing 600. He's a very, very disciplined guy.
Yeah.
But he is not a pushover.
Big John Stud did the button straddle here and got 3 callers. He's going to check his option. Look at this. 2 players with 9 deuce. And a deuce comes.
Let's see a heart. Right color, wrong suit.
OG. Going to go after it. And I think it's just a matter of who wants to go after it. We'll take this down.
I mean, nobody goes after it like OG does.
No.
And they say it's hard to make a pair in this game, but he's making it look easy.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, just a little bit of an issue here with the audio. We have about a half an hour ago. I'm not sure if we'll get that back, but we are going to continue to call the action here at the Reserve in Toledo, Ohio. We've got a dealer change coming in. Okay. So we had an issue with the echoing. I think those of you who were with us earlier heard that. Couldn't find a workaround, so the best workaround was just to go with no audio and continue to bring you this action. Danielson now coming into the box, and a button straddle of 40 from the OG. So the action's on Buddha.
Get after it one time.
I'd like to see that, but I think, speaking of lockdown,
I'm just a junkie for the content. Like,
yes.
Obviously this is real money. This is, actual dollars from a streaming and just like an entertainment perspective.
Yeah.
I want these guys to maybe bleed a little bit somewhere along the way.
Exactly.
For the sake of for the content.
Levine is here to help us with that, and he raises it up, and Big John Stud's going to 3-bet this to 325. Levine coming along with his King 9.
One time for the content. Thank you, Levine.
Thank you, Levine.
He gets rewarded top pair with the second nut flush draw. Meanwhile, John's got the 7s, also with the club draw. How gross would the 6 of clubs be?
No
I told you I can be evil.
Yeah. Levine raising it up.
That will probably end it, unless John, because he is stuck a little, decides to get super sticky.
Well, and this is coming from Levine. Levine has shown from time to time that he likes to get aggressive, sometimes with nothing, sometimes with just a little bit of something.
He does make the call.
So he does make the call.
And just like that, 2K in the middle with about pot behind. Oh, and the king.
2 pair now for Levine.
Giving him the check.
Not. Oh yes, he does have the check mark because the
He
7
does have-
wouldn't. 7 wouldn't. Or the 7 must be gone. The computer knows.
Okay, I was
what's in the
wondering.
muck. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why he's got the check mark.
I was definitely confused for a moment. And if you're John, it's one of those spots where you're just like, does he have it? And you want to get sticky because you're just like, you can't just have it every time. But then you just got to remember, like, there's better hands to make these calls with. Like, you have the 7 of clubs, which is actually bad when you're thinking about calling because it's less flush draw combos.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to retract that.
Could Levine been worried about the ace of clubs? I mean,
Well, that's why I was about to retract. Actually, having the 7 of clubs is better.
Yeah.
Because, like, A7 of clubs, 8-7 of clubs, like, the flop flush hands are less likely. So you might actually, not with sevens particularly, but the thought is that if you're blocking the flush draw and you're blocking the straight with your pair, it is a better hand to call with, but in that specific spot you can find better hands to call with. Something like like if he had ace 9 with the ace of clubs would be a better hand.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Obviously, if you had king queen with the king of clubs, like, you're just happy because now you've got top pair. But in that spot, there's just so few bluffs, and your hand is so weak compared to the other hands that you have that can call.
Talk about being patient. John now picks up queens and raises it up to 55. Unfortunately, he just gets one caller, reserve Bob, with the king jack. Heads up action. Oh, wow.
I didn't want to say it, but and you're not going to believe me, but I really just like had this feeling the king of diamonds was like in my head. I was just like, he's been patient, he's been doing his thing, he's got the queens, and now the king of diamonds is just going to show up. I swear to God, that's what I was thinking. But luckily for John, it's all diamonds, so he can make a flush and catch up, or he can just hit one of the remaining queens in the deck. Luck be a lady? Not today.
King jack's going to hold up. He's going to bet 200.
And he just knows and gets good lay down.
Yeah.
John. Good discipline, buddy. You can see the frustration on his face.
Mm-hmm. Frustration, yet he working through the frustration to make the right call or the right fold in that situation, the right decision. And you said it earlier. He's a disciplined player. Doesn't make it fun all the time, but he's more of a merry-go-round guy than a roller coaster.
And I love the way he conducts himself. Like, there's this idea that showing emotion at the poker table is somehow a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you're not berating the players or berating the dealers, I personally don't mind, because I'm a big sports fan. And whenever you see, not anymore, but like a Tom Brady or LeBron James, anyone with like a famous athlete, and you see him in the timeout or on a sideline, and they're fired up and they're yelling, everybody's like, oh my God, they're so passionate. They're like, they're in it, they're fired up. Yeah, they love it. But as soon as they see a poker player do it, it's somehow a faux pas.
Yeah.
And I've never understood that. It's like, you show a little frustration, then you get back to it and go on about it. As long, again, don't be mean to the dealers, don't be rude to the players. Just have your little moment, go about your life. I think it's a beautiful thing because it just shows that love of the game.
That passion, yeah. Absolutely. Poor John, though. He had ace jack there right after the queen's early position, and he raises it up and he gets no callers. It's just like that night, you know. He's going to look back in this and say, man, it was just that kind of night.
And that's like a balance too. Is I personally, I try to speak for. I don't try to speak about myself per se, but off my own experience, because that's the only thing that I know, or that you know, is your own experience. Is sometimes in sessions you're just so card dead, and you want to get action when you have big hands, that there's like this balance of finding a quote unquote reasonable hand to get quote unquote out of line with, just to let people know. And that also goes back to talk about showing.
Yeah.
Is like, that's a situation where I might show a hand that I wouldn't normally, just to like keep them guessing. Like, oh, okay.
So here comes the case ace on the flop. Fisherman Dave called the pre-flop raise. I thought maybe in that, but maybe because he was in early position. But two other players also hit an ace. Nothing really there for Devin.
He's going to take the initiative now, though. He's got the ace. He's got the backdoor flush draw. Jeff's most likely thinking, I'm probably good right now, but will I be good by the river? And I got two players behind me. So he just lets it go. Little does he know that he was actually behind. John takes one off because he's in position. He does pick up the gutter.
Yes.
And for 225 and top pair, he's probably going to stick along. He does.
So he could hit a 4 or a 3 here.
Or deuce to get half.
He gets half. Exactly. Board pairs, making it a chop pot.
Says, I'll take that $60.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nice river, Daniel. Appreciate you.
Big John Stud says thank you, while Fisherman Dave says thanks.
Something I can't say on the air.
Thanks. We're reading lips here now, and body posture. And I think I got that one right.
Yeah, look at that smile. John's like, yeah.
So here we go. For that cash that's left, we're down to 4 players, and or 5 players, excuse me. So what an interesting format here.
So if you get down to 4 players, you're just saying chop it for $100, or you're like, screw that, give me the 420.
Yeah, you know, it always depends on the time and what time you got up for work, or what time you got to get up for work, or whether you're on vacation this week, or so many factors there besides the numbers, besides the math. John is what? Oh, okay. Yeah, even though it's frustrating for John right now, he is ahead. I think
I thought he bought in for 2,000. Excuse me.
Yeah.
So apparently he is in the black.
But when
which
you look
makes
at
his
how
play
much,
even more impressive.
Well, and when you look at the number of hands that he's been playing and the amount of money that's on the table, he could be up. But you know, look at him now, kind of going through that thought process of, man, there's so many opportunities here I might have missed out on because I just wasn't getting cards.
Nobody
was getting really silly tonight in terms of aggression or out of line.
No, there was a few hands tonight where I was a little surprised by some of the players taking a little bit more passive route in certain spots. Like I think Levine has one of the more out of line when he 3-bet with the 6-3.
Mm-hmm.
That was probably the one that comes to mind. But here, in the current moment, we got Devin with the jacks, and Bob wakes up with queens.
Wow. Big hand alert.
Yeah.
This could get messy.
What do you call was it the Power 15 or the Fiery 15? Power Hour and the Fiery 15?
Power Hour, yeah. Big 3-bet here for
I'll
Bob.
say, does John try to get unstuck with the King Queen off?
Jeez. Devin.
Yeah, Devin, you're just like, all right, let's see what happens. And your worst nightmare when you have jacks in front of a big 3-bet and you're out of position is the 10 high board.
No kidding, man.
And now you're up against the guy who everyone's been joking's on the porch, and he's not slowing down. He does bet about half pot. Now this is where the robot overlords would say you have to call. But Devin knows exactly what's going on and gets away from it. It says, math be damned, I know my player, not giving him $500. It's a lot of hot dogs you could buy for the 4th of July weekend.
Yeah, Bob Kaminsky, to answer your question right now, unless they put in some extra money to make that $420, I think it was, worth the $600 to be a voucher, basically what they're doing is they're playing down for that cash, which is the 13th place. There are 12 people that picked up, I'm going to be, I got to do my math correctly here, 11 people. No, 10.
11 people. But
10 people got vouchers, and one person got 2.
Yes.
For a total of 12.
11 winners, one of which
11 winners.
had 2 vouchers.
Yeah.
So yeah, get down here. Was it the next one's on the 23rd?
The next one is on the 23rd. Yeah.
Yeah, all you got to do is get 240K off of a 40K stack, and you're just in there. You locked up a voucher. Called milestone tournaments. Something new that's been rising in popularity in the poker world. I absolutely love them. So if you're an aggressive player or you just want to get the night over with quickly, play a milestone Saturday. Get in, get out, get your seat, and turn it into 200K.
OG gets the best of this now. He's got ace-9.
It's a little top pair, no big deal.
Not much of anything for anybody else here. But Dave wants to see another card here with
Dave's
his
like,
7-6.
I can hit a 5 or an 8. Or a 7 to really just get me into trouble.
That's going to get him in trouble, I think, because OG checks it in a
Oh,
check.
Oh.
Now 2 pair for OG.
Dave might think he's good now. OG just keeps making pairs. And if you're in Dave's spot, you're just thinking, what does he bet the flop with and check the turn and now bet the ace? OG's line doesn't really make sense.
On the other hand, Dave's had a bird's eye view of just watching OG rake pot after pot after pot.
The guy with the 60% VPIP bets the flop, checks the turn, and then bets the ace on the river.
Yeah. Kiwi Colleen, she's on the other end of the globe, and it is her winter. She's saying it's cold there. What do you got right now for Celsius? Are you close to 0? Do I have that backwards?
No, that would be 32 Fahrenheit.
That would be 32, so she might be below 0 right now.
Yeah, Celsius is what? The degrees times 9/5 plus 32. Is that the equation? If my middle school math serves me right. It's 9/5 or 5/9. I can't remember.
C. You add
Yeah, Celsius is 9/5 plus 32.
Yeah.
That was going to bug me all night if I didn't figure it out. I'm very much a nerd at heart.
Levine's going to come along here with bottom pair.
Getting sticky in these last couple minutes. He might get even stickier now that the board's paired. There's 3 clubs on board, though, so he might give it up. John's not going to slow down. And in the spirit of a great one that we lost recently, Bill Walton, take it down, big man.
Yeah. Well, Willie Mays.
Yeah, Willie Mays, too.
And one of my favorite stand-up / sit-down comics, Martin Mull. When he came on the scene, he would do his stand-up bits sitting in an armchair.
When did Martin Mull pass?
Just this past few days ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
You didn't think I knew who he was, did you?
Well, he had a pretty good career, in his later years in things like Arrested Development.
I will admit I wasn't familiar with his stand-up, but I appreciated his dry characters on
it was
TV.
so dry. And it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek where he did stand-up sitting down. And and then he wound up doing a talk show in the mid-'70s called Fernwood Tonight, and it was kind of a mockumentary, a mock of talk shows. It was so clever. It was so dry, so tongue-in-cheek.
What was it called?
It was called Fernwood Tonight. Look at this. My goodness.
Oh, boy.
John's got the flush draw here. And what if the ace of hearts comes?
Oh, he's going to feel pretty confident about his hand.
He is, but you got others.
Levine
These three players now with an ace. OG coming along here with a gut shot.
What if the 10 of spades comes along? Well, never mind. Ace, queen of spades folded.
Yep. So now it's just heads up.
But 6 deuce is like, I'm in there. Oh, well, it's OG. He's got a gut shot. He's not going anywhere.
Right.
John now has a gutter to go with his hearts. Can see him betting like 275 here. Oh, excuse me, 260. OG gives it up. John gets another one. Picking up a little steam here at the end of the night.
He's making a late charge here. It's nice to be lucky early or be hot early, but it's even more important, particularly in a cash game.
Not how you start, how you finish.
It's how you finish.
Going back to what you said about, you said Fernwood?
Fernwood,
You said it was a satire of talk shows?
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder if there's
the premise was that Fernwood was a town, actually.
Okay.
And so they put together their own. It wasn't like a municipal broadcast or something like that. It was so it was very clever, and I think that evolved into another like mock talk show that he had. But he, over the years, just would appear in certain shows and certain movies and always play that very dry character.
Cutting back here, it's Buddha's turn with the 6s. He called the $40 straddle. Jeff raised to 110, and John, very disciplined, in case, just living up to the reputation, gets rid of the ace deuce of diamonds. And Buddha's still ahead here with the 6s. He is out of position. Let's see how sticky he's going to be. He's just going to let it go. Getting towards the end of the night, he's probably I believe he has a little bit of profit. He might just be locking it up.
So Vince, yes, as Kiwi mentioned, if you want to be a part of a live stream, our regular schedule for live streams is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturday nights. This Tuesday is our 5, 10, 20 game. It's a $500 to $3,000 buy-in with a match the stack. The Thursday night, we call it the No-Nit Thursday. That is a $500 buy-in 1-3 game. And then our regular Joe Poker show on Saturday nights, and that's a 4-hour live stream. And really, it's just a simple call the reserve. The schedule is up on the wall, so whoever answers the phone can tell you what openings we might have. I can tell you that we are closed this Thursday, and we will not be live stream next Thursday. And then the Saturday, the 13th, we have our Salute to Service tournament, and we'll be doing a feature table culminating in a final table there. But we have future dates up on the wall, so just give us a call, and here we go, three-handed. 165 in the pot. OG, another gut shot.
And just consistently has his ace high, best hand, best draw. And he's just going to rake in another small pot. $100 at a time, this guy.
Yeah.
Well, no, the reason I asked you to elaborate on the Martin Mull was I'm wondering if there's any connection between the comedian Zach Galifianakis actor.
Oh, between two ferns?
Yes. Because it seems like a very similar presence.
It does.
Premise.
Zach really pushes the envelope in terms of the purpose of his interviewing is to try to make his guest feel as uncomfortable as possible. And I just love that. Martin Mull, on the other hand, you know, he would do like people would come on and it would be like Johnny Carson doing genuine interviews, but it would be kind of outrageous guests. You know, somebody would come in with a potato that was shaped like Mickey Mouse or something like that, and then the person wouldn't realize that Martin Mull was just making so much fun of him. You know, it different than what Zach does. I mean, Zach's
definitely more overt about it.
Yeah, and I love that show, Between Two Ferns. Here we go, 3 players now, and 2 players, all 3 of them hitting a jack.
The case jack on the flop.
Oh, wow.
John, the only one without kicker problems. But they do have sidecars that are available. And Dave just says, my kicker sucks. You guys have fun with this pot. Very nice laydown, sir.
Oh, and now we're looking at a chop pot here. Unless somebody wants to get pushy.
Or, hear me out,
Yeah.
4 on the river. King high good. It happened in the WSOP here in one of the recent tournaments. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, did it?
Ace King versus 10s pre-flop. Deuce 4 deuce, deuce deuce. See you later. I'm not really a fan of bad beat stories, but
No, right.
that's brutal. But yeah, I'll try to find a YouTube link for the Martin Mull, because
Well, and as soon as he passed away, I was going back to see if maybe they had those shows anywhere. I think one of them might have showed up on Peacock or Hulu or something like that. I'm not sure. My world is pretty small. I do a lot of Prime and a lot of Netflix. We have Hulu. I lose patience with it. It seems like it's always rebooting or something. I don't know if we have a bad connection with Hulu.
No, you're
My
not
wife
wrong.
likes Hulu a lot. My wife likes Murders That Happen in the Building. That Ace Queen of Hearts now for John.
John really picking up speed now, finally getting his fair share of the card distribution.
Definitely.
And Reserve Bob has the ace-8 of spades. He's not fully locked down yet. He's on the button. He's got a suited ace. Fisherman Dave's like, I'm stuck.
I'm stuck. I'm coming in with my clubs.
And Car Wash Chef, he is going to make it 300. This is Sparta. And John's like, it's the end of the night. The guy with aces and kings is 3-betting me now. In the muck. I love it.
Wow.
Dave says, I can see a flop. I got 40% of a flush. And middles, oh my goodness.
Oh
Jeff flops
my.
bottom set, and Dave's got the open ender. 730 in the middle. Base 2 SPR.
He's either going to go bust here or make a big comeback on this hand for Dave.
I don't think he called with the intention of folding with this flop. I think you're going to hear all in. Oh, he just calls.
Just calls.
Interesting. Got less than a pot size bet. He might just rip it in. What are those blue chips? Just tip chips?
Those are the dealer appreciation chips, correct? The tip chips.
I thought so. It just looked like he was counting them out for some reason. It just calls.
Just calls here.
He's like, let's see if I hit it. He does not.
He does not. That was a
Overall,
very
it doesn't
expensive
seem like the
hand there
draws
for
were coming in
Dave.
today. It feels like the flush draws and straight draws weren't really connecting at all this evening. Shows the nines full.
So Misty, yes, if you want to play on the the cash game live stream here either Tuesday, Thursday, or Saturday night. It's not a matter of getting an invite. It's a matter of just giving us a call. Let us know. And we're coming to the end of our Tuesday night here. We apologize for some of the hiccups we've had with the audio. I'm sure between now and Saturday we'll have that all worked out. I want to thank you very much. We want to wish everybody a very happy and healthy and safe 4th of July coming up on Thursday. Also want to thank my good friend Joey, who came up from Columbus.
Thank you for having
Mad
me.
River to join us, while Dom is up in the UP on a family vacation doing some fishing and other fun stuff.
It's funny, I've never had the patience for fishing, but I could sit at a table for hours.
Here we go, three-handed to the flop, 175 in the pot. Big miss, except Buddha. Best hand, ace-queen pre-flop, and the best hand post-flop, but he checks it. Free card really doesn't help anybody here.
John picks up a gutter.
Yep.
Go with his pair draw. He'll fire at it. Nobody seems interested in this pot. Always interesting dynamics in sessions like these where you know you have the set end time where people are just like, do they have the winner? Like, who's up, who's down, who's locked it up, who's still getting after it, and you just like, deducing somebody's range at these points in the night is a lot of fun to me.
John Coffey is always Mr. Coffey's always on there doing a little rib roast. We've got a bomb pot, and that's how we're going to end the night tonight. We've got a bomb pot. Again, Joey here from Mad River. A big thank you. Very much appreciate it.
Thank you.
And let's see if this becomes a power hour bomb pot or a disciplined bomb pot. The last bomb pot we saw was pretty disciplined.
Eight-way all in. Let's do it.
There. That's one way. That would be one great way to end the night. What's that, Gio? Okay. Sounds like we're going to have a mystery hand on this one, our last hand of the night. Double board bomb pot. Everybody's in for $50. 9 players.
I just want the 8-way all in so Daniel can show off his skills getting the pots all right.
Great way to end for a dealer to end the night on after a long day.
Oh, you'd be surprised. Last summer, WSOP, I was playing 1-2-5 Big O, so pot limit high-low. One hand took 17 minutes because the dealer couldn't chop the pot correctly.
Oh.
True story.
17 minutes?
17 minutes.
Wow.
And I'm trying not to laugh because it was all in on the flop. I'm not in the hand, but it was a 3-4-5 of spades flop. Or excuse me, 4-5-6 of spades flop. Guy had deuce 3 of spades with the ace. Thought he was getting most of the pot. Other guy had ace deuce with 8-7 of spades. And there was 2 other people all in.
Wow.
So straight flush over straight flush. All the lows. All the things. I just kept thinking about the guy sitting there waiting to get 1/8 of the pot, thinking he was getting most of it. And waiting, the 10 minutes or whatever it was to get his little 1/8 of the pot. Meanwhile,
so Vince, yes, to Kiwi's point, if you give us a call here, you can get the details. I can tell you that there is a fee to sit down, but then there is no rake. And it just depends. The fee depends on how long the live stream is. Tuesday nights, it's 5 hours. Saturday nights, it's 4 hours. But, yeah, give us a call. We give you those details. And if your schedule fits in, you can get on one of these cash game live streams. Be an honor to have you, Vince.
so it looked like John bet 500. OG is now called 500. Trying to piece together what's actually in the middle.
A lot. More than 225.
Devin thinks better of it. Dave's like, I came this far.
So we've got a side pot.
No flushes get there. What do we think? We got a straight versus a boat, maybe? Let's see. OG showed his hand. Looks like John's got 8s full of 4s on one board. And OG... Can't really tell what OG has.
So this is going to chop up. I think what we might be seeing here is a three-way chop where 7 and 9 chop the side, 7 and 4 chop the main. And a quick look at the VPIP for tonight. No surprises really. And that'll be it for our Tuesday night Rumble at the Reserve.
Well played, OG. I just noticed.
Before we go, just another mention of the Salute to Service free roll. This is a $10,000 prize pool guarantee, open only to veterans and active duty military. Our friend Joey here intends to play, and he's already done the shout out to center field. He's calling it.
I'm calling it.
Calling it Saturday, July 13th. In the meantime, we are actively raising money for the prize pool, and also when we have it, we're going to have a group called TAPS, and we'll be raising money. And so if you have anything you could donate, and we could do a silent auction or a drawing for, that would help very much. Greatly appreciate that. And then also, coming up between ourselves and Mad River is the $1 million prize pool guarantee. This is the second joint venture between the two clubs, $200,000 first place guarantee. And here is some very important information about the reserve satellites. And we had, for the first time, a milestone satellite tonight where 12 vouchers were given out. One player got 2 because of the format. And these are our day ones. There are separate day ones for Dayton. So please go to the Facebook page for Mad River, and you can get all of that information. And we hope to see you not Thursday night here for the live stream, because we will be taking the day off here at the Reserve, but Saturday night. And in the meantime, thanks again so much. Yes. Really appreciate it. Filling in here for Dom. And again, everybody, thank you very much, and please be safe.
Happy 4th, everybody. Thanks for having me.